with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3.
Yes. All right, here we go. Here we go, people. Party people, are you ready? One, two, three. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. I'm a loner, Dottie.
I get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a loner, Dottie. A rebel.
Lies on the horizon. Sky is blue, no denying. News with Skyjack Morgan. Bright and early new dawn.
It's a bright and early new dawn, everybody.
Every headline, every story gives your morning some glory. Stay informed, stay in tune as the day greets new bloom.
Good morning.
Headlines with Skyjack Morgan.
This is happening.
Just fine. Information for you, darling. Hot coffee in your cup.
Let me get some hot coffee over here.
Fill you right up. Trends and weather on the go. Morning show you need to know.
Yes.
Good morning headlines with Skyjack Morgan. Start your day just fine. Information for you, darling.
Okay, here we go.
Hot coffee in your cup. Used to fill you right up.
Hey, everybody, how you doing?
And weather on the morning show you need to know. Join us on this daily ride with your morning side by side. Catch the latest, feel the vibe. Sky will keep you well supplied.
Never had one lesson. Good morning. Start your day just right. All right, I popped my, damn it. I popped my clip out. Joe Rogan wears a clip-on tie. Joe Rogan wears a clip-on tie, and I wear a clip-on headset. That's how I do it. He wears the over the ears. But I got hair, you know. Joe Rogan, he's got no hair. He just has he just got, so he can wear those big over the head. I used to try to wear the over the head ones, but it messed up my beautiful hair. And you know what a mess with the hair, right? We could tell you never had one lesson. Thank you, Nurse Rod. I'm glad you could tell. I don't know if you ever saw Ferris Bueller's Day Off. It's a Ferris Bueller's Day Off reference. Have you ever seen it? You ever seen that movie? It's kind of a cult classic. Not many people have seen it. It's pretty rare. Most people have never seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Most people have never seen it. They don't even know what it is. I see how many people have not seen it. Many people have never seen it. But it is Chromus Rogan. Yeah, Crow Rogan, Crow Magnon. Thank you all for being here. What's up, Vic Morrison? How you doing? What's the deal? I'm ripping doors off the hinges, and my neighbors are asking what's wrong. Why are you ripping those doors? Anarch Day. Man, I'm reading The Conquest of the Bread. I don't know if you guys saw it. I posted the book club thing. I want to read Surfing with Sartre, or Surfing with Sartre, if you will. Depends on how you look at it, how you read it. Some people say Sartre. Some people say Sartre. Some people say Sartre. You could say it any way you want. Call him whatever you want. He's dead. He's a dead white man. But the book is written by Aaron something, and he's a professor of philosophy. And the book is kind of like a philosophical, kind of more rooted in philosophy than motorcycle maintenance. Remember Zen and the motorcycle maintenance, Zen and the art of motorcycle maintenance? It's like that, except surfing, and more rooted in philosophy. So I think it's really neat. I hope you're down. I hope you like that vibe. Sorry, I had to check my green. Everything's messed up in here because my I have to transform this room every day because I'm getting viewings from my house every day. Have you guys heard about that? Like, I'm selling my house. If you don't know, I'm moving to New Mexico, and I have new people coming through the house every day, looking at what I got. I don't know, feeling the vibes, and it's annoying because I've got to like run around, clean up the house, change this room. You know, when normally it's weird. It's weird. It's a weird thing to have someone come into your house every day and be like, oh, yeah, kick the tires and shit. And yesterday, someone came in and they didn't even have a client with them. They had a phone, and I don't have my phone with me. Oh yeah, I do. My phone. And he's like, going around the house, sweating, running around the house doing this. And he said I was playing guitar, so he's like, I play guitar. I said, you want to play? And he said, oh, no, I don't have time. He's running around with his phone. I think that's interesting. Maybe I should buy a house like that. I should buy a house sight unseen. Just have an agent on that side run around with a phone at different houses, and I'll be like, that one, please. Maybe that's how I should do it. What do you think? Tire kickers, you could spot them. You want to say, get lost. I don't know I don't know if I can spot them or not. I don't know if I'm that good. I don't know. I'm just trying to go with the flow. I'm just trying to find my flow state, and just go with the flow. I'm from Southern California after all, and we're kind of a go with the flow crowd. We kind of like persist, but kind of go with the flow. That's the kind of the Southern California way. And that's all. I'm from SoCal. I was raised here. And you can take the boy out of California, but you can't take the California out of the boy. You know what I'm saying, brah? That's more of a Hawaii thing, but we do it in California sometimes too. You know what I'm saying? All right. Well, I hope you're having a great day. And again, if you haven't heard, my name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. And this is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. It's the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Hit the like button, hit the hype button, double tap the screen, do all the things. Hit that I really like that little emoji. If you're on mobile, there's that little emoji erection that if you touch it, it gets really big. And then there's all the other decisions you can make. And you could decide on other emojis to drop. Those are really fun, huh? Leave it to YouTube. They've got that little emoji erection, and I like it. You can put all sorts of different ones on there. Yeah, like one red finger, one red number, one red finger, one red. Exactly, Nurse Yacht. Go with the algae, in other words. Well, the algae. What are you going to do? We're going to talk a little bit about the algae too. It's funny because now I look at my fish tank and there's algae in there because I try to keep it super natural. I don't like to put chemicals in it. And my algae eaters, he does a good job. Sometimes it gets a little bit behind schedule because, the algae blooms and they can't keep up. But I'm thinking about the reflection pool now. Like that will always be. Now the reflection pool will always be about Donald Trump somehow. How's that? Thank you so much, the Real McGoy. Thank you very much. Can I get some jubilations for Real McGoy kicking off the hour with a donation? Our channel members, Sky City Rebels, the Real McGoy up in the house. Red Tide algae, baby. Man, you don't want that red tide algae. You can't go surfing in the red tide algae. I've been thinking a lot about surfing lately because I'm reading that book. But also I'm starting to think, man, I might never surf again. I'm kind of too fat to go surfing right now. I'm out of shape. So I'm probably not going to go surfing this summer. And I'm leaving California. So when am I ever going to surf again? I'll probably never surf again for the rest of my life. Anyway, over at the White House, they're fighting they're fighting. I gotta say, at least this guy's girl's helping. Although you'd think that the guy in the headlock would have a girl helping, but no, he's just getting beaten while he's in a headlock. I don't know that's I don't know. He's just hitting him with a wrist, just like swinging that arm, right? Just swinging it, just swinging that arm, hitting him with a wrist. Just clap. That's MAGA AF. Yeah, I didn't really want to make a joke about their weight, but the sound of her just slapping it sounds like someone tenderizing beef, right? It sounds like someone tenderizing the side of beef, or someone like hitting big pizza dough on the someone slapping a big sourdough. You know how you got to slap the sourdough? You got to really slap it on the board, and you got to kind of really beat the shit out of sourdough bread in order to get the proteins to do the. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like she's beating it, man. It's kind of what it sounds like when not. Never mind.
Yo, watch out, cops! You're going to jail, bro.
Going to jail, bro. Cops. Yeah, you're going to jail, bro. You're going to jail, bro. What's he going to do? What? Look out, cops. What's going to happen, man? The cops, do you think these guys are going to outrun these cops? But then again, you might outrun these cops. You maybe could have outrun these cops. Maybe you could have. Maybe. Bourgeoisie born. Clap. Better get some penicillin for that. Indeed. Sexy sounds for sure. It was a total sausage fest. Grinder, did Grinder crash again? We need a high emoji, a sky high emoji. You got it. I'll get one for you. Maybe if Parallelish is here, maybe you can make us one. He does all the emojis. I figured a few fights broke out in the crowd. Yeah, a few fights broke out in the crowd for sure. I thought he said no fatties. He said no fatties if you were a soldier. Soldiers got some tickets for some armed service members. And it said no fatties on there because you could talk that way to soldiers for some reason. The people who put their life on the line for this country. Blah, 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 blah. Drunk white trash. Maybe they're drunk. High on what? High on my own supply. High on life. I don't know. Did Grindr crash in DC on Sunday? They did not. No, did it? I don't know that UFC people are gay. They're just really misogynistic. It's funny. I've been thinking about when I move. So when I was younger, I did martial arts, right? And I've done some fighting stuff, and I've been in street fights and bar fights and just lots of fights. And I thought it'd be good to like get into a martial artist thing again. And a friend of mine in Houston does jujitsu, and famously Anthony Bourdain did jiu-jitsu, and there's lots of people who did jujitsu later, and I'm a middle-aged man now. I'm coming to terms with that. I thought it'd be good to get back in the gym, and do fighting again. And there's something about the self-reliance part. Self-defense is self-reliance, right? And I'm a gun owner, and I take that very seriously. So I mean, why not be more serious about my physical, just my open hand, what karate, my empty hand. Karate means empty hand. My empty-handed fighting prowess. And so I was thinking about it. And my friend said, I could boogie board. I have a boogie board. I have boogie board fins. Maybe I should go out when it's hot again. Next time it's hot, I'll go out. I'll go out and boogie board the one last time. That's a good idea. And I thought maybe I should do it. I have loads of martial arts friends who are gay, bi, les. You do? I kind of want to get, not because of that, but then my friend said you could fight a quick, like with some dumb F. You can end a fight quick. Yeah, I generally can anyway, just because I'm bigger and I'm usually, I don't know, people who pick fights with me, they don't last long, Anyway, I've been in lots of situations like that. But I just thought, just like taking it more a serious and more intentional approach to it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And my friends who I one of my oldest friends, I met in karate class when we were in high school. And I texted him. I said, "You think I'm crazy, but I'm thinking about getting back into martial arts." And he said, "Oh, there's this famous MMA studio in Albuquerque." And I thought, what? That's crazy. But then I'm like, I don't know, man. That whole scene is just not for me. I don't think the scene is for me. Sounds like all natural judo kick. Yeah. Yeah. What is the secret? Well, we're getting to that. Osa for Pete. We're getting there. Don't you worry, baby doll. You take it easy, honey. If you move to New Mexico, you'll want to learn meth brawling. Listen, that show was written about Riverside, California. They just filmed it in Albuquerque because it was cheaper. It had nothing to do with Albuquerque. That show was written about Riverside, which is not that far from me, actually. It's like an hour away. More, maybe 90 minutes away from me. I don't know. How long is Riverside from here? How long is Riverside from here? Oh, no, it's right now. Well, it's early in the morning. It's still 7 a.m. Right now, it's 40. No, it's 47. Oh, shit. Hold on a second. How long is it? It's an hour and 14 minutes right now. Maybe 52 minutes if I drive fast. 52 minutes. So, I mean, I'm only an hour away from where Breaking Bad was supposed to have been taking place. So now people think Albuquerque has meth, but it has no more meth than most places, and Riverside is what it was made for, what it was pretended to be. Know thyself. It's not bad to be gay. It's bad to be well, even if you're closeted, it's okay. It's just bad to be a hypocrite. It's bad to be anti-gay and then be gay yourself. I think that's the worst part. Sky wants to MMA to grind up on some sweaty half-naked dude. Definitely an alpha sport. Yeah, no, that's not what I want. I was thinking more like karate because I studied kung fu, kenpo, karate. And I did a United USSD, United Studios of Self-Defense. And I don't think they exist anymore.
He just attacked me.
He just attacked me. I'm innocent, officer.
Watch out, cops. You're going to jail, bro.
Hey, he just attacked me.
Hey, no,
Oh, damn.
Get down.
Homie got one good clock in right in the end. His head was bleeding, though. I don't think those guys did okay. Anyway, UFC fight erupts in violence. There's a fight going on right there. Meanwhile, there's a fight on the stage. Lots of knockouts, they said. Lots of knockouts. Uncharacteristically, too many knockouts. Why were there so many knockouts at the UFC 250? Could it be because the whole thing was staged?
Last week, I opened.
Could it be that the whole thing was staged? Lots of knockouts for some reason. Tons of knockouts. Very weird. Seattle is the meth capital. Oh, okay. Arizona is the meth capital. I'm told by multiple people who've been there. Arizona is the meth capital. Oh, Arizona. Maybe Arizona is the meth capital. I don't know. Should we Google it? Which state has the biggest meth problem in America? Google says California. What did I say? California has the highest total number of methamphetamine users and individuals in treatment. with over 400,000 residents reporting use. However, when adjusting for population, when adjusting for population, states like Michigan and Arkansas frequently rank highest for per capita usage and federal seizure incidents. That makes sense. And California has a skewed treatment number because a lot of people from out of state send their meth heads to California to seek treatment. That makes sense. I've met lots of people who are not from California. I'm like, why'd you come to California? And they came here for treatment. I think that happens a lot. I think that's also contributes to our homeless problem in California. Like I've met many people in because I worked in hospitality. I met lots of people who weren't from here. Like I knew someone from Michigan, and she came over, and I was like, why are you in California? Oh, well, I was sent here for treatment, and then I stayed. So if she relapses, which is high likelihood, right, she'll be in California. If she becomes homeless because of that relapse, you know what I mean? We got a lot of treatment centers out here. It's really interesting now that I think about it. I never thought about why so many people are able to get sent out here. But it makes sense. They come out here for treatment. We got the best treatment centers. We got these big fancy treatment centers on the coast and shit. And so people who can afford it send their kids out here for treatment for meth. And then they get out and they don't want to go back home because they like California and they met friends here. Makes sense. And they're close to the meth. But it looks like Michigan and Arkansas are the biggest, which makes sense, Yeah. Turn all those MMA guys speak. I don't know. I don't really like the whole MMA scene. You know what I mean? I don't think it's me. I don't think it's for me. Are you Breaking Bad? I broke bad a long time. Stick it up your arse. What, the meth? Never. I don't do that. Yeah. No. Thanks. My audio. Is the audio really messed up? No. Okay. Fix my tie. No, thank you. I don't want to fix my tie. I like my tie kind of like open like this. I like it like that. Is that okay for you, honey? Listen, honey. Yeah, it sounds fine to you. Yeah, I kind of figured. Dude, fix your tie and audio. It sucks. I like my tie open, honey. You all right? At least you know I tied it myself. It wasn't like Joe Rogan who needed a clip on like a little child.
Up Uber and saw a discount. What I didn't know was someone else was probably seeing a different price, and that discount might not have been real. The way they do it is completely invisible to millions of riders. Consumer Reports just finished one of the largest coordinated tests of Uber and Lyft price.
I think this is fucking crazy. They're using AI to mess with your pricing on Uber so that someone in the same minute from the same location is getting a better price than you are.
Nearly 175 people, online and in person, requested the same rides at the same time.
By the way, it's a call-in show, just so everybody knows. It's a call-in show. Did you know that already? I don't know if you knew that, Skylar. Did you know it's a call-in show? I'm gonna put this in there so that everybody could call in if they want to call in, because that's what we do around here. We call. Reach out and touch someone. You know what I mean? Just reach out and touch me. Reach out and touch faith. All right, here we go.
From the same place.
We found a median difference between the lowest price and the highest price of about 50%.
Same ride, 50% price gap across
50%?
all tested routes. CR designed the test so many rides were checked within the same minute. Here's one example from Lyft.
So this is a crosstown Atlanta trip, about a 5-mile route. Basically, we found two major price clusters or groups, right? So the first one was $1292/$1294. So we had a group there, and then we had a group at $1499. And that's a 16% difference right there before any discount or promotion is attached or applied.
All of that on the same ride, in many cases, checked at the same minute. How did Uber and Lyft explain that? They say market conditions drive the differences, nothing personal. We can't see inside their algorithms, so we can't know for sure, but their own patents say they have the ability to look at personal behaviors and characteristics.
Uber and Lyft both have the capabilities to really look at people's behavior when they're using both apps, all the way down to how you hold your phone, the precise angle, or your typing speed, or your typing accuracy, or even, crazy enough, the accelerometer in your phone.
On top of those already uneven fares, both companies started layering in discounts, but those discounts may not be what they
So they're making fake discounts. This is something that pisses me off because, you know, you always hear about this shit at like retail spots saying
seem.
In 2023, a few percentage points of riders got a promotion or a discount. Now that's upwards of 20-25% of riders get some type of discount on every ride that they see.
In Atlanta, promotions tell the full pricing story.
Some got very precise amounts.
The result is a final fare of $2.28 to $14.99, a 550% spread. When I get into
550% spread.
an Uber or Lyft, how would I know if my price was already inflated before a discount even got applied?
The short answer is, unless you conduct these type of experiments or unless you comparison shop quite a bit with all your friends and family, it is extremely difficult to know.
So what do you call it when that discount isn't real?
So a fictitious discount is basically the idea that you are artificially inflating a price, right? Say it's $82, but in reality, there's a algorithmic baseline. There's already a band of prices that everyone else is saying. Let's say $62. That $82 price is not real. It's a fake discount, and you're discounted to the original $62 baseline.
So how common was that?
We found that in about 11% of all advertised discounts.
Derek asked Uber about that. They said this isn't a discount at all. It's historical comparison messaging. Uber and Lyft challenged CR's findings and disputed its conclusions.
Historical comparison pricing?
Across millions of rides, that could add up to real money really quick. Meanwhile, that historical comparison messaging I saw, I still don't know
Historical comparison messaging?
if it was real.
They're giving fake discounts. These sons of bitches, man. You know, that's what I used to always hear about. Like, hey, day after Thanksgiving, it's this big sale at the store. I never shop on. I've been against that. Black Friday, I'm against it. Have been against it. It's called Buy Nothing Day or For Free Friday if you're really rad. But Buy Nothing Day on Friday after Thanksgiving. But they always have the big sales, 25-50% off on all these things, and it's like, you raised the prices though, right? You raised the prices last week and then you brought them back down for today, right? There's no way they're losing money, right? Uber and Lyft, man. It made me want to call a cab. It makes me want to call a taxi next time. These goddamn companies. Do you remember when Uber was super cool and it was like a limousine picking you up? Remember that? And now what it is. It's garbage. It's just garbage. It's someone with their beat up jalopy. Like that lady, like in that movie, Hard to Get Life or whatever. What was that movie with Jennifer Lawrence where she's 35 and she's seducing a 19-year-old? What was that movie called? Hard to Get Hard, something about hard, getting someone hard. And she was an Uber driver, and she had a beat up car. I guess if you're Jennifer Lawrence, you can have a beat up car, a beat up Buick, and make $30,000 as an Uber driver and save your house. But if you're not, what was that movie called about getting people hard? Remember when Jennifer Lawrence played a 35-year-old woman seducing a 19-year-old? Do you remember that? Simpler times. I guess if you're Jennifer Lawrence, you can seduce a 19-year-old and no one says anything at 35 years old. Jennifer Lawrence, she can seduce a 19-year-old. No one's going to say anything, I guess. Borders will fail ultimately. They already are, unless you want to make your country a giant prison. Yeah, I mean, borders have failed. I don't know why people keep arguing with me about this. The border is the most inefficient part of government. It's the most inefficient thing. Border patrols, INS, the whole thing is completely inefficient. And yet people are like, but we gotta keep vetting people. We gotta make sure that this happens and that. We gotta put people in jail for coming here. It's crazy to me. The border doesn't work. It's a piece of technology in order to slow down the poor, in order to slow down labor, in order to slow down ideas, in order to slow down your citizenry, your rights. The borders slow down your rights. They are a piece of technology of state control, and it doesn't even work. It'll work. It'll work if they really want to turn it into a prison. If they want to put razor wire around California and stuff, they could do it. They've done shit like that before. But all that really does is, again, affect poor people. Rich people won't feel that. Like, Schindler. Like Schindler. He was allowed to do whatever he wanted because he was a rich German. But everyone else, show me your papers.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of Rich People Shit. Us poors.
Rich people. Look at this. This is what rich people have. This is what rich people are doing. Rich people. Shit, they got shit that us poors have never even heard of. Stuff like this type of, look at this lipstick.
Haven't heard of. Today, lipstick. I'll admit, I was surprised at how relatively expensive a lot of these were. Here's a lipstick from Dior for $38.
$38. That seems like a lot to me. $38. Is that too much? No.
Tom Ford for $62.
$62. Seems like an expensive lipstick. What do you guys think is a normal? I would not consider a 35-year-old to sexually manipulate me at 19. Sorry. I didn't say, I wasn't making a judgment call. I said, hey, if you're Jennifer Lawrence and you're playing a 35-year-old woman seducing a 19-year-old virgin, you can make a comedy about it. That's what I said. She could pick up my 19-year-old self. That's what I said. You guys could say whatever you want to say. Have you ever seen Jennifer? There's a movie. What is the movie? God damn it. What is that movie called? I just saw it. What is the movie where Jennifer Lawrence is a 35-year-old woman seducing a 19-year-old boy on Montauk? No Hard Feelings. It's called No Hard Feelings. In this raunchy comedy, she does a full frontal nude scene. She plays Maddie, a struggling 32-year-old Uber driver in the Long Island town of Montauk. Facing the loss of her childhood home due to unpaid property taxes, she answers a Craigslist ad placed by wealthy parents who hired her to seduce her socially awkward 19-year-old son, Percy, before he leaves to college. No Hard Feelings. I think it's kind of funny movie. I wasn't. She could take it. She can have it. What if it was a man? I had a 35 when I was 17. Good for you, I guess. I don't know. $12 is a lot. $12 is a lot. I mean, I don't know. I think $62 is a lot for lipstick. I don't know. I don't wear lipstick. I'm not like Donald Trump. Donald Trump always has lipstick on. I don't know how much he pays. He pays $70,000 a year for his hair. How much do you think he pays in makeup and lipstick? You wish your parents got you a hooker? No, you don't. No, you don't. Anyway, you won't make a comment on the opposite. So if a 35-year-old Brad Pitt picks up a 19-year-old, or let's say who hooks up with 19-year-olds all the time? Leonardo DiCaprio. He likes 19-year-olds. He's older now, but when he was 35, is it okay for him to hook up with a 19-year-old? What about when he's 45? Is it okay? I don't know. I'd say I don't make any. I say when you're over 18, do what you want, but I think it gets weird. I just think it gets weird. I think it gets real weird.
Christian Louboutin for $105. This one here from Guerlain.
Yeah, I was thinking when you said I said DiCaprio, but I was thinking 19. I was thinking Jerry Seinfeld because he met his first wife. He was 35 and she was 17. 35, 17. Oh, it's rough, man. It's rough.
Here's $1,000, which I'll admit is closer to what I was looking for. But I knew, friends. I knew that somewhere out there was a designer bedazzling with diamonds and a display of decadence that would make Marie Antoinette blush. And boy, howdy, was I right. Again from Guerlain, this is their Kiss Kiss lipstick, which totals at $62,000.
$62,000 for lipstick? You're telling me there's people walking out around with a total house renovation? That's a renovation for a house. $62,000. That's an expensive car. $62,000. No, it's not really an expensive car, but still, it's a car. Walking around with that in their pocket. I got $62,000 lipstick. Is that normal? Is that normal? $62,000. This is what we have. And you guys are like, oh, well, these are self-made millionaires.
Why? Because it is wrapped in 110 grams of 18-karat gold with 199 conflict-free diamonds encrusting the exterior for a weight of 2.2 carats. The fun part is,
I don't even see the diamonds. That must not be the right one. That must not be the same one, right?
This is the second most expensive lipstick that I found. I'm going to give you a minute to guess how much the most expensive is. I don't think you're going to get it.
How much is the most expensive? Only if you can afford it. What is the most expensive? Only if you can afford it. No one should be allowed to afford this. This is the problem. You're getting mugged for your lipstick. I guess that's the thing. I think maybe people like to have, I don't know. I think like men like to buy their women really expensive things so that if they feel like they're carrying around their wealth, like they're carrying it around, like your woman is your bag man, like she's carrying around buckets of cash everywhere she goes with her. One time when I was working, I really wanted a Mont Blanc pen because I was graduating from college and I'm a writer, and I wanted a Mont Blanc, and I was going there, and I went there with my mom. Actually, she was going to help me and get like a graduation present. It was fancy. I went to a Mont Blanc store at South Coast Plaza, which is like a famous mall in Southern California where all the rich people go. People actually fly here to go to that mall, and there's a Mont Blanc store in there. And this guy comes in. He's clearly like a chic type, like he's a dark-skinned man from somewhere in the Gulf states, and he has I think like 9 women, all covered. They're showing their faces, but they're not like they're covered. They have the hijab on, or one of those, some kind of head covering, and he buys them the most expensive pen, and it's like, or pen and pencil set. It was like thousands of dollars each, and he bought 9 of them for his 9 wives. I was like, man, I'm sitting here stressing about like my little $500 pen that I want. That's going to be like I'm going to be with me my whole life. Of course, I still have it, right? It's like my lifelong thing that I'm buying, something they'll never forget. And they're just like, it's going to be at the bottom of the junk drawer,
If you need to. Because here is the astonishing answer in a world plagued with hunger. From H. Couture Beauty, this collection will cost you $14 million.
$14 million. $14 million. $14 million. The Real McGoy says, throw my perfect women in jeans and a t-shirt and I'm happy. No makeup. She's fine without it. Yeah. Paper mate. I mean, no, I still like a Bic pen. I love a Bic pen. I also like these little Sharpies. I use these a lot, but I don't know. I write a lot. I got a fancy pen and I got cheap pens. I got both. I'm a writer. If you were a carpenter, you'd have your expensive hammer and your cheap hammer, right? You'd have both. You have a nail gun too. You have a nail gun. You'd have an electric nail gun and a pneumatic nail gun. And when you're a guitar player, when I was a professional guitar player, I had multiple guitars. So yeah, that would have been a purchase of the blue paint and the reflecting pool. $14 million for lipstick. Trump uses crayons for his. Trump puts it on like that witch in Weapons. Have you seen the movie Weapons? The witch in Weapons.
These custom bespoke lipsticks offer a lifetime guarantee. The tube features 1,200 in pink diamonds, often paired with 2,500 blue diamonds on the accompanying mascara, all set in 18-karat gold. The company that used to offer this package is now defunct. Weird. Rich people, if you can't think of things to do with your money, I guarantee the rest of us can.
Just listen to this. Last September.
What do you think? How many do you think they sold at 14 million? And then you got like lifelong refills and stuff. For $14 million. Well, now they don't get lifelong refills, right? They're out of business. What do you know? 14 million to get red lips. There's a way cheaper way to get that, baby. There's a lot cheaper ways to get red lips. I don't know. I never understood all the lipstick stuff. I guess I see some people wear lipstick and it's cute sometimes, but like, I don't know. I'm just too like, I don't know. I'm more like natural. I like natural shit most of the time. I don't know. I'd be happy on a reservation. You know what I mean? I'd be happy on an Indian reservation, hanging out, being natural. Trump must have a gold butt plug with diamonds. Ooh, he probably has I bet his diapers have gold on them somewhere. Probably like gold. I'm surprised he doesn't sign in gold. There's the golden Sharpie. There is a gold Sharpie. I don't know why doesn't he just sign it in gold? A gold Sharpie. That would make sense. I do love Sharpies, by the way. That's the one thing I have in common with Donald Trump. I love Sharpies. When I saw that he was using Sharpies for fucking everything, I was kind of embarrassed that I like Sharpies as much as I do. Made in America, made in USA, Sharpies. I love them. Always have. I love drawing with Sharpies. I always have a Sharpie nearby. This is a Sharpie, actually. This is a Sharpie. I have a Sharpie right here. I always have Sharpies. But Donald Trump loves Sharpies. Makes me embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. My mom never wore makeup. She's a natural beauty. Ruined me. for the plastics. Yeah, I guess if you want someone like your mom. I don't know. I never really understood that whole like marrying your mom thing, but you love smelling Sharpies? Yeah. Perfect. I guess like everyone marries their mom in some way, I guess, but I don't know. I never really I don't have those types of preferences. If a woman looks good with makeup, great. If she doesn't, that's great too. She's good to be around, I suppose. I like having someone to hang out with that makes me laugh more than anything. And if the sexual chemistry there is great, if not, that's cool. We could be friends. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why people get so uptight about these things. To be honest with you, I don't get so uptight about this shit. Just go with the flow, baby. Just go with the flow. Be like Southern California and just go with the flow, baby. Just chill the fuck out.
The president of Kazakhstan calls Donald.
There's so many serious things in this world. So many things going on that are so serious. People take all the dumb shit seriously, like bathrooms and stuff. That people take the dumbest shit seriously. There's all this cool shit. We always take the dumb shit seriously.
Trump and says he wants to grant tungsten mining rights to an American company. And the very next month, Eric and Don Jr. get a stake in the American company pursuing the mining deal. 6 days later, 6 days after Prince Eric and Prince Don get their stake, Kazakhstan announces this company will get, quote, the largest known undeveloped tungsten resource in the world. A few more weeks go by. And then the US government, run by their father, sets aside $1.6 billion of your tax dollars to fund and finance their mining project.
Oh shit, you're not looking. This guy.
Just listen to this. Last September, the president of Kazakhstan calls Donald Trump and says he wants to grant tungsten mining rights to an American company. And the very next month, Eric and Don Jr. get a stake in the American company pursuing the mining deal. 6 days later, 6 days after Prince Eric and Prince Don get their stake, Kazakhstan announces this company will get, quote, the largest known undeveloped tungsten resource in the world. A few more weeks go by.
I thought Kazakhstan was all about the potassium. I thought it was all about potassium. Very nice. I thought it was about potassium over in Kazakhstan for the movie film. I saw a movie film for the great exploration and betterment of Kazakhstan. I forget what Borat. Borat always talked about potassium, not about tungsten. Now I got to worry about tungsten. And now Prince Don and Prince Eric, they're going to be the tungsten tycoons.
And then the US government, run by their father, sets aside $1.6 billion of your tax dollars to fund and finance their mining project in Kazakhstan.
He took 1.6 billion of my dollars again. Why does Donald Trump keep doing this? He keeps just taking my money.
All this while you pay more for gas, for groceries, for healthcare.
Dang it.
And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Billions from foreign princes and oligarchs. Sweetheart real estate deals all over the world. Taxpayer funding to Trump-backed companies. And listen, here's the bottom line. If you're involved in any of this, next year you'll be raising your right hand and swearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God in front of the
I hope you're right.
United States Congress. The Mar-a-Lago Mafia has taken American corruption to spectacular new heights.
Have Americans finally...
The Mar-a-Lago Mafia. I like that term. I'm going to start calling them the Mar-a-Lago Mafia. That's good. Ossoff. I think they're the Mar-a-Lago Mafia. That I was a Democrat. He talks big. I like the idea. Hey, if you're going to be acting like that, you're going to be saying, you're going to be holding up your right hand. I want to swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, motherfucker. I'm putting you in jail, son. I like that idea. I'm coming after you. I'm coming after you. We're going to put you in jail. Lock her up. Remember all that lock her up talk? How come they never locked her up? Maggers, how come they never locked her up? What happened there? I thought you guys were going to lock up Hillary Clinton. What happened? Did you guys miss something? Like when they were trying to lower the gas prices, you were concentrating too hard on lowering the gas prices, and you were like, "Oh, it's actually we forgot to lock her up because we were lowering gas prices." You forgot that part too. Damn it!
We had it with this mass surveillance system.
Speaking of the mafia, these flock cameras are pissing me off, man. I don't want to be looked at everywhere I go. Why are Americans okay with this shit? Why are you guys okay with that? How come? She didn't think it was very important. She never talked about it after that unless it was brought up, and didn't think she won. Well, how come she didn't get locked up? No one ever locked up. They never drained the swamp. Now we got swamp. Never did it. I hate those cameras, man. I hate them. I'm gonna hold on. I want to put a traffic cameras. Traffic cameras. Cool. That's the poll. I want to see how you guys feel about this shit. That's the poll today. One of the polls today. Are traffic cameras okay with everybody? Because I'm not okay with this shit. And I can't fucking believe you're okay with it. What happened, America? What happened? Why are you okay with this? There have been people. We saw a person yesterday who went to a she was falsely accused. She wasn't, they got the wrong car because it wasn't a black Durango, it was a maroon Durango. And she spent 13 days in prison without trial. And then she ate maggot infested food in solitary confinement in Florida. And they're like upset that people are asking that question. Remember that? We just found out about that yesterday. And then if you weren't watching yesterday, some lady in Florida, she was driving around perfectly, did nothing wrong, but there was a hit and run accident somewhere nearby, and they said it was a black Durango. So the police checked these cameras and they picked up this lady and they're like, "You're going to jail," and they put her in jail, even though her car was pristine. The cops lied and said, "Oh, there's dents all over this thing. She's definitely guilty," even though there was nothing wrong with the car. They lied. Put her in jail for 13 days, 13 nights, innocent. And now if anybody asks Florida state troopers anything about it, Florida Highway Patrol, FHP, they call it over there, that they yell and scream and they don't like answering questions about why they threw this lady in jail. What if they threw your wife in jail and made her eat maggots for 13 days and you couldn't see her? What if they threw your daughter in jail or your mother in jail or yourself in jail for 13 days and made you eat maggots? Is it worth it? This is crazy. Why the fuck is this okay? It's so distracting right now. Normally I have this window like covered up because I've opened it up because I'm moving and the natural light looks good. But now it's like I see people like walking their dogs, and I'm always like, someone walking their dog outside.
That is a flock safety camera. It's an artificial
Flock.
intelligence automated license plate reader. I've reported on Flock before, and if there's one thing people in the comments can agree on, it's their hatred of this. That's because at least 90,000 Flock cameras across 6,000 communities read over 20 billion plates per month. All that information then gets uploaded into a giant shared database, which can be accessed by law enforcement and government agencies. And no surprise, this raises a slew of issues. Like
Any of these agencies can get that. Anybody can get it. But for some reason, every time I see First Amendment auditors out there filming cops, they have a problem with it. But it's okay for the cops to film us for some reason. Why is that? No outside surveillance, please. How come we have any surveillance? Cops lied. Yeah. There's a lawsuit. There's a lawsuit for sure, man. That lady's gonna sue the fuck out of FHP. And I tell you what, Florida Highway Patrol, if you have a lawsuit, suing a little police department, you might not make much money. But suing the Florida Highway Patrol, they got a lot of money. And judges like to show, hey, don't ever do this shit again. So they like big fines. She's going to make a lot of money, I think. But still, it wasn't even, FHP lied. So they're going to, but it was these flock cameras that were the problem. They shouldn't be able to track people down like this.
one Ohio man pulled over accused of stolen plates, attacked by police dogs, and jailed because Flock read the 7 on his plates as a 2.
Threw him in jail because the 7 was a 2. Wrong. There's a guy out there right now. He's got these lawsuits because he has a license plate that had a 0 and an O. And these flock cameras think that the O is a 0, and he has no criminal record, but every time he goes through a flock camera, it says that he's got a warrant, so he keeps on getting arrested. He gets on getting pulled over. He gets pulled over everywhere he goes, and so he's gonna have to buy a new car with new license plate because, or I would just get the vanity plates, right? I would just get a vanity plate at that point, but It's because his state has a 0 and an O, and when cops are confused, they just put both in there. They just put both in the database. So the other guy, who's the criminal, who has a real warrant, is driving around, and this guy is getting pulled over for it because of these fucking cameras.
Or the Colorado woman accused of stealing a package and treated as guilty until proven innocent because Flock caught her driving 20 times in 1 month. Then there's the Arkansas couple that had a Flock camera pointed right at their house, putting them and their guests under constant warrantless surveillance.
What? That's the thing. They could just go at your they could just point it at your house. That's great. That's great. They could do it for anybody. You know what? Why not just point it at Zoran Mamdani's house? Just point it right into his house. Why not just point it at Kat Abigazela's house? Just point it right at her house. All they got to do is, hey, it's legal for us to have it there. We don't need to have. We're just pointing at your house. It's a traffic camera. Trust us. What is that? Vanity plate 101. I don't even know what that is, but I like it. Those are L's and I's and ones. I like that vanity plate. I used to have a vanity plate that said Skyjack, and I loved it.
And not to perpetuate stereotypes, but multiple cops and police chiefs have accessed Flock hundreds of times to stalk their exes and current partners. But don't worry, you can stalk people.
Of course, cops are using Flock cameras to stalk their exes and partners. Cops, man, you can't trust cops. That's the thing. Even people who are okay with these cameras, you're okay with surveillance, but look who is in charge. It's these fucking cops, these Keystone cops that shoot innocent people in the face, that stalk their exes and stalk their partners. Jeez. You're watching from Florida. Yeah, they're watching me. Thank you, Veg in the Woods. Thank you, Veg in the Woods. Can I get some jubilation for Veg in the Woods, please? Thank you so much. Sky City Rebels get extra stuff, extra footage, extra attention. Your name is green in the chat so I can see you better. And you get almost daily extra stream. Yeah, pretty rad, huh? Thank you. Thank you so much, Veg in the Woods. You're amazing. How do you feel about it? We went from Ring, scared of stores, tracking our grocery shopping, to having listening devices. I mean, Alexas. Yeah, I mean, I kind of hate Alexa. That's true. I'm stupid. I mean, I'm not the one saying that cops should be able to spy on us and their girlfriends and their exes. I'm stupid. Wait a second. You can't even spell your. Thank you. It's been a while since that's happened. I love it when people say you're stupid and they can't spell your. That's my favorite. I'm going to leave that up there for a little while because holy shit, what a moron.
Well, too, because Flock cameras are hackable in under 30 seconds. They can be turned into a personal spy device, run on an Android operating system, discontinued in 2021, and didn't even have two-factor authentication until it recently came out that they didn't. YouTuber Ben
Ooh, I need to hack one of these things. I want to hack one.
Jordan even found 51 vulnerabilities with Flock and said accessing them is so easy, 12-year-olds could do it. We don't condone the destruction of Flock cameras, but we're also not surprised the public has reached their boiling point. One Virginia man now faces 19 felonies and 6 misdemeanors for destroying 13 cameras over 6 months.
Wait, how many felonies?
One Virginia man now faces 19 felonies and 6.
Why is it 19 felonies? If he only destroyed 16 felonies, 19 felonies, but only 16 cameras, that's something.
Misdemeanors for destroying 13 cameras over
13 cameras. He got 19 felonies. That sounds like bullshit. But hey, I think we need to destroy all of them. Everyone needs to destroy these things. That's why we have the Second Amendment. Shoot those things.
6 months. In Michigan, police used Flock to catch this guy who caused about 10 grand in damage to cameras. An Oregon vandal
Ooh, 10 grand in damage. I love it. I don't think it's okay that we have these things.
Patriots, depending who you ask, cut down 9 Flock cameras, leaving some with colorfully worded stickers. Nice. Flock cameras in California, Connecticut, and Illinois have also been destroyed. So, did Americans take notes from Britain's Blade Runners?
Blade Runners? But I like it. I don't know what Britain's Blade Runners are, but I like it. I think it's cool. I think it's great. Let's tear them all down. 22 LR with a can. Yeah, why not? Buckshot. That'll work. I don't know why we're doing this. How about one of those EMP? I've seen one of those things, EMP. Dude was just making your day. I am from Denmark. Believe it or not, we have no permanent traffic cams. In the UK, there's a permanent traffic cam every 90 meters. Doesn't reduce the accident rate. No, of course not. It's surveillance. When I was in Germany, they had they did have cameras on red lights. If you ran a red light, they got you. But also they had cameras for speeding, but they'd have a cop standing there. They would just have a cop standing there, and the camera would get them, and then the cop would send you a ticket. It was kind of a cool system. That way the cop doesn't have to pull you over and stuff. But the cop had to be there with the camera, and usually a few of them, right? There's like a few police officers standing there with this big camera everyone could see. And as you drove on the Autobahn, if you were in one of the areas, back then when I lived in Germany, there was big areas that had no speed limit. But the ones that did, they controlled that shit tight. And they would have those cameras, but there'd be cops there. And I think that's fair play. That's fair. I think if there's a cop and he's videotaping you and there's a camera, you could see it. I don't know. It seems more okay to me. This is just surveillance. This is just 24-hour, 365, all day, all day, every day, all year, filming us. That's it. And then anybody can access it somehow. Blade Runners is a group of people that cut down flock cameras in under 1 minute. What? That's amazing. I never heard of them, but I love the idea of Blade Runners. Do androids dream of electric sheep? Because flock cameras with facial recognition. I mean, UK, there's only how many people in UK? There's like 80 million people. How many people live in the UK right now? How many people live in the UK? 70 million. It's only 70 million people living in the UK. I mean, that's not that hard. That's a small database, right? We got 360 million in America. We've got like 45 million in California. Or how many people in California now? No shit. I don't want to spend all this time, but it's like 50 million people living in California alone. Like, we could do it here, I suppose. But it would piss people off, man. We're Americans. How do we allow this? In the UK, they're like, oh, jolly good. Stiff up a lick. Do it for England. But here, we're supposed to be burning this shit down, man. Throwing the tea in the harbor. Why the fuck are we even okay with this at all? I can't believe anybody's okay with it. California. Yeah, sure. The biggest dairy state, the biggest cattle state, the biggest manufacturing state. The biggest agricultural state. Totally. Yeah. Totally communist. Yeah. Communist. Totally communist. Why do you say don't get the blackout plates? Why do you say that? What does that mean? Don't get the blackout plates. What are you talking about? They're Big Brother cams. That's all they are. That's all they are. The cost of the So you think because the cost of the camera, that's why they got 19 felonies for 13 cameras? I think it's going to be felony endangerment or felony trespass, or I bet you he's got other weird felonies that you're not thinking of. He probably has 13 felonies for destroying each one of those, and they tacked on an extra 6 for other damages or other random shit that he did. Yeah, it makes your plate easier to read. Oh my god, dude. I don't like this. I don't like this shit. I wish I were a Blade Runner. Honestly, I don't even know how to escape this. Because tearing it down, I love that people are doing it. Tear it down, burn those fucking things down. The blackout plates are making it easier for cameras to read them. My God, I no idea. Yeah, the fifth largest, actually it's the 4th this year, Shaky. Under Gavin Newsom, who's turned him into a hellhole. It's now the 4th richest economy in the world, California. More manufacturing jobs than anywhere else in America. And they're like, yeah, that's horrible. Everyone hates it there. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'm leaving, but I love it here. I'm going to miss it very much. I'm just on to my next adventure. I'm going to miss California very much. Very, very much. I'm going to miss it a lot.
All right, to another Fox News alert. Sad one. An investigation underway this morning after a B-52 bomber crashed moments after takeoff, bursting into flames at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Officials calling the crash, quote...
Speaking of California, B-52 bomber just went down yesterday. Crazy.
...survivable, killing all 8 crew members aboard.
Joining us now is Army veteran and international military strategist, Lieutenant Colonel Darren Cobb. Lieutenant Colonel Cobb, thank you so much for...
How does something blow up like that? What the hell? It just looked like ash.
Joining us on this absolutely tragic news, as Todd just said. This crash happened shortly after...
This guy looks like a discount... who's that guy who... The handsome one, Brad... What's that guy? What's that guy's name? Brad something. Bradley Cooper. This guy looks like Bradley Cooper. It looks like Bradley Cooper's brother.
takeoff. What could be the cause of something like this taking place on board a B-52?
Yeah, Silicon Valley's sort of they're not actually leaving though. All the startups are still in Silicon Valley. It's a startup place. Silicon Valley's not leaving. The startups like it there. There's always been, when you get big enough, you leave, right? Like Zappos. Zappos left. They went to Las Vegas when they got bought by Amazon, and then they got bought by Amazon, or I can't remember which one happened first. But a lot of places, they get so big and they're too big for Silicon Valley, so they leave. That makes sense, right? Makes perfect sense. I don't know. I don't think we ever lost a 52. I don't think we've ever lost a 52 either. It's 108 foot wingspan. That's a huge, lots of fuel. Damn. Yeah, I mean, your fourth largest GDP is leaving the United States. I think that'd be great. California needs to leave the United States. It needs to leave it a long time ago. It's too big. It's too big. California's too big for the rest of America, and we're sick of paying for the rest of America. I'm going to go to one of the donor states, man. I'm going to go to one of those states that takes California money. I'm sick of living in a state where I'm giving money to all the other states. It's bullshit. I feel like I'm getting robbed every time I pay $1 for tax. It's fucking crazy. I'm paying for your schools in Mississippi and your roads in Missouri. I'm sick of it. Sick of it.
Morning, Carly. All aviation accidents that I've been involved always have either human material or environmental components to them, either individually or in some combination. When I saw at least the limited amount that I was able to see of this, there's a lot of things that could come to mind. From a mechanical standpoint, something could have failed, they could have lost power, there could be bad fuel. It's really too early to tell for sure, and it's going to take time, especially with this kind of accident, to sort all of these things out. So,
how is there even a black? It looks like there's nothing left. Like, that's the debris field? Just that? Did it just nosedive in? That doesn't make any sense. Like, what in the hell am I looking at? It looks like when you touch the evil in Time Bandits. Remember, it looks like when you touch the evil in Time Bandits, you're just a little black spot on the ground, or like when the Klingons hit you with the disruptor ray and you just turn into a black dot on the ground.
What they'll do with an accident like this is look at everything regardless, and that's just standard practice. So look at those three components and go into everything from the records before takeoff, individual flight records, to the aircraft maintenance records. They'll take a look at weather briefs and weather conditions, and not rule anything out right away just based on visual evidence. This could go anywhere at this point. It is quite rare, and of course it is tragic. But it is way too early right now to be able to say, what caused it, but what could have caused it. Certainly, a number of factors are out there that need to be considered.
A fake crash. I don't know, man. Imagine that as just a fake crash. They just painted that on the ground. It was made of styrofoam. It's incredible. Like, redneck states are a drain. That's true. The redneck states are a drain, man. California is paying for all the other states. And I get that, like, okay, it's got the big coastline. It's got all these ports. It makes the most money. But it shouldn't be part of the United States. It should never have been part of the United States. California should have stayed independent. It was a republic for a second. It should have stayed that way. Most of the states, Texas should have stayed that way too. We should have never done this shit, this big giant country manifest destiny. It's stupid. It should have been the 13 colonies over there. Maybe, Oregon, Washington, California is their own country. Pacifica, Atlantica. Everything in the middle is just territory, just like open territory, open land. That would have been cool. Or everything west of the Mississippi, everything, or the Great Divide, everything west of the Great Divide, everything east of the Great Divide. That would have been cool. But no, we did this stupid way, and it sucks. California's got to pay for all you morons in the middle. Sucks. Texas could have taken everything in the middle. Everything, Arizona, I see three countries, right? 3 countries, 3 time zones, 3 countries. Actually, we got 4 time zones, right? Pacific, Mountain, Central. Yeah, it's 4 time zones. 4 time zones. State of Jefferson, when? Exactly. That's what we need. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button, everybody. Please hit that like button. Cali pays for meth production in the broke states. Oh my God, you're right, man. That's not fake. How do you know it's not fake? It's just a joke. I was just joking. Jet fuel melts aluminum pretty quick. Jet fuel melts buildings pretty quick too. I saw on 9/11. That's what happened, right?
The last B-52, Lieutenant Colonel, was built in 1962, and they're expected to be used into the 2050s. Apologies if this comes off as naive and ignorant.
I don't think that many. I don't think that many battles would take place. Honestly, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think we'd trade like we did before. There were territories. There weren't so many battles between. We in the old days, the colonies didn't have battles. Even in like the days when there were states, and even the Indians, they didn't have that many battles. There were battles, but not so many.
Of Air Force and Air Force policies, but
it'd probably be dwarfed by today's violence. Like today's violence in America is a huge problem. I bet you if we had 3 different countries, there'd be less violence by a lot.
Is that a good idea, Lieutenant Colonel? Seems like this is a pretty old plane.
But, you know,
what about Alaska? Give it to Canada. Who cares?
Sometimes old means proven. And the B-52 is a phenomenal aircraft. And despite the age of specific airframes and how long an airframe has been in service, they will go through rigorous testing on a routine basis. They will go through upgrades of various components from power plants to avionics, even into some of the structural materials. So, you know, by looking at an airplane and saying that this thing has been in service since the 1960s.
I don't know. You say there are lots of unheard, but we even know about the Lincoln County War though and stuff, like in the one with Billy the Kid and all that, Chisholm and all those guys, like or even Bleeding Kansas. Like we know about those things. So I don't know. I don't think there were that many unheard of wars. When we had the water wars in California, the Clampets and the whatever the other guys, we've had all those famous battles and stuff. I don't know. I don't think that there would be that many like battles between the territories and the states and the different countries if we had 3 countries here. I mean, in Europe, they are doing okay for the last, you know, it took them 1,000 years to get there, but now they haven't had any wars with each other until this Russia-Ukraine thing. There hasn't been any war in Europe for 75 years, 80 years, something like that. Pretty good. Pretty good run. 80 years. Pretty good run, I think.
It doesn't mean that what you're looking at is.
And anyway, it's all, look, we got to figure this out anyway, because California, I'm not just California, but the United States is going to fall apart. Like we're coming up 500-year-old society. It's time. We're going to fall apart. Like our way of life is not going to be in 50 years, man. It's not going to be like it is today. The way your parents grew up in America is not the way America is going to look anymore. And the way your kid, the America your kids grow up in is going to be starkly different from the one that you're experiencing today. It's going to happen quickly. So we got to figure this shit out.
In the end, an aircraft that has been overhauled so much that it's practically new. The B-52 is so proven with its mission and what it's capable of doing that there's just simply nothing out there that could possibly replace it and have the same effect that it has in battlefields today. Someday there will be, but for now, I can't imagine anything that could take over a mission of a B-52.
Yeah, the crew consisted of government civilians, government contractors, and uniformed military personnel, and we mourn the loss of every single one of them. Lieutenant Colonel Darren Gobb, we thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the Trail of Tears. I was talking about how the Indians fought each other before white people got here. But yeah, I mean, the Trail of Tears is one of the greatest tragedies of American history. And yeah, it was a horrible thing that happened. It was part of the genocide that we're still carrying out against them. It's a call-in show. If anybody wants to talk about Trail of Tears or anything else, call in. It's a call-in show. Link in the chat. Link is pinned in the chat. And also buy Melania coin. Don't forget to buy Melania coin, everybody. But Melania coin is the way. There's 2 Californias, Eastern Cali and Western. There's 4. There's also Northern and Southern. Like Northern California is very different. I've lived in both. Eastern California, I don't want to live out there. That's where all the meth is.
Thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on.
For years, Europeans have made fun of America. The giant supermarkets, the portion sizes, the flags on every corner,
the flags on every corner. All right, I don't know where she's from, but I thought I saw this in the thumbnail was like, America lied to us. So I really want to see what these Europeans' ideas of America are. Are you ready for this shit?
Anything you can think of, Europeans have probably said it about America.
And the fact that Americans can't seem to do anything quietly. But now, week, the World Cup has arrived in America.
Millions of people are seeing America up close for the very first time.
Mine.
Dude, this is the second time in my life we've had the World Cup in the fucking America's had World Cup before. Why are people so like acting like this is the first time ever? The World Cup has been here before. America's a big soccer country. People are so stupid, bro.
Are being changed.
I'm blown.
Blown.
We
Are they Liv Puglian? Are they Liv Puglian? Is that what they are? Are they from Liverpool? Paul, I want you to join my band. Paul, join my band. Paul, join me band. I want you to play bass, Paul. Well, that's all right. That's all right. John, I've got a friend named George. George can play guitar. George is a great guitar player. Paul, I just want you to join my band. Help me, Paul. Help.
James and Shana, a British couple that
Help. I need somebody, Paul. Help. I need somebody, Paul. Not just anybody, Paul. Help.
have traveled almost 20 states in an RV, and we have fallen head over heels for America.
Everyone loves America when they come here because it's fucking freedom, baby! Fucking freedom! Of course you love America because we're free. Yeah, we don't have health care. Yeah, you know what? Fuck health care. If I get hit in the head, I'm dead. If I fall and I hurt my leg, it's over for me, man. Bad luck. Sorry, that's America. That's what freedom costs. Nothing. We don't. Oh, what? I lost my job and I can't make rent. Looks like I'm homeless. Freedom. Okay? That's why you love America. I know how you love it. Not just anybody. Okay, there's at least one person who got my I lost 40 viewers when I was doing my Beatles impersonations, but thank you. One person. If it made one person laugh, that was worth it.
Post all of our experiences on this channel and also talk about our experiences and our opinions of different states. So if you were interested in that, make
dude, come on, just get your
sure you
shit.
hit that subscribe button.
Right now, Europeans have been laughing at the size of grocery stores in America for years and years. But now, as we said, the World Cup is on and they're experiencing it firsthand. We have seen all over the internet people walking into places like Walmart and making videos because they are in shock at the size and scale of these things. The fact that they used to take the piss, I think their minds are being changed. They're starting to come round and see America for what it is.
And understand it.
It's bigger and better than every other country.
It's bigger and better. It's bigger and better. That's what it is. It's bigger and better.
Country, everything in it is bigger and better. Yeah. People are getting
it's bigger and better.
Real experience right now of America. And I'm glad the World Cup is in America.
Yeah.
I'm glad people are having to go.
Thanks for the great opinions of my country. Now get the fuck out! What are you doing here? We don't let foreigners, you fucking foreigners, get the fuck out of my country. Thanks for all the nice things you said about it. Thank you. Thank you. Now get the fuck out. We're full. We're full. Haven't you heard? Call ICE on these motherfuckers right now.
There for the football.
Yeah.
You guys call it soccer. Because it's opening everybody's.
Yeah, we all know football and soccer, motherfucker. We get it. God damn it. Every single time. I'm so fucking sick of these goddamn Europeans thinking that I'm so stupid. I don't know that you call it soccer and I call it football, or I call it soccer and you call it football. I know. I hate you fucking pretentious Europeans who always are going to be like, oh, do you know about what we call a fanny? Oh, my goodness. Do you know that panties? Yeah, I know. And it's not just because I lived in England. It's because all of you assholes are constantly reminding us that, yes, we get it. You have slightly different words for shit in England than we do out here. Great. Aluminium. Fucking great, man. That's why we don't want you in our country, because you're always saying aluminium, motherfucker. This is why Donald Trump won, is because you assholes can't stop correcting Americans on their own goddamn language. You know, England invented English. You know, England is the way the king's England. Your king is German, asshole. We all know it. You know it. Your king is a German. They changed their name because you idiots don't really recognize a rebrand when you see one. You have German kings and queens. Look it up. Did you know you're German? Your queen is German?
Rise up to how amazing and diverse America really is, and huge.
And maybe, hopefully now, the world is starting to realise how amazing the US is. The first time that James and I stepped into a Walmart was a crazy experience. First of all, we weren't expecting to see so many American flags hung up on the ceiling.
Everywhere.
What? Now, this is a little funny. You go to a Walmart. I mean, Walmart's a special thing for sure. That is a thing that we got here.
It was incredible to see, and we were thinking, like, this would never happen in a UK supermarket.
I'm sorry, but there is not one thing that you can't buy in Walmart.
Yeah.
I saw there was a tire shop in there, canoes, guns,
Yeah, arrows. Arrows,
knives, arrows, everything, toys, like food, anything you could ever think of is inside of Walmart.
Yeah. You can get lost in there.
You could get lost in there for hours and hours.
And
I
also,
think
you should have seen what our towns looked like before Walmart destroyed all of them. Oh my God, I have a caller. You should have seen what our towns looked like before Walmart destroyed all of them. They were awesome. They were cool. They were very cool. And now Walmart destroyed all of them because they sold tires and guns and flowers and toys. So the toy shop closed, and the gun shop closed, and the pharmacy closed, and the flower shop, everything closed because Walmart. You should have seen America before Walmart. It was rad. It was rad. America before Walmart. I don't know if you guys remember it. How many people remember America before Walmart? Walmart fucked us. Here we go. Watching Humans is on the air with Skyjack Morgan. How do you feel about Walmart?
I remember when Walmart arrived where I was growing up, and it was a big deal. And you're right, it changed things. But there was a step before that. The very first outer edge mall type thing, like compared to a big city, it was barely a mall, but I grew up in a real desolate.
Oh, yeah,
shithole.
they did that too. They built malls like in the county right outside the little cities.
Yeah.
Right?
And then
It was-
Walmart got added to that.
Yes.
Or was the centerpiece of it when it was built, one or the other.
Yeah. I remember that too. They used to do that too because the cities didn't want the malls, so they built it right in the county, and the county could take that money, and and it killed the city.
It did. I remember. Jeez, I didn't.
Yeah.
Even from childhood, I remember like the downtown clothing stores and stuff. All of a sudden, we're struggling because people wanted to go out to this cheap outer edge mall.
Yeah, what's even crazier is those places killed multiple towns. Usually, it usually killed the city that it was closest to, but people also forget about all the little towns that were out there, and now all those people have to come to Walmart. They all have to drive to Walmart, and that's also where they get their gasoline too. Because remember, like a lot of Walmarts sell gas and shit right there too.
Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah. It was good times. Good times were had by all before, but now Europeans are telling us that they love Walmart. They love the way we do things out here. Aren't you excited? They can all move here.
It's so strange how the world continues to want to mimic the United States of America, despite seemingly always setting a bad example. And they came before us. It's like, if anyone should know better, it's these older countries.
No, you know what? It's funny. People think that they're older, right? But they're actually not. Their cultures are older, but their countries are younger. America is actually kind of an old man when it comes to like just having an actual country. Like Germany is quite young. France is quite young compared to the United States. It's weird, right?
That's very weird.
Because like, of course, because you think of France. Huh?
Yeah, France isn't older.
You think France would be older, but actually their societies is a little bit younger. It depends on when you start counting the years when you talk about society. But if you just talk about like our legal democracy, our legal country, like legal status, like a constitution or a parliament is established, and that's a country. America is actually one of the older ones. We're the oldest. We have the oldest constitution, for example. America has the oldest constitution in the world.
How many countries have constitutions?
Many, Germany, France, any country that has a president, pretty much, that doesn't have like any non-parliamentary. So like several, lots and lots. I mean, I should Google that really fast. How many countries are constitutional?
All right, so you don't want to count Germania and France when or Germany when Caesar was going in, and like
no,
none of
of
that
course
counts.
not.
None
Would you call those modern countries that we know today? Would you? I mean, I guess you could count us then with that. I mean, would you? We have ties to that too. Like, I guess you would have to decide when you would start counting, right? Like, when do you start counting what a nation state is? Like, Germania had Hansestadt. Oh, where did he go? He's gone. But Germany had the Hansa, and the Hansa was like a collection of cities that were loosely connected through laws and deals and stuff. But that Germany wasn't a country. Hansa was a trade organization, and it worked. We're not accounting for the Magna Carta. Well, the Magna Carta is like where most people think of the beginning of American society too. The Magna Carta is like the beginning of our way of life. So like whenever you have these conversations, the Magna Carta always comes up, rightly so. Like, the Magna Carta is the most important document maybe in Western civilization until the American Constitution. The Magna Carta is directly responsible for the United States Constitution. So it depends on where you start, right? Like, when do we start counting when a country begins? Do we start when they develop a parliament? Like, there's no single moment, right? Like, rights and duties of states, historical state formation, independence declarations like 1776. But 1776, we call that our birthday, but it wasn't. It was like 1782 or something. State building after a country. I'm trying to determine how old America is, or United States is, compared to other countries, because it seems like France is older, but it's actually younger if you start counting years when they developed their modern country. I'm asking AI really fast to see what they say, what Google says. By the standard of continuous unbroken constitutional systems of the United States is far older than France. The United States is technically 237 years old, while France is only 67 years old. France is only 67 years old. If the starting line is 1789, that's a U.S. Constitution, 1789. I think the first republic of France was 1792. Then they had all the different republics, but the birth of modern day France is 1958. I mean,
This is still.
I can hear you, but you can't hear me.
Oh, now I can hear you.
You can hear me? Now I can't see you. Okay, that's fine. I don't need to see you.
Sorry, I just got booted entirely. I don't even know what happened.
So anyway, the modern day France started in 1958, like its current republic. But like, it's as an unbroken system, France is it's very young. 67 years old. Are you still with me? Can you hear me?
I'm here.
All right. So France is 67 years old.
I don't know if I'm buying this logic.
Well, how would you count it?
It's never going to count France as younger than the country that had France come help it win its independence.
The French kings helped it. That's not the current day France.
All right. Anyway,
I mean, would you if you want to count like that, then we should count the entire history of England in the history of the United States, and that wouldn't be accurate, right?
Because America is different than the United States of America. The United States of America came into existence whatsoever at a set period of time. We've never called it the United States of America prior to that, but there was a version of France that existed prior to.
But there were
your
versions of
modern
America that
version.
existed prior too. We had American Indians here. Should we count that?
I already distinguished the difference. I opened my sentence with saying that I wasn't counting any version of America, because America is very different than the United States.
Okay, but if we're
Anyway,
gonna, we have to.
I called to
we-
put the burden. I called to put
Uh-huh.
the burden of answering my political questions upon you.
Okay.
What was wrong with the reflecting pool before?
It needed to be painted blue, apparently.
So nothing. Okay, so lots was wrong with it.
Okay.
Lots was wrong with it because it's. You're making me seasick. Are you running on the beach?
Yeah, I'm trying to support your show while getting my morning exercise before my show.
All right.
I'll
Listen.
turn my camera off.
There you go. It's funny to see you like. No, you don't bother. It's okay. I can handle it. Don't worry about it. Nothing. Well, okay. So, what was wrong with it? Nothing that needed immediate attention, because these problems that were existing in the tidal pool, not the tidal pool, but the reflection pool, they've been going on for a long time. Every year it loses, I forget how much, but it's like 1 million gallons of water seep out of it every year. It's not they lose a lot because a lot of evaporation, and the drainage sucks. You've got lots of algae problems because it's a shallow pool. There were problems with it, sure. But did it need to be painted blue? Of course not. That was stupid. My guess is that they were going to resurface it anyway. And he said, I want it done by my birthday and I want it to be blue. And he made this big deal about it. Like anything Donald Trump did. It was set up. Like Barack Obama was trying to get it done. Your boy Biden was trying to get it repaired.
My boy Biden.
Yeah, I know how much you love him.
Boy.
And then but Donald Trump in his last term was supposed to repair it too. Everyone was supposed to repair it, but Donald Trump all of a sudden had this party coming up, and so he knew he could get it done, I think. But they didn't fix any of the things that actually needed done. They didn't fix the drainage. They just sealed the bottom with this blue paint, but it didn't do anything. It didn't actually repair it.
And they didn't stop evaporation. They didn't figure out how to stop evaporation.
No, you can't stop evaporation, but the leaks they could have stopped, the drainage they could have fixed, the pumps they could have fixed. They could have fixed so that the algae wouldn't grow.
They actually skipped all of that and just went with blue paint.
Blue paint, and it's a sealant, right? It's a sealant. It's not like, it's a $14 million job. So it's not nothing, but it's not what they didn't fix what was wrong with it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty dumb.
They fixed the wrong fucking thing. Right. They did a cosmetic. It's like when your house has black mold, and so you just give it a quick paint job.
Yeah.
And you're like,
pretty
look,
dumb.
It's nice now. Yeah, but meanwhile you're dying of black mold in your lungs.
Did he say they?
Oh no, we lost him.
Everybody's
right when
wanted
he was-
this.
Oh, they always wanted this. Obama couldn't get it done. That's what he said. Yeah. Obama couldn't get it done. Nobody could get it done but me. So hey,
I've almost got to credit other presidents, even if it wasn't intentional, for not doing something as meaningless as that. While gas prices are where they are, while grocery prices are where they are, while health services are being taken away, where Medicaid's being taken away. Hey, but let's paint the reflecting pool. Like the priorities of this administration should have everyone against Trump alone.
Of course,
Just that alone, his prioritization of stupid shit.
I mean, I couldn't agree more. I mean, Shaky Knob commented, it looks like the pool at a Motel 8 now. except that it turned bright green the next day, just like I said it would, because the algae's so bad. And so it's bright green. It looks like the Chicago River on St. Patrick's Day. That's what it looks like. It's fucking bright green right now. So it didn't fix the problem at all. It doesn't even look better. But that's so funny what you said, because also you heard, Donald Trump just gave his sons $1.8 billion, his son's company, to mine tungsten in Kazakhstan. $1.8 billion of tax money. So I mean, while I'm paying more at the pump, I'm thinking about my gas prices every day. Like, I don't want to go to the beach right now because it costs me money to drive there.
Yeah,
that's so crazy to me.
I'm not. I need to be going up to Point Reyes and be documenting all the bullshit happening there, and I'm like, I can't afford to cross the bridge.
Mm-hmm. Since you're here, I want to ask you how you feel about the NBA finals.
Well, certainly better than when your boy LeBron is playing. Ratings were high, viewership was high. Obviously, for someone like me and you, well, maybe it's not obvious, but I'll speak for myself. The New York losing the only game, being the game where Trump showed up and fucked everything up for the fans, is notable. I don't know if I'll go so far as to blame him for the loss. It was a disgusting act of wrong priorities, yet again, putting himself above the people.
I think it's okay to blame Donald Trump for that one loss, seeing as how the Chicago Cubs blamed a goat for 55 years or something. The Chicago Cubs can blame a goat for their losses for how long 100 years or something. They couldn't see a World Series. So if you can blame a goat, you can blame Donald Trump.
I have 2 more questions for you, if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Shit. There's obviously, with Trump's name being removed from the Kennedy Center, there was a legal precedent for a judge to be able to make something like that happen. Doesn't that mean that Trump skipped that process in order for it to happen in the first place? There's a part 2 to this. The same thing with the demolition of the White House and the attempt to build the ballroom. Obviously, if a judge can put a halt to that, that means that Trump skipped a legal process in order to, praise himself.
Yeah.
Why doesn't that also apply to destroying the front lawn and putting a white trash party on the front lawn?
Well, they tried, right? They tried.
They tried to block that. Okay, so what's the difference? What's the ruling on that?
They tried to do it, and he said that it was part of the 250th anniversary of the country instead of, it's not for his birthday, because it was for his birthday, right? It's not July 4th, it's June 14th. And he said it was for the 250th anniversary of this country, and he gets legal leeway because of that. And there's some truth, like the president gets leeway because of this celebration thing that has been planned for the last 20 years. So he gets to do he gets a little bit of, wiggle room. But what's more interesting to me is that he broke a bunch of fucking laws.
Very basic question. In what way, shape, or form does he think he has anything to do with the Kennedy Center? Like, how does he? What's the argument for his name being on there?
What do you mean? He's the head of the Kennedy Center now. He was the chancellor, whatever they call it. I think why? It's because in order for a dictator to be an authoritarian ruler, you have to control culture. And if you can control what culture is being presented in the #1 cultural center of the United States of America, then you can control the culture. So when he came in and he wanted to control, okay, no more trans shows, nothing that's too gay, none of that, right? We're going to do Les Mis or something. He wanted to do more musicals because he's really into musicals for some reason. He really loves Andrew Lloyd Webber because he's so straight. And he, that's why. What do you mean why? Because he's Hitler.
I was hoping you'd give me a different answer other than this liberal crazy shit you're speaking right now.
He thinks that he's a living god. Kennedy died the year before the Kennedy Center was named and they named it after him because the world was mourning the loss of JFK. And so they named the Kennedy Center after him.
That story alone makes him slapping his name on there even more disrespectful.
Totally, 100%. Yeah,
that's gross.
It's super disrespectful. The fact that Robert Kennedy is okay with it boggles my mind. I can't believe that I can't believe that he could sleep at night after that. After the Kennedy Center thing.
You can say that about a lot of people these days.
That's true. Who do you think is going to be the next to get fired?
Oh, great question. But before we go there, there was I wanted to ask you. And
okay, do it.
You mentioned living God. So that brings us to him, God. With that first quote unquote assassination, the reason it's back on my mind is hearing that piece of dog shit Zuckerberg saying that the reason that he decided impressed by him standing up and pumping his fist. It's like, oh, okay, wow, what a twat Zuckerberg is. Anyway, he was impressed by something that your opinion about somebody, even why you don't think it's real.
I'm losing you there. Watching humans.
Fuck.
Say that again. Just say the last thing. You're back. You're back. What did you say?
What are the reasons, the primary reasons? There's a lot of reasons. What are the primary reasons that you thought that assassination attempt was fake?
Butler, Pennsylvania. Butler, Pennsylvania was obviously fake, I think. First of all, he does wrestling moves to put blood on his ear, which miraculously grew back. I have met Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield. I've seen in person what Evander Holyfield's ear looks like today. It's missing. Like, this guy was hit by a bullet. That's enough right there. But the other thing is, how come they never say the dude's name that was supposedly shot that day and died? You looked at...
Yeah.
And if you've ever been in an active shooter situation, it's chaos. People don't sit there and cheer when people are dying next to them. Like, if you're telling me that I'm supposed to believe that a man shot at the president and hit his ear, went into another dude, and that dude is bleeding out, begging for life, and people are cheering? I don't believe it for a second.
Yeah,
because
I watched this for the first time yesterday because the photos of it, the photo opportunities, I should say, were enough for me to say there's not a fucking chance in hell it went down like this. A perfect photo op. And then
have you seen the tapes where they're bringing the guy around? Where the guy's like bringing the photographers out. He's bringing the photographers and then the flag lowers down.
Yeah, exactly. But to your point about the guy in the back being shot, I was just like, I'm looking in the crowd. It's like nobody looks like someone next to them died.
No. Nobody looks like.
Who has that person ever been named, or they just don't want to bring it up anymore?
I remember when it first happened, they talked to a lady that said that she was his wife, and she was like, "He's an American hero. He's a fireman." But then they never really say. And then that's all been scrubbed. You can't find anything about this guy. And then, okay, you saw when Charlie Kirk got shot by one bullet, one round that day, one. And it was chaos. Everyone was running everywhere. It was madness, just pandemonium. Now, how about when somebody in the crowd yelled something and Trump hit the deck and everyone acted like pandemonium and all they did was yell? There wasn't even a gunshot. Or how about when the guy bum rushed the White House Correspondents' Dinner, didn't even get in the room, and people ran every which way. It was chaos again. Or some people did. Well, some people did it, and there's always that, right? When I lived in Las Vegas when the shooting happened, and 60 people died, and there were many, I think it was like hundreds of rounds. I forget how many rounds. Hundreds of rounds were fired. the whole city erupted in chaos. And there were people that acting like nothing happened. And I kind of was one of them. I was kind of like, keep your heads, shit like this, keep cool. But most people are freaking out. People are fucking, everyone reacts differently. I'm not taking anyone's side. If you freak out when the bullets are whizzing, that's okay. Some people are cool with it. Some people are scared later. I remember talking with my friends about it, that like we were all scared later. Like we were all affected afterwards. And I feel like in very violent situations in my life, that's kind of what happened in my life. I'm pretty okay with it while it's happening, and then later on, I feel like super affected by it. But a lot of the people that were there and had blood all over them were screaming their heads off. They were more okay with it later than I was. Do you know what I mean? So anyway, my point is that Butler, Pennsylvania did not look like any of those active shooters that I've ever seen in my life. And I've seen some in person, and they don't go down like that. I
thought it was interesting that the head of the Secret Service gave the command to move, and they didn't move. And then you listen, it's like, because Trump is yelling that he wants to put his shoes on first. Like, do you allow someone in the middle of an...
No. Yes. And even have him stand up again. They wouldn't even have him stand up again while there were people there. You know what I mean? I think that they would get him down and then get everyone the fuck out, and then they would bring him back up. But they brought him back up. How would they know there's not multiple shooters?
Someone to stick their head out.
That's what I mean.
Trump insisted on sticking his head out from
and
the
putting his hand up.
That's
becoming a target again.
Oh, jeez.
Now the Secret Service boss was fired, so who knows? Maybe it was all a horrible mistake, that she was just a horrible leader, and that's why that happened that way. But it seems odd to me that that's how it went down. Now, most people think that it's. I think most people agree that Butler, Pennsylvania was faked. I've done so many polls on this channel about Butler, Pennsylvania. Everyone thinks it was fake.
Even your MAGA trolls?
Even MAGA trolls think it was fake now.
Yeah. Which is what's really making me think about this again, because so many people have that fake assassination was so effective on dumb people. Like, you got Zuckerberg using it as a reason. I got a black MAGA that told me that was a reason. It's like, he must be doing something to shake up the system.
God chose him. Okay, but here's what it really did. It killed that momentary burst of momentum that Kamala Harris had. It murdered that.
There we go. That too.
That was exactly, I think, why it happened.
It's been an administration of distractions before he even took office.
Yeah. Of course. I think that he was tanking. She was on the rise. No one was even covering his stupid rallies anymore. It was summer. No one gave a shit about Donald Trump. He couldn't get in the news. People stopped reporting on him. Do you remember how much coverage Kamala Harris was getting? And then all of a sudden, boom, Butler, Pennsylvania, everything changed. So I think I remember when that happened, I thought it was, but I also believed that he got shot originally. I couldn't believe people like Cenk Uygur was saying it was a BB gun. But I don't know. I've seen pictures of that dead kid, though. Like, I've seen lots of pictures of that dead kid, Thomas Crooks. So somebody died that day.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't put it past him to shoot that little kid, to shoot that kid. Yeah.
Sacrifice a couple of human lives to get someone in office that'll make all your companies rich.
Yeah, I've seen photos of him that, like, I actually on New Year's Eve I met a guy who was in the military, and he was in he was in kind of a surveillance branch, and he had pictures of his phone that I'd never seen of Thomas Crooks's body, and I thought that was kind of crazy. Yeah.
I'm gonna get back to job.
Before you do, the real McGoy,
okay.
The real McGoy says, "Hi, watching humans. Great to see you."
Hi, Real McCoy. Hop on my show if you're
So it's over. I don't. Do you end at 10 o'clock in the morning, or are you still
No,
going?
I end whenever I stop. More fake than
Okay.
Will Smith's slap to Chris Rock. You think that one was fake? Chris Rock's fake?
I never even heard anyone say that was fake before.
No, it could have been staged though. I mean, I don't know. It seemed kind of real to me.
What? He got fucking destroyed.
Yeah, he got hit hard. It's not that noise that Chris Rock made. Huh! I mean, that was seemed real to me. But
I mean, in the public image, Will Smith took quite a beating. So I don't know why he would participate in something staged like that.
Yeah, he kind of fucked his career. Yeah.
Anyway,
right, well,
maybe I got to get out of this zone where I lose you while I'm jogging. But good to talk to you. Thanks for answering my questions.
Yeah, for sure. Have a wonderful day. Have fun when you go to Walmart later on. Fun at Walmart. All right, that was Watching Humans. Great podcast, by the way. If you want to check him out, he's pretty rad. Do that when you have a chance. I saw someone say something. Charlie Kirk wasn't racist. He's a victim of leftist ideology. Are you insane? Sweet Havoc. First of all, he was killed by a MAGA kid, a kid that was trained in guns by MAGA, living in a MAGA house with a MAGA grandma and MAGA parents and MAGA brothers and sisters. And you're going to say he's a leftist? That the one who's accused of killing Charlie Kirk was a leftist? Derpy, derp, 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 derp. Wake up, Sweet Havoc. Also, Charlie Kirk was very much racist. Let me ask everybody a question. Actually, let's do a poll really fast. Let's do a poll. I'm going to do a poll really fast. And it's not even going to be totally. Oh, wow. Only 69% say traffic cameras are not cool. Wow. A lot of you guys are totally okay with the state control, with state surveillance. Nice. All right, let's do a poll about Charlie Kirk. If someone makes content every MLK Day saying it's not a real holiday and they're going to work, they're working in protest. Oh, damn. I'm just going to say, is it racist? All right, let's see if I can get this on let's do a quick poll for all of you. If someone makes content every MLK Day saying it's not a real holiday, are they maybe racist? It was MLK Day and Juneteenth, right? He did Juneteenth too. Every Juneteenth. Every MLK and Juneteenth. It's over the legal limit. Here we go. Excuse grammar. I had to delete some characters for fucking YouTube. Here you go. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Are they maybe racist? I mean, I heard fentanyl killed Charlie Kirk. I heard that's how he died. It doesn't really matter. I mean, Charlie Kirk is getting fucked in all three holes in hell. But you know, he did lean to the left in the end. Charlie was filled with hatred. Charlie was a racist. I mean, he's a racist. He was a homophobe, and he was a gay man. He was a closeted gay man who had a lot of hate in him, and he wanted to blame all the other gays for his problem. It's not gay if you don't do it. Remember that? Charlie Kirk would say that all the time. You can watch gay porn, but it's not gay to watch gay porn, but it's gay if you do it.
I think one time, did we lose each other in there before?
Oh, of course.
We do. Sometimes we're trying to go into Walmart and we lose each other for a long time.
Oh my, they lose each other in Walmart. These, what is it with you English people loving Walmart? I love this shit. The real McGoy, maybe lightly racist, but not racist hate field. Which one? Oh, I'm just asking. Forget about Charlie Kirk. What do you think about a guy who makes content every MLK Day and every Juneteenth, going to work, filming yourself going to work? I'm not going to work because it's not a real holiday. Fuck you guys. I'm going to work. Ha 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 ha. Is that a racist?
Also, Europeans are 1000% not used to seeing this because they do not sell guns. Maybe knives, kitchen knives, like kitchen knives, but nothing like you guys have in America.
Some shops in the UK, in the London area, can't even sell kitchen knives anymore. You know why, which is another messed up story. But seriously, people in Europe are not used to that. We're used to tiny little stores.
Yeah, I mean, for us they're big, but for Americans they're not big. They're tiny.
No, for you guys, you're probably thinking, what are you guys going on about? This is just a normal store to us. But for other people from other countries, they're like mind blown by this stuff.
Also, guys, let us know what the best supermarket chain is in America. What's your opinion? Because loads of people told us not to shop in Walmart because of the quality of the food, but we always go there because it's convenient. But let us know what's the best supermarket.
Yeah, where do you guys shop? Get in the comments. Let us know where you go for your shopping trip.
It's always funny that rednecks can come from any part of the world. They love Walmart. They love Walmart. This guy should do more steroids. He seems like he's got plenty, right? Like he definitely has a lot going on.
Not clothes shopping trip, food. Something that people always take the piss out of when it comes to America is the fact that Americans love their country so much. But now people are visiting and they're starting to understand why Americans are like this. Because America is freaking amazing. I'm starting to realize, like, we're seeing videos online of people being like, okay, yeah, I understand why Americans are always.
Sweet Havoc. How old is this Ryan kid? How old was Ryan? What's this guy's name? Ryan something. What's the alleged killer of Charlie Kirk and how old is he? How old is he again? Ryan something. Ryan. Tyler Robinson. Sorry, not Ryan. Tyler Robinson. Ryan was the one on the golf course. Ryan was the assassin on the golf course. This is Charlie Kirk's killer, supposedly, is 23 years old today. So he was 22 when he got when he shot Kirk, allegedly. And so do you think, are you a 22-year-old? Are you a 22-year-old, Sweet Havoc? Is that who you, is that? Are you living with your mommy still, Sweet Havoc? Because you talk like a 12-year-old. So I always wonder your age, actually. Yeah, how does someone even become a Republican? Brainwashing. That's the only way. I mean, same way they become Democrats, brainwashing.
Flying the American flag and always tooting their own trumpet.
Yeah.
Because America is insane.
It's amazing. One of the huge things we love about the US is how much you guys absolutely love your country and you're so patriotic. You're always flying your flags everywhere. You have humongous flags, which we do not have in the UK. Yes, we have flags, but nowhere near they're small, but nowhere near as many flags as you guys have in the US, which is really sad to see. And recently there's been
maybe it's because the English, man. You guys have had major problems with, nationalism and some other stuff. Like, you guys have a history of bad shit happening. You guys have done
a thing going on where some councils in certain areas are banning people from flying the Union Jack, the St. George's flag on their balcony or in the garden or on the front of the house.
St. George's has unfortunately been co-opted by the white nationalists in England. It sucks because I used to have this. I used to have a pin that had an English flag on it. And now they use the UK flag, right? But I think St. George's Day is cool. I used to think St. George. I was in England for St. George's Day. I thought it was rad. April 23rd, right? I think isn't St. George's Day April 23rd?
For I don't know what reason.
They're fining people.
They're fining people
actual money for flying their own flag in their own country. What do you guys think about that?
I call bullshit. All right. Thank you all for watching. This is the Morning Sky Show, the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. I hope that you're having a great day so far today. We are covering all the news, all the fun. We're covering Donald Trump's super duper secret. It's the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you.
Ainsley, I'll send it over to you.
I want to see Ainsley, see what they say on Fox. We're going to go back over to Fox News, see what they're going to say. Calling people out for racism is easy. I mean, sort of. Liberals are quick as hell to label everyone who has different opinion as racist. Are they? Liberals are like, I don't know. I don't think liberals are. Liberals are like, everybody's racist. Everybody's a little racist. That's what liberals are like. What the fuck are you talking about? Liberals call other people racists. No, they don't. Liberals call everybody. It's like liberals are like, I'm racist, you're racist, we're all racist. Some people just have different opinions and we all have to listen to everybody's opinions because this is America and we have to listen to the fascists one more time. We just have to listen to them one more time. Again, Donald Trump is impossible without liberals. Donald Trump is a fuck. Well, he was a liberal. Now he's just a fascist. But he was a liberal forever. But again, fascism is impossible without liberals. Martin Luther King Jr. said that the moderate liberal white person is by far a worse and more formidable enemy than the KKK. The liberal is harder to fight. But, you know, do you want a liberal democracy? That's up to you. What do you guys want? I mean,
Thanks, Griff. An FBI news alert. The FBI is disrupting an alleged plot targeting last weekend's UFC Freedom 250 event at the White House. Officials telling Fox a network of nearly 24 suspects has been identified with at least 5 people in custody. The alleged plan included explosive packed drones hitting buildings near the event, forcing a mass evacuation and steering crowds toward a pre-staged sniper team. A second wave was then planned to storm the White House gate. The FBI first learned of the threat last Wednesday and then worked with law enforcement across multiple states to stop it. Fox News contributor and George Washington University law professor Jonathan Turley joined
Pixar didn't happen. You want to tell me, they stopped all of these horrible threats at UFC.
us now. Jonathan, we're learning about this after the fact. We know that the fight went off without any problems. Thank the good Lord. They uncovered this on Signal chats. What's your reaction?
Well, Ainsley, this is really a cautionary tale. The fact is that the government is not the only party preparing for the July 4th celebrations. There are terrorist organizations that are drawn to the same events. If you are in the business of creating terror, there's no greater inducement than these types of celebrations, including the one at the White House. What is really chilling about this is the level of preparation and planning. This was not just some type of improvised device or a sniper. This was a well set out pattern of events to maximize casualties. And we have to keep in mind that under the Biden administration, millions of unvetted people were released into this country.
And also, they're all immigrants too. So you're telling me, so I'm supposed to believe that there were all these secret plans that you've uncovered with no evidence. You have no evidence of this. And also, it was Biden's fault because all of them were immigrants. Is that what I'm supposed to believe right now? Is that what I'm supposed to believe? This is what you got on Fox News.
It would be a very dangerous delusion to believe that these terrorist organizations and countries did not use that open border to bring people inside.
Once again, there's never been an open border. There's never been an open border. I wish that everyone would fucking stop saying that. There has never been an open border. I crossed the border during Biden's presidency, and I'll tell you what, it took me forever because you know what? It wasn't open. It wasn't open. Fucking what are you assholes talking about? Oh, you mean that there was an uptick in asylum seekers because of, COVID and all sorts of poverty and all sorts of weather events that were happening. There was an uptick in asylum seekers and they were being processed and let into the country because that was the law. Was that what you're talking about? That's not an open border either. They let in a lot of asylum seekers after having processed them, which is why it's easy for ICE to grab them at courthouses because of that. They let them in. They said, here's your appointment for court. Chill out. That's how they do it. That's how they've always done it. As far as I can remember, that's how they've always done it. It's been like that for a long time. There were more asylum seekers because of all the fuckery that was going on, people looking for work, people starving. And so they came to America and they were processed. That's not an open border. I wish there were an open border.
I'm reading a little bit more too, Jonathan. This is crazy. It says the one alleged suspect told investigators the goal was to target capitalist elites, billionaires, politicians who receive donations.
Sounds good to me. They're going to attack the capitalist elites and billionaires? Sounds good to me. Where do we start? Sign me up.
From the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, the investigation stretched at least 12 FBI field offices. Thanks to all those FBI agents who thwarted this so that nobody was injured.
Thank you, FBI. Thank you, FBI. You always tell the truth. Thank you for killing MLK. Thank you for killing Fred Hampton. Thank you for killing Malcolm X. Thank you for killing what the fuck? Yeah. Thank you, FBI, for all the good you've done. Thank you for finding Nancy Guthrie. Thank you so much for finding Nancy Guthrie.
Was safe. All right, let's talk about Luigi Mangione. Today he will be in New York State Court for a status hearing. What does this mean?
You know, we're going to see a bit about the schedule that will be laid out for his trial. But what we're really looking for now are indications on his defense. He lost a major motion in allowing the gun, his writings.
I'm telling you, I've been all over this fucking world. I've been all over the world. I've crossed so many borders, and none of them been all the way open. I have been in one. I have crossed a border holding my passport up and walking across like this. I've done that, It used to be where you can walk into Mexico, but you can't come out of Mexico. That used to be the way it is. Now you can't get into Mexico so easy like it was in the old days. Like, have you seen one battle after another where Perfidia Beverly Hills, she just walks through a turnstile and she's in Mexico? That's the way it used to be. It's not like that anymore. Now you got to plan hours ahead. You got to wait hours at the border just to get into Mexico. Pretty soon, that's the way it's going to be to get into California. It's going to be like that to get into Texas. Just wait.
To get into the trial, he doesn't have anything on the table to use as a defense except for a potential mental capacity defense and the traditional insanity defense. In New York, they have something called extreme emotional disturbance, or an EED defense. Notably, one of his lawyers actually used that defense successfully in a criminal case. Now, the key about that is you can go for insanity, which is tough, and I just don't see.
Plain Jane just putting out there that you support terrorism, taking out the billionaires. Sure. Yeah, sure. I support it. Yeah, I support it. Put it out there. Yeah, I don't think billionaires should exist. I think anyone sane has already said that. Now, I've also said that we should eliminate billionaires the peaceful way. But hey, this is a John F. Kennedy said, those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. Peaceful revolution is right there. But instead, y'all are busy making trillionaires out of the biggest pieces of shit on planet Earth. Y'all are turning Nazis into trillionaires. And I'm over here saying billionaires shouldn't exist. What do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen? Like, in the next 20 years, look into your crystal ball. What do you think is going to happen? I like that everyone clutches their pearls. Like, look at this. That sissy's going to. You're saying that Luigi Mangioni's going to prison? Maybe not. The cops fucked up so royally. He might not be going to prison. But how dare you call him a sissy? You fucking. What are you doing about it? What are you doing about mass murderers in America? What are you doing about it? Luigi Mangioni took it into his own hands. He realized that all you assholes aren't doing shit. So he did something. Something drastic. He put his own life on the line to try to save the lives of others. Because Brian Thompson, was that his name? Brian Thompson? Brian Thompson was a mass murderer. Now he's gone. I don't cry when fascists die. I don't cry when fascists die. Oh, allegedly. Sorry, allegedly. Luigi Mann. He's innocent. What do you mean? He's fucking innocent.
It being successful here.
But whoever killed Brian Thompson, I don't have a problem with that.
Or you can go for an ED, which would knock it down to a misdemeanor. That's what you really get from it. But what is most important is that if they make those types of defenses, they can bring in a lot of his dislike for the healthcare industry.
Oh, look at this. See this body cam? Do you think that he can escape right there? Is he being detained right there? Cops are blocking him in. He can't leave. Is he being detained?
This could be an effort to sort of play on the jury. The healthcare industry is not real popular, and it would allow them to talk more about his grievances from his own involvement with that industry.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. The healthcare industry not really popular.
And as you can see, no backpack here. His backpack is far away. So how come they searched his backpack? And for some reason, when they found the gun in the backpack, their body cam was turned off for some reason. So bizarre. It's just so weird how the body cam was turned off at certain times during these interviews.
And we live in New York City. This will be tried in New
during these illegal interviews. No, I wish he'd said, no, I'm not going to show you my fucking ID. Who are you? Fuck you, cop.
New York City trial scheduled for September 8th. Given support of Mangione, can you find an unbiased jury in Manhattan?
You know, Anthony, this is always a problem with a high-profile case. Many of us have been shocked, even though we've been covering criminal trials for decades, at the level of support for this individual. What is really chilling is that people are not.
You've never seen Nazi propaganda? Well, here it is. It's called Fox News. It's right here. You can watch it all day long. They're live 24/7. Adams Auto.
Not questioning that he's guilty. They're celebrating that he's guilty. They're celebrating that he was an assassin. Does that mean you can't get a fair jury? No, you can. It just takes extra work by the court and by counsel.
I don't know. I mean, Carmelo Anthony couldn't get a fair jury, so I mean, he's going to go free too. You know what's funny about Carmelo Anthony? He should have been convicted of manslaughter, but of course, because he's black, they went after him for first degree murder. What they don't even have first degree murder in Texas. It's called capital murder there. But they couldn't do capital murder because he's a minor, but he's tried as an adult, but not with the death penalty. But they still got a capital murder conviction when it should have been manslaughter. I think it's fucking clear. But the reason why it's capital murder is because he said it was self-defense, because he said that I had to do it because I was being bullied by all these white people. Now, if it was a white man saying that these black dudes were pushing him around and he stabbed them, that'd be self-defense. But a black person doing it with a group of white people, that's murder. But they got up because of the technicality. When you say it's self-defense, the technical definition of self-defense in Texas means that I know I'm going to kill this person in self-defense, which makes it premeditated capital murder. Even though clearly the guy didn't want to kill him, he wanted to stop this guy from fucking with him. I don't think he meant to kill the guy. But Austin Metcalf was a racist piece of shit, just like his father. Father raised a racist. The racist was trying to beat up a black kid. Black kid stabbed him. Fuck around, find out, I guess, huh? Fuck around, find out. Fuck around, find out. I love how all you maggers always want to talk about fuck around, find out until a nice little white boy is stabbed.
But this thing is so loaded with these undercurrents of emotion and anger that it's going to be a great challenge for the court and counsel.
I know, 42,000.
Yeah, I did a lot of research about the Castle Doctrine, the stand your ground. There's lots of things like the strict stand your ground rules, but also black people very rarely can claim stand your ground. White people get to have stand your ground. Black people not in Texas. There's lots of cases where a black person says, I was being threatened, I stood my ground, and they say that doesn't count. But in very similar cases, a white person says the same thing with the same defense, like you can go, have a nice day. Same thing here. If twin black young athletes were beating up on a white boy and the white boy pulled out a gun and shot one of them, that'd be called stand your ground self-defense. But because a young black man, 17 years old, a boy, did it, that's capital murder in Texas. So, I mean, I think they should have gone for manslaughter anyway, because like clearly the kid made a major error. But give me a fucking break. Capital murder. Fuck around and find out, you little bitches, you fucking snowflake maggers. You guys are always such snowflakes. It really is embarrassing, all you pearl clutching little pussies. You pearl clutching pussies, maggers, constantly. Oh my God, it's a murder. It's a murder. Yeah, of course. Now it's a murder. But if you bomb a school full of Iranian children, young girls, that's fuck around, find out. If you kill innocent civilians in Venezuela, that's fuck around, find out. With drones, you kill people with drones extrajudiciously, fuck around and find out. If you kill the entire leadership of Iran on the first day, you just assassinate them, making, kind of never been done before. That's just fuck around and find out. But if you're beating up on a black kid and he stabs you, murder! You cry murder. Cry. Fucking little bitches. It drives me crazy. Thank you, Veg in the Woods 10. Skyjack Morgan, members of Sky City Rebels. Sky City Rebels get extra footage, extra streams, extra love in the chat. Thank you so much, Veg in the Woods. Keep it going. Thank you. Can I get some jubilation in the chat for Veg in the Woods? Thank you. Like, you fucking racist pieces of shit. Like, you Charlie Kirk supporters, constant. You racist assholes. If Charlie Kirk says that he's going to work on MLK Day, he could have done it quietly. Who gives a shit what days he works? But no, he wants to make makes content saying that Juneteenth isn't a really holiday and MLK Jr. Day is not a real holiday and fuck them and blah, blah, blah. And then he says that George Floyd died of fentanyl overdose. Well, sorry, you don't get to cry when I say that Charlie Kirk died of a fentanyl overdose and the hole in his neck didn't kill him. But good thing he's got that extra hole because, down there in hell, those demons are looking for holes to fill with their big demon cocks. Charlie Kirk is getting fucked in all 3 holes right now in hell, and you don't get to cry about it, you little pussies. God damn it. Charlie Kirk was a racist piece of garbage, and now he's dead. Now he's dead. I don't think he should have been killed, but I don't cry when fascists die. I'm sorry. There you go. We know Juneteenth is a fake holiday. Why is it a fake holiday? Because you don't care about the last day of slavery. You think that the last day of slavery doesn't matter. I think it matters because I'm against slavery. I think it matters that the last day of racial slavery in America, we still got all the other slavery that you love, Raslin. I know you're pro-slavery. We got all that other slavery in America. Like and subscribe if you hate slavery. We got all that other slavery in America that you could still partake in. You could go to Epstein Island. You go to the new Kushner Island. We got the new Kushner Island opening up with Ivanka's new project in Albania. You're going to love it. There's going to be lots of sex islands, lots of slave islands. Don't you worry. But Juneteenth was the last day in Galveston, Texas, when someone said, hey, all these slaves you got down here, they're no longer slaves. Just because they're black, they're no longer slaves. And you don't think that should be a holiday? That's fine. You're a racist. You're just a fucking racist. Okay. Is Iran being paid out $300 billion in Melania coin? Because the funniest thing that ever happened. I think they should do it. $300 billion in Trump coin. I love that idea. Did you hear that all of the fighters? Thank you so much, jubilations in the track in the chat for shaking up. Did you hear though? This is real. That the fighters at the birthday party, they're getting paid in from Liberty Financial in USD1, which is Trump's tether coin, which is Trump's stable coin. I think that is the funniest thing ever. Through crypto.com and Liberty Financial, they're going to be paid in Trump's USD1 stable coin, which is just counterfeit dollars, basically. So great. Isn't that cool? Don't you think that's cool? Getting paid in crypto. They should have gotten paid in Trump coin or Melania coin. Everyone should get paid in Melania coin. By the way, buy Melania coin. If you Cash App Skyjack Morgan or Venmo Skyjack Morgan, all one word, I will buy Melania coin on your behalf. I've already sold my house. I'm buying Melania coin because it's going to the moon, everybody. Donald Trump never lies. It's not a pump and dump scam. It's a real thing. Exactly. Cry harder, losers. You're totally right. Adams Auto. Cry harder, loser. Exactly. Donald Trump is a fucking loser and he should cry more. Cry harder. Cry harder, loser.
Donors have given to that crowdsourced defense fund. He's raised $1.5 million, Jonathan. Thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Way to go. It's unbelievable. Great job.
Choice. Sage Steele, the host of the Sage Steele Show.
Hold on. I want to see what.
Choice.
Okay.
Sage Steele, the host of the Sage Steele Show. How much do you
Jesse Waters, man. Jesse Waters is getting horny.
love seeing these foreigners come to the World Cup and rave about the things that Americans take for granted?
Even the fact that Walmart, we should now refer to it as a museum from now on, right? It's the little things here in America that we just don't appreciate. Jesse, you know what I was thinking about over the weekend with all this happiness, with everything going on, and especially at the White House yesterday? If Kamala Harris had won the White House in 2024, how would Republicans have been acting? How would people who voted for Donald Trump been acting? Would they have been protesting anti-American vibes because she was in office? No, because it's not about who's in office.
What? You guys fucking Republicans literally went into the Capitol and smeared shit all over it. What the fuck? Would there be protests? Yeah. When the fucking when Joe Biden won, MAGA, because they're so peaceful. MAGA literally did a beer hall putsch on the Capitol, and when they got there, because they're so brain dead, rather than actually try to do anything, actually take over, they just took a shit on stuff and literally rubbed their own feces on the walls. Like, you know, I think that the little Democrat marching, we don't like Donald Trump. It's stupid, but this is you're supposed to be out in the street. You're supposed to be out in the street talking shit. That's what you're supposed to do in America.
It's about our country. It's so much bigger than that for people on the right, people with sanity, frankly. And so when you look at that and how they have chosen to respond, it breaks my heart. But I also do believe that at this point in time, like, this is the time where we need to ignore them. Let Julia Roberts and Robert De Niro, who, by the way, had to have a teleprompter to say those things about Donald Trump. Did you notice that? Let them do them and hate, because they're in the minority. And
Did you notice they had a teleprompter? I mean, Donald Trump has teleprompters too, and he still can't fucking read them. So I mean, I don't know who is that a burn?
Also, sports is truly
I love the cross though. She's got that cross on. Love that. Love that.
the fabric of America. It is the ultimate uniter. That's why I wanted to be a sportscaster since I was a little kid, because it brings everybody together. And every single sporting event, even the sometimes more woke NBA finals, the national anthem was sung beautifully there by Mickey Guyton. How about Dan and Shay at the World Cup and how they sang it? And of course, Zach Brown, who they tried to shame out of singing the national anthem at the White House with UFC. And he said, guys, I'm here for the troops. Come on. So let
The troops. I'm here for the troops. Because that's what it was for. Donald Trump's birthday was about the troops. His birthday party was for the troops, everybody. Didn't you know that? Zach Brown did it for the troops. Yeah. It was the Army's birthday, too. No, it was just the troops. It's for the troops. Fucking stupid. Everything's for the troops. Why did Donald Trump molest those children? It's for the troops. He did it for the troops.
them do it how they want to do it. But we
And sports are the opiate of, it's like saying I did it for, sports are the opiate of the masses. They bring people together. So does alcohol. So does marijuana. Who gives a shit? Should we teach it? Should we teach alcohol in school? Should we teach how to drink in school? Like, I don't get why people get it. You like sports. Got it. I like drinking too, man. I like drinking. I like all the drugs. They're fine. I don't give a shit. Have fun. They bring people together. You ever have a Coke party and all your friends, you're all just talking. Everyone thinks they're really smart. And everyone's just talking and talking and talking. And everyone thinks they're real clever and they're having real clever conversations. Everyone's having such a great time. And all the girls are looking at you like, hey, everything's good, man. Everything's having a great brings people together. Ecstasy. You ever been to a rave? Holy shit. It really brings people together. Should we have should we worship it? There's serious business going down. There's people dying. There are people starving. There are people who can't get a home. There are people who are falling so fast they're going to hit the pavement and break their skulls and no one's going to help them because we have no health care. There's people losing their shit in the streets. They can't go anywhere and get help even though they need mental health attention and they can't get it because we have no health care. But sports, it's all about sports. Sports are what's important. This is bread and circuses. This is fucking why the Romans did it. When the government starts getting into sports like this, it's not a good sign. It's the end of your era. You better start learning how to plant some motherfucking vegetables or find some neighbors who know how to do it because, dude, this country is crumbling. Buy gold. No, I don't know. Buy Melania coin or something. I'm sure it's all going to work. It's all going to work out. Just joking, guys. It's all going to work out. It's all going to work out. Sports will save us. And Zach Brown will do it for the troops. The troops will save us. They're never going to turn the troops on us when things get real hairy. They're not going to turn the troops on us. It's always going to be okay. Shh, baby doll. Shh, baby doll. It'll be all right.
we are celebrating, regardless of who's in the White House. Frankly, we're celebrating because it's America.
And how good does it feel? You got the Knicks, you got the World Cup. We just had the men's hockey. You got UFC at the White House. This is such a good run that this country's on. Isn't it fun to celebrate with Europeans, the Japanese?
Yes.
It definitely feels like something's changing. Do you feel it?
I do, and I think the timing is absolutely perfect. Has it been a tough couple of months? Absolutely. Some divisiveness, some things to be concerned about on the right? Absolutely. But again, when you go back to sports, and there's no other country that does it like we do with the diversity of sports, look at how people were crying when the Knicks won for the first time since 1973, right? Black, white, green, Asian, doesn't matter. You're a Knicks fan. The miracle actually happened.
You can burn school buses together. Black, white, we can all burn school buses.
I know. Yeah, so let's all do it together. I'm just so happy.
Yeah, it brings it together. Burn school buses.
And at this point, we need to ignore, let them be miserable. Julia Roberts, yes, we'll keep on breathing as we celebrate this country.
Mm-hmm. And even I like...
We're going to celebrate no matter what. As they put all of us into gas chambers, we'll be celebrating this country. It's for the glory of Ashotska. Glory to Ashotska.
Soccer now. I didn't think...
Glory to Ashotska. He loves soccer now.
It would be possible, but here we are. Sage, good to see you.
They love soccer now. All these guys that said they hated soccer, now they love it for some reason. Why? How come they love soccer all of a sudden? You think it's weird? You're more of a libtard than you. You are more of a libtard than me, that's for sure, because I fucking ain't a liberal. Such a good run. Do they even have half a brain? Well, no, but America had a good run, you know. Our society's about 500 years old. It's about time, man. It's time to go. The American century is over. The superpower is starting to wane. The Thucydides trap. The Thucydides trap, is that how you say it? Thucydides trap? I always get it wrong. Is it the Thucydides trap? I got it right this time. The Thucydides trap is a political science theory stating when rapidly rising power, China, threatens to displace an established ruling power, America, the resulting structural stress typically leads to war. I think that's what we're having. The Thucydides trap. It's here.
Donald Trump facing a loss in court that he is trying to hide. A judge ordered him and his administration by proxy to remove the ham-handed effort to just...
You need a drink? It brings people together, Anna Kay. It brings people together. It brings people together, Ann Kay. I need a drink too. It's only Tuesday though. God damn, it's only Tuesday, Ann. It's only Tuesday. I can't drink tonight. Do you believe that Epstein is still alive and leading the Republican Party from the shadow? No, but wouldn't it be amazing if he did? Like, have you seen the clip where there's like a little orange flash when he's supposed to be locked up, at the time of his death when the camera stopped working, and there's this little orange flash, and it's like the orange flash of someone's suit. Everyone thinks that it was the orange flash of someone going in to kill him. But wouldn't it be amazing if it wasn't at all? If they switched the bodies, he left and he's living happily in Alaska with Ghislaine Maxwell. Wouldn't that be? And they're building Kushner Island for him. Like, that's him. Kushner and Ivanka and the Rothschilds are all hanging out together, and they just all of a sudden find an island that they want to build this crazy complex on. They just want to build an island all of a sudden where they can do all their stuff and have their own, have everything away from all of us. They want to build. What is it with billionaires and islands? Do they know something we don't know? Yes, they do. They know something we don't know. So what if it's Epstein Island Part 2, Kushner Island? Kushner, the Kushner effect.
Add his name to the Kennedy Center, a center that already had a name. The facade, though, has now been blocked by a tarp so that there won't be an actual video shot that easily captures Trump's name being removed or leaving it up for however long they do to try to distract from the actual loss. It may seem like a small and petty example of a larger problem, which is that we live in a country governed by someone who keeps trying to break the rules and laws, small and large, and put his name and likeness everywhere.
It's fucking weird that this guy wants his name and likeness everywhere. And I hate this guy's face. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't want anybody's face all over shit. I don't like it, man. No wonder people, that the reason why they don't like people's faces all over everything is because then you know what? Then people want to start shooting you, man. You put your face on the money and stuff. You're like, I want to kill this motherfucker. That's how it is, man. I think it's crazy that people like Saddam Hussein put this face on his money. Why would you do that? Don't do that. Stop building islands. Stop putting your face on shit. Let's see. 70% say yes on the, okay, if someone makes content every MLK and Juneteenth saying it's not a real holiday, are they maybe racist? 70% say yes. So yeah, Charlie Kirk was a racist, pretty hardcore racist, pretty obviously a hardcore fucking racist. So please stop telling me about all how he's not a racist. I'm so sick of hearing that. I'm so sick of hearing it. Get over it, guys. Your boy was a racist. I don't know what you want from me. He's dead. There's nothing we can do about it now. That was his legacy. You gonna tell me that Henry Ford wasn't racist now too? Oh, Henry Ford, don't say anything bad about him. He died. Yeah, but he was a anti-Semite. He was a bad dude. He wasn't a good guy. Thomas Jefferson, he was bad. He did some good stuff too. But let's not lie about who he was. He raped his slaves. Okay, you understand?
Now, someone might say, okay, there goes the media again looking at this one thing on the building. Is it really that big a deal? And I think it's a fair point that the name on that building doesn't necessarily affect people's lives. But there are other acts that are of a piece with this which do. We're now learning that when judges were ruling against Trump's deportation agenda during those clashes last spring, the White House considered suspending habeas corpus itself, the longstanding right enshrined in the Constitution that protects you from a government just seizing you without rights. You might recall Lincoln suspended habeas corpus during the Civil War. We don't have anything like that.
Somebody finally fucking says so.
Wanted the DOJ to look at whether they could get away with this. This is bombshell reporting from New York Times reporters that have been working on a larger.
I've been talking about this Lincoln thing my whole fucking life. My whole life I've been talking about this Lincoln thing, and finally people are waking up. Like, I used to say this shit about Lincoln 25 years ago, and people would be like, "What? You're saying something mean about Lincoln? Oh my god!" And it's like, yeah, 25 years ago, I've been saying something bad about Lincoln. Lincoln wasn't perfect either, but he died. He got shot in the head. Yeah, Lincoln also did bad stuff. Let's not lie about who Abraham Lincoln was. I'm so sick and tired of these lies and these mythologies that people, Honest Abe, never told a lie. Dude, that's a children's story. That's a children's story. When you go down to Mexico, down in Tijuana, they got this huge statue of Abraham Lincoln. It's a massive statue of Abraham Lincoln. He has broken chains. He's like this. And it's Abraham Lincoln with broken chains. It's great. Yeah, he freed the slaves. Sort of. But whatever, man. Like, he suspended habeas corpus. It was an act of tyranny, and then he got shot for it. Sic semper tyrannis. Now, no one talked about it until Donald Trump came around. I was the only one who ever said shit like that. Me and like American Indians were the only people who ever talked about this shit.
Forthcoming book. A habeas corpus is kind of the be-all, end-all, because if the government can just snatch you up and you don't have any rights to protest or question how you're being held, well, then they could do that to anyone, right?
Hit that like button, double tap the screen, baby doll.
They can do that to judges or journalists or political opponents, and everything else kind of falls apart. And this is fundamental. The Constitution does have, of course, a type of suspension for exigent national security circumstances, which it refers to as rebellion or invasion. You can think of that as existential war. Times columnist Jamel Bowie points out that at the time, we know habeas corpus has been such a bedrock part of the American legal tradition that its suspension during the Civil War, an actual rebellion, was hugely controversial even then. Now, we all often talk about, as Rachel says, watching what they do, not just what they say. This happens to be a time where we had to worry about both.
The Constitution is clear, and that, of course, is the supreme law of the land, that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus can be suspended in a time of invasion. So it's an option.
I remember when he said that. You could just call it an invasion. Is this an invasion?
We're actively looking at.
Do you remember when Donald Trump said it was an invasion over and over again? It's an invasion. The Venezuelans, they're invading. It's habeas corpus. Remember, he didn't know what habeas corpus was. Remember when they asked him, "Are you suspending habeas corpus?" And he's like, "Well, we're gonna look at it." He said, "Who?" He said, "Who? Are you gonna suspend habeas corpus?" He said, "Who? Habeas corpus? Are you gonna suspend it?" We're looking at it. I'm not against. I haven't decided yet. Remember that? Because he didn't know what the fuck habeas corpus was. Remember? And I had a lawyer come on my show and explain to everybody what habeas corpus was, so you didn't have to take it from me. Remember that? Remember when I did that?
Miller publicly proclaiming that they were looking at that option. Others inside the administration were alarmed. They viewed this as a sure loser that the courts would stop or interfere with, and something they just shouldn't do. Like, this is a bad thing. The White House says officials look at
Just so you know, it's a Collins show.
many different lawful options to implement the president's agenda, with Trump being the decider. That was sort of their response. I mentioned that we see this lawlessness on matters both small and petty, as well as extremely significant. Your view at sort of this autocratic era that we are in, and how Americans should understand what is this.
He wasn't racist, but they made him racist. I love it when you guys say stuff like that. I wasn't racist until, okay. Then you're fucking racist. I wasn't racist until. I wasn't racist until I saw a black man run a red light. Then I became a racist. Well, I saw a white person run a red light last week. Yeah, but black people have no respect for our laws. I just saw a white person run a red light. That's rare. That's rare. Black people run red lights all the time. You've only seen one black person run a red light. What do you mean? I'm racist now because I saw a black man run a red light. Think of the logic thing. That's how the MAGA brain works, right? You're racist because you saw a black man do something bad. But you weren't racist before. That just shows that you were always a racist. You realize that means that you were always a racist.
Bombshell reporting that they were really looking at suspending this right, and may yet try to.
I think one should look at this as really demonstrating the administration's absolute total contempt for basic and fundamental constitutional rights. The habeas corpus, due process, these things are, as the clip from John Adams, I think, suggests, are elemental to the Anglo-American political tradition, legal tradition, to put it in fancy terms. Like, they're really at the foundation of everything. As you said, if the government can snatch you and not have to explain anything, that's kind of game over for your political rights, for your legal rights, for everything. And so the fact that the administration was contemplating this is genuinely quite disturbing and is a sign of how little regard the White House has for the Constitution. I'll note real quick that in that clip you played of Stephen Miller, he referred to your privileges under the Constitution. Your privileges. No, those are not privileges. Those are rights, fundamental, inviolable.
Yeah, and something that, lawyers.
That's right. fundamental rights because that's the baseline of any free society is habeas corpus. The fucking baseline. That's the lowest bar, and they're talking about suspending it, like Abraham Lincoln did during the Civil War.
And perhaps intellectuals think about maybe more than people going.
And by the way, it was not a good enough reason. Having a civil war was still not a good enough reason.
About day to day is you have a rule, you look at the exception to the rule. You have a safeguard, you look at what it protects. And in this instance, you know, they were discussing whether they could suspend this right for what they viewed as unauthorized immigrants or people.
I love this. I say, do you want Donald Trump on the dollar bill or in dollar? And this guy goes, what about Biden? Biden never fucking tried to put his face on money. Biden didn't put his face on passports. Biden didn't put his face on the National Parks Pass. Biden didn't put his face on the Department of Justice building. Biden didn't put his face on anything. I don't remember Biden's face at all. I forgot what Biden looks like. It looks something like this. That's it. What does Donald Trump look like? Donald Trump, because he's sleeping all fucking day. He fell asleep at the UFC fight, for God's sake.
Who are here without their papers or documentation. But of course, if you can say that this person is X, say undocumented, and then hold them without any legal process, then there is no legal process to protect an American who is not even of that category or a political opponent. Or you could imagine a doomsday. If you say, yeah, the critics, journalists, or a judge, you say it's a really close Supreme Court case, you can hold one of the judges and say, well, we declare them disappeared. It sounds very Orwellian or extreme, but is that not what this type of...
Call in, Adams Auto. Have a conversation with me if you're confused. I'll be happy to have a conversation with you. A perfectly nice, friendly conversation. Call in.
Abuse allows.
And that's absolutely right, especially when you consider how difficult it can be to prove your status. We have many, many stories right now, right, of people being snatched up by ICE for Customs and Border Protection and having documents that say that they are an American citizen or they have legal status, and that not really meaning anything. And so a world where not only can you be snatched up and then you have no legal process for proving who you are, but then even if you have documents, that's no guarantee in proving who you are. It just makes everyone's citizenship fundamentally provisional and subject to the whims of whomever happens to be in power.
Bingo! Everyone's citizenship is provisional and is subject to the whims of those in power. There you go. I've been saying that for a long time, and now finally people are saying it out loud on mainstream media. I'm glad that people are starting to bring it up. It's about time. You welcome one and all. As soon as they can control your movement, as soon as they get to decide who gets a passport, as soon as they get to decide that you have to show ID everywhere you go, and they're going to videotape you everywhere you go. What freedoms do you have again? What freedoms do you have left? Oh, you can pick what flavor of bagel you can have. That's freedom in America. You can go to Walmart and you can get anything you want. Just like those guys, you can go to Walmart, get whatever you want. That's freedom.
Holds their authority.
You've been following this closely. Do you feel from your evidence and reporting and looking closely at this, that the fever is breaking, that they're getting away with less, or is it too early to say that?
I would say that they are getting away with less in as much as they are.
That's not true. That's not true. Why do you say stuff like that, Jason? What percentage of the African American electorate voted for Trump? Pew Research. Let's see. Google says. Black men, certain analysis indicate a range of support. Black women's support for the Democratic ticket was strong. Historical context, despite shifts in the African American electorate, largely favored Democrat ticket. Largely favored Democratic ticket. Let's see if I get that Pew Research. Voting patterns in the 2024 election. Hispanic voters were divided 2024, a major shift in 2020 and 2016. Black voters also moved to Trump, but remained overwhelmingly Democratic. Here you go, buddy. Here you go. I'm so sick of people lying. Black voters also moved to Trump, but remained overwhelmingly Democratic. Trump nearly doubled his support among Black voters between 20 and 20. 8% voted for him in 2020 versus 15% last year. Oh, maybe that's what you mean. There was a 60% increase and you just read it wrong. Maybe you're not lying. You're just reading it wrong. Still, 83% of Black voters backed Harris. Thank you very much for clearing that up for me. 83% of black voters voted for Harris. So does Donald Trump represent them?
Losing cases at the district court level. Of course, once stuff gets appealed up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court operates the shadow docket and will hand wins to the administration on a wide variety of issues. But very often, at least in that first stage, district courts are sort of holding the line on enforcing the law. I would say that the thing that is actually most significant right now is not courts, but simply politics. I'm reminded of a quote from founding era of I forget whom. I apologize. Observing that really the best way to vindicate the people's rights is through election, through public accountability. And I think the fact that the administration and the Republicans as a whole are facing a potential wipeout in November, that the president has entered almost like a terminal decline.
Don't hurt Adam. Don't hurt Adam's feelings, guys. Don't hurt his feelings. He's easily hurt. He's a little snowflake. Do we have any snowflake emojis? Do we have any crying? Can you put some crying MAGA in the chat? I love that emoji of the crying MAGA.
In terms of popularity, has also done quite a bit to sort of at least put the brakes on the administration somewhat. They're not as aggressive as they were this time last year when they felt they had the wind at their back.
Jesse Waters prime time is next. Adam Sato, I know. I'm sorry. You're stupid. Two Dude Mama, did you see the crying MAGA? Wet floor. That's it. The wet floor sign. We need some wet floor. We got some crying MAGAs in the chat. That happens a lot. That happens a lot. I'm sorry that you're triggered, MAGA. I really am. Let me see how that's going. 88% say they do not want Donald Trump's face on any money. Great. Wonderful. Do you want Trump's face on the dollar bill? No, me neither. Oh, there we go. I love seeing those crying maggers, man. Crying maggers. God damn it. Do you like I like that new term, the Mar-a-Lago Mafia, to describe the Donald Trump crime family. I think that's wonderful. That's such a good look. I love that name, the Mar-a-Lago Mafia. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And if you're Sky City Rebel, become a Sky City Rebel. You get extra footage, extra content, and extra love in the chat. Thank you for being here. Extra love for all you Sky City Rebels. Thank you. We need a new chat, though. We need a new chat. A new poll, I mean. Do you think citizenship is provisional? How about, do you think citizenship should be provisional? Because I know a lot of people, they say that. I mean, I talked to my friend who's pretty conservative a few weeks ago, I guess a couple months ago now, and he's like, well, not everyone should be citizens. You should have to do something for it. So there you go. Is citizenship provisional? Should it be provisional? That's a hard poll. I want to see how you guys feel about that. Should it be provisional? Should we only have writ of habeas corpus for some people? Two Dude Mama, you got such a pretty smile. Thank you for being here, Two Dude Mama.
DC is getting a major facelift, courtesy of 47. So we sent Johnny to check it out.
Oh, I love it when he does this. Let's go talk to
America's 250. Trump is cleaning the swamp. How's it looking?
Amazing.
Beautiful. Best I've ever seen.
Gorgeous but hot.
I'm a fan.
Yeah. I have a guess. I'm guessing he's going to make fun of her for having blue hair. What do you think?
You off?
Oh, yeah.
That feel good?
It's much better.
You
Much
like
better. I do. It's great. I don't have my glasses on, but it's not looking too great without them.
What kind of glasses do you have?
Democrat glasses.
Can I try them on?
Democrat glasses. I got Democrat glasses.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, I like the ABCDEF fuck ice. I like that shirt. I should get that. I like that shirt. How do I get one of those? I should wear more stuff like that, right? More. I don't like to buy stuff though. I need to buy more of my own shirts. Like I got the one with Bartleby. I got the one Melania coin shirt. Did you check my merch store? I got a Melania coin shirt. Buy Melania coin. Just a touch here. Just a touch. Melania coin. The greatest first lady.
Ooh, I love socialism now.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
All the National Guard, everything. That place.
You don't want the National Guard here.
Where's all the crime at?
Since Judge Janine got in, it's dropped like a rock.
That
Are they stupid?
He said, fuck that bitch. I like that it says Trump is a war criminal. These guys all have great shirts, man.
I mean, I don't get it.
Look at this. They can't. It's green. Look how green it is. That is a green pool.
I'm here at the newly renovated reflecting pool.
I love. What's he going to say? Is he going to say it's blue? Are you going to believe your own eyes? Or are you going to say Trump is a failure? Because I wonder how I've been wondering how Fox News is going to report this. The fact that this is ridiculous. that it's green. Hashtag go green. Donald Trump is the greenest president. He's going green. Sayard Yan. Perfect. Yeah, it's perfect. You're totally right. He's going green.
Painted American flag blue, and the Democrats are going to tell you, oh, there's green algae, it looks so bad, but there's pool guys cleaning it up right now.
Oh, no, the Democrats are going to say it looks bad, but there's pool guys. We have pool guys. It looks like shit. It's $14 million. It looks like garbage. Like, what the fuck? What are you going to believe? Oh, my favorite line. Who are you going to believe, me or your own eyes? It's the most beautiful pool that ever was. It's the most beautiful pool anybody's ever seen. It's not green, it's blue. Trust me. Who are you going to believe, me or your own eyes? Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
No other president would do that, but President Trump is still cleaning it up. How is the reflecting pool looking?
I'll give you some letters. FDT. That's what I think.
I'm trying to think what those letters mean.
You're smart.
I know.
Great. Needs a little bit of tweaking.
Looks full of green slush or slug or something.
There's pool guys all over the place cleaning it up.
What about the pool guys, huh? What about the pool guys? They count for something, don't they?
Yep.
Rome wasn't built in a day, was it?
That's true, and I'd like to see them get it clean.
Magnificent. Makes me want to jump in it. Go for it.
This guy's got a cool Bud Light hat. Looks great. So this guy's clearly really into America. So they're gonna be friends, right?
I wish. You don't want to take your shirt off? I could, but you probably shouldn't. I probably shouldn't. That's a great shirt. Yeah, that's the reason. Okay.
Oh, that's kind of mean. That's kind of mean. Like, what, you calling him fat? He can't take off his shirt. If he could take off his shirt, he's not that, like, even big man. I was at the pool yesterday. I was working out at the gym, and the gym's next to the pool, and there was this very large woman in a bikini, and I thought, that's cool. I wish I had that confidence. Like, when I'm in my Speedo, I wear my Speedo with the thong, and I have my butt cheeks hanging out. I'm real self-conscious with my butt cheeks out. I wear my thong. I got the Epic Fury on full display, so I'm pretty happy with that. With the front looks good. The back, I haven't been doing my squats. I don't have the butt for it, for my thong Speedo. But I see that lady. She was a very, very, very large woman, and she had a bikini. I thought, that's fucking awesome. Good for you, lady. I wish I had that confidence. I was jealous. I was literally jealous of this very, very, very large woman with a bikini on. I say, go, fucking let it go, man. Life is too short. And I put my thong on, and I went out and I strutted my stuff at the pool. And I got myself a nice tan. You see how much color I have in my face? These aren't the only cheeks that got a little sun. You know what I mean? A prettier picture I never saw. A prettier picture I never saw. That's another, Groucho Marx quote.
Obama tried to clean it up.
They just made a fat joke about that poor guy. That's not fair. That's not nice.
That's a great shirt. Yeah, that's the reason. Okay. Obama tried to clean it up, but he couldn't get the job done.
Okay.
Trump's getting the job done.
Oh, I don't know if I can say that's true. You're talking to a diehard Democrat.
You're a Democrat?
I am.
Oh my God, I would have never guessed.
Very much so.
She's got a Terrifier shirt on. That Terrifier shirt's kind of sick. Have you guys seen Terrifier? That's a fun movie.
Also very anti-MAGA.
Really?
Yes.
Would you say that you have TDS?
No. I recently actually just heard about that term. I was like, what is that?
Did your doctor tell you about it?
No, my boyfriend did.
You're a liberal.
TDS. Have you heard about TDS? Did your doctor tell you? It's funny. Spray taint tan like chump. Yeah. Spray taint tan. I love it.
We're at Union Station, and President Trump has turned on the fountains. This place used to be flooded with homeless.
Good riddance.
Now Trump's turned on the water in these fountains.
Yeah, it looks great.
It's really water's worth.
Really? Flooded with homeless? Fuck you, it wasn't. Man, I've been to DC probably over 20 times. I don't know. Dozens of times I've been to Washington, DC. And they didn't have that many. Like, certain neighborhoods got a little dicey, but over like where this guy is, there were no fucking homeless people. They didn't let homeless people stick around these areas.
Oh, what's Waters' world?
Waters, a good guy. Jesse.
Democrats are all upset that Trump is making DC beautiful. Why?
I have no idea. I'm independent, so I don't even know what the Democrats believe in.
Who's your favorite Democrat?
Barack Obama, the first black president of the United States of America.
What about Kamala?
I never heard of her.
Never heard of her. He doesn't even know. What are you asking this guy for?
Are you outraged over the ballroom?
No, I'm happy about it. Is it necessary?
Ballroom, that don't bother me.
No, I wish I could go in there and dance.
I wish I could go in there and dance. I guess you're not gonna. You're not invited. You're not invited.
Here we go. Let's go. Was that your first time being trolled by a guy?
No.
You think Donald Trump's a pedo? Yes. Gianluigi Malvasora is going on record that Donald Trump is a pedo. You're absolutely right. There's no doubt about it. He is in the Epstein files over 1 million times. 100%. 100%.
You feel safe in DC?
I feel safe anywhere I go.
What are you packing?
Gum.
Gum to protect yourself.
No, the gums to protect you from my breath. That smells terrible.
We may
She's got a sense of humor. I like her.
just have an Iran deal.
I'll believe it when I see it.
How many times have I heard that? I'll see it when I believe it.
You mean you believe it when you see it?
Yeah, there we go.
So the president could do some of this I'm doing.
What do you want to tell Jesse Waters, Fox News?
Keep messing with Gutfeld on the 5. It's fun to watch.
Do you know who
Keep messing with Gutfeld.
I am?
I do not.
Here's Johnny.
Johnny.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
I don't know why they do the "Here's Johnny" joke. That's a Johnny Carson thing. I don't know why they do the Johnny. I don't understand why they tell that joke. Here's Johnny. That doesn't make any sense. But I like it when they send that dude out to talk to people, talk to a cross section of America, cut it up, see what America's all about. Blue-haired liberals, I love it. 96-47. Yeah, 96M. 96M. 69-45. 69-45. That's what they really 69-47. That's what most maggers want. They want a 69M. They don't want an 86M. They want a 69M. I don't know why. They think it's handsome. They like the smell of diapers. This fucking guy in Portland. Let's check this shit
A
out.
Southeast Portland property owner hoping to build his dream home is instead dealing with this, a massive headache in the form of tens of thousands of tires. We're talking about stacks and stacks and stacks.
I keep on seeing this Adams Auto guy keep on saying the R word like that. Man, you say it so much, it makes it seem like, when you point a finger, you got 3 pointed back at yourself, man. You seem like you got mental issues. You call people that word all the time. There's got to be something wrong with you. Sorry if this is too random, but I just heard that the Farm Bill has a section that proposes using tax money to prop up fur farming. Yeah, the Farm Bill, prop up. The last time I saw the Farm Bill, it keeps people from passing laws. Well, it's trying to keep people from passing laws in for pork production. The Save the Bacon part of the Farm Bill. The Farm Bill hasn't passed yet, though. They've been arguing about the Farm Bill forever. Yeah, there's always something in there about fur farms. Yeah, there's always some. Thank you so much, Vets in the Woods. The Farm Bill, it's been a while since I've looked at it. Is there a new thing about fur farms? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I've never seen so many White House press secretary speeches that were so full of nothing. You don't like Caroline Leavitt? I thought she full of what the president's actually trying to say.
Stacks and stacks of them. You get the idea, right? Catherine Cook looks into what appears to be a growing problem across the Portland metro and
hit that like button, motherfucker.
Why this guy thinks he's ready to tackle it head on.
That's 1.2 acres of tires.
Contran says none of these tires, some 75,000 of them, are his. He says they were just dumped here over the last 2 months.
And you start going through all the way in the back.
2 months?
Tran bought this property off Southeast 174th and Powell in April.
Come
Back then, he says
on.
around 50 tires were here. A mess he told the seller he'd clean up.
I didn't know it became like an ocean of tires.
Tran discovered this ocean of tires last week when he returned with a contractor.
He needs to build something like an Earth ship. He needs to start using those. He's going to build his dream house. He maybe should build a house out of tires.
Ready to build his dream home.
Let's take this
now
lemonade.
postponed.
Let's take these lemons, turn them into lemonade here, Tran.
I'm not giving up. No way I'm giving up because this is my home. Southeast Portland, it's my home.
It's sad. Sarah Robertson. That's a beautiful property. Was. And her husband, Jim, live next door.
I couldn't believe it.
Jim says things got really bad in May.
I saw.
You live next door, Jim? You didn't do anything about them dropping 100,000 tires next to your house?
U-Haul trucks, and I saw a cube van come and just drop them off. Trucks and trucks and trucks. A couple of days sometimes.
Jim says he called the sheriff's office, but was told they couldn't help since the problem was on private property. Since then, Tran says both the sheriff's office and...
He called the sheriff. The sheriff didn't do shit. Great. Thank you, sheriff. Great job. America. The cops are here to protect you. This guy called the cops. Nothing happened. I tried to call the cops. They said, well, fuck you. Oh. That's what cops do when you call them. Hey, there's a crime being committed. Bang, bang, bang. I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do about it. Call me after the crime's done been committed, and I'll try to do something about it, ding, dang, do. The cops don't know
Metro
shit.
have stepped up. Both agencies telling KGW they're investigating the illegal dump.
That's why I'm not afraid anymore. That's why I think that we can do this together.
A spokesperson for Metro says while their RIT patrol doesn't clean up messes on private property like trans, illegal tire dumps are a growing problem. Since January, Metro says they've cleaned up 14,000 tires dumped on public property all across Portland at taxpayers' expense.
This person that's doing this has to be found.
This person, it's a company. What's happening? I know what's happening, right? It's Walmart and Costco selling their old tires to some other ass. They're saying that some guy says, yeah, give me some money. I'll get rid of your tires for you. And they give them the money. That's what's going on here. You know that these tires are from Pep Boys and Costco and wherever. And somebody comes along and say, hey, give me $1,000. I'll get rid of all these tires for you.
Deeply fined. As Tran waits for justice, he feels more like part of the solution than a victim.
The more I think about this, the more I say I might be the right guy to take on this challenge,
Hard to believe all of this. Besides all of this, Tran and his wife are expecting a baby this month. They set up a GoFundMe to help with the cost of removing tires from their property, hoping for some kind of legal recourse if investigators actually uncover what's going on.
I don't know. Have you ever seen those Earthships made out of tires? They're pretty cool. Earthship made out of tires. Have you ever seen them? They're rad. I think they're really beautiful. I think they're great. I don't know if you've ever seen them before, but I think they're great. They look like this. Have you seen them? And they make this like lattice work of tires, and they build these beautiful homes out of mostly trash and like reclaimed wood and stuff. See, this hut's made out of tires, and they build these things out of glass and aluminum cans and tires, and then they're able to make these, I think, gorgeous structures. And they build, they're completely off grid, and they have everything you could get completely off grid except for internet, right? You still got to pay for internet, but everything else, it has its own electricity, has its own plumbing, has its own, everything is completely, collects rainwater. Everything is, look how gorgeous some of them on the interiors. They use found glass to make these beautiful things. I think they're really cool. You ever seen these before? Earthships. They got them all over the world, but they're really famous in like Taos, New Mexico. I went to go see them just to look at them. But I think they're great. And you can make them out of tire. You make some shit, dude. You're building, there's no house there. Build a tire house. You know, you got a bunch of free equipment now. Look, see? What they do, they put dirt in them, and then they pound the shit out of them. They pound that dirt really hard. They pound the shit out of each one, so each one becomes like a big old brick. You know, I think this is better use of these tires than everything else. What are the other options? Put them in a landfill and poison our earth? There you go. Build something out of them. I think it's great. Anyway, I've always kind of wanted to live in an Earthship. I always thought they were kind of cool. But this guy's got all these tires. He could probably build a whole house. If he's going to build his dream house anyway, build an Earthship. Be cool. In Portland, you could probably get away with they don't get much sun, but you could get the water. I mean, I don't know. I think they're really cool. What do you think? Earthship? Biden, though. Yeah, Biden. Yeah. Liberals act like Joe Biden wasn't our president. What are you talking about, Adam? Are you out of your mind? I'm not going to go on a rant about Biden today. 50 minutes talking about talking to a cute leftist girl in real life, and Adam might become a real boy. all girls are leftists. What do you mean? Well, all girls are at least, I don't know. There's a lot of liberal women out there, but leftist women, they're the best.
Well, on a day when Donald
I like the revolutionary women myself. I like women that are like, fuck the mainstream.
Trump claims to have reached a deal to end his war in Iran that is a complete failure of his original objective of Iran's, quote, unconditional surrender, the Trump White House has been rocked by stunning new reporting in the New York Times that some in the White House seem to consider so accurate that they are accusing New York Times reporters of having obtained audio recordings of White House.
That's crazy, right? They're saying that stuff it's so damning, but it's so accurate. They're accusing them of recording The Situation Room.
Situation room meetings. Think about that. The White House is not condemning this new devastating reporting from inside the Trump White House as a pack of lies. Instead, they are, in effect, declaring it to be so shockingly 100% accurate that the reporters must have audio recordings of what was said in the White House. Axios is reporting top White House officials believe New York Times reporters Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan obtained audio recordings of Situation Room meetings for their forthcoming book, Regime Change. No White House has ever made that accusation about a book sourced from inside that White House. And every presidential administration since Richard Nixon has had such books written, most of them by Bob Woodward. And there are always some people who try to cast doubt on some of the accuracy in those books. But the truth of it is that most of those books, especially the Woodward books, have been highly accurate, with White House meetings recreated through interviews of participants in those meetings. The White House is saying, think about this, that Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan have gone so far beyond any other inside the White House book, especially any other inside the Trump White House book, and reached a level of what they think is such perfect accuracy that it's achievable only by reporters obtaining audio recordings. Axios reported, quote, such a taped leak would be a shocking breach of one of the most secure settings on earth. Independent recording devices in the Situation Room are forbidden. So that means White House sources suspect someone in Donald Trump's White House working for Donald Trump was improperly recording Situation Room meetings and then handing them over.
You know they were. Of course you'd be recording everything. This guy's committing crimes. You're telling me if you knew your boss was committing crimes, you wouldn't report it to cover your own ass so that you don't go to jail? Of course you would.
To the New York Times. Axios reports.
I hope you would. Here's the thing: if your boss is committing some crimes, just so you know, in the future, just for everybody, if your boss is committing crimes, start recording. And if you can't record, start keeping a journal about what was said when, and keep records of that shit, or else you're going to jail with him.
We're afraid some of our most sensitive conversations were being recorded, an administration source told us. That is the highest possible compliment that any White House has ever issued about any book written to expose the inner workings of that White House. It must all be on audio tape. The book, titled Regime Change, will go on sale a week from now and can be...
Man, that's what I want. I want to read that for a book club after the Sartre book. I'll put a novel in there too, because I read too much. I want to do book club. I want to do book club meetings on this channel, so that we're going to do more. The first book club is Surfing with Sartre by Aaron James, I think. And Surfing with Sartre, please pick it up. I put a link in the community tab if you want to do it on Amazon, which, you know, I'll get a penny. I don't really like Amazon, but like, you know, a lot of people buy books on Amazon and I'll get a penny for it, you know.
Pre-ordered online. And
it's not like they're making all their money off of books, you know what I'm saying?
Ordered at your local bookstore, and you can get your name on a list for it at your local public library. And the White House is now promising you that this book is worth it. Much of what you will be reading has apparently been certified accurate by the Trump White House. Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan have shared some of the reporting in their book in 2 breaking news articles for the New York Times in today's edition. A report on...
I'm excited about this book. I want to read this shit.
The debate within the Trump White House led by Stephen Miller to suspend a constitutional right. Something so insane that even people in the Trump White House used the word insane.
If I were a dictator, what would I name my book? Mein Schwanz. I'd call it Mein Schwanz. It's like Mein Kampf, but it's about the epic fury. It's about Mein Schwanz. I'm going to call it Mein Schwanz. That's the name of my book. If I'm a dictator, it's Mein Schwanz.
To describe it. And now think about that one. How insane does something have to be for people working in the Trump White House to think that it is insane? They work for a man who says insane things every day that they accept and publicly support whenever called upon to do so. But privately, they thought Stephen Miller's idea was insane. That's their word for it. Today's New York Times reports...
Hold on. I didn't even play. Hold on. The Real McGoy, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Real McGoy. Sorry, that went too fast. I should have thought about it harder, but Mein Schwanz is the name of my dictator book. And thank you so much for asking that. Can I get some jubilation in the chat for the Real McGoy for contributing and helping out this channel and independent media? Thank you so much for being a Sky City Rebel. Sky City Rebels get extra streams, extra footage, and extra love in the chat. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. Skyjack Morgan, Morning Sky. Thank you so much. You go to morningsky.live to find out more if you'd like. Thanks.
Figures in the White House privately called suspending habeas corpus insane. The legal doctrine of habeas corpus has its origins in the oldest English common law and actually predates the Magna Carta of 1215. It took written form in England in the Habeas Corpus Act of 16.
Exactly. Traitor, Francisco Hinojosa. You're absolutely right. Stephen Miller and Donald Trump's, they're both traitors to the United States of America. You're absolutely right. They're talking about suspending habeas corpus in this new book, The Regime Change. I can't wait to read this book.
1679, during the reign of King Charles II, it prevents the government from arbitrarily imprisoning people without giving them a right to a hearing. It was something that, as Stephen Miller put it, we're actively looking at.
The Constitution is clear, and that, of course, is the supreme law of the land. That
Supreme
the
law of
privilege
the
writ of
land.
habeas corpus can be suspended in a time of invasion. So I would say that's an option we're actively looking at.
The White House Staff Secretary William Sharf wrote a memo arguing against Stephen Miller's idea of suspending habeas corpus. The Times reports the memo this way. The history of habeas corpus dates back to the very dawn of English common law. He recorded in his memo to Susie Wiles, denial of habeas corpus rights was a key grievance underlying the American Revolution.
That's right.
And the right to apply to the federal courts for habeas corpus.
Exactly. It's basically a violation of the Magna fucking Carta. Like, it's so old. It's the baseline of a free society. You can't even come close to calling yourself a free society if you have no habeas corpus, if you don't have the right to go see a judge when someone says that you're doing a crime. You ever seen what's that movie? Dogberry was in Dogberry, the play by William Shakespeare called Much Ado About Nothing. And Much Ado About Nothing, Dogberry, the stupid cop, has to bring the people that he caught to court. And the judge has to be, oh my God, this cop is so stupid. Why did you bring these people in? And other crimes are discovered because the judge has to make a decision, not the cop. The cop doesn't get to just throw you in prison. The cop brings you before a judge. Habeas corpus. You got me? Good. I'm glad everyone knows what habeas corpus is. All right. I love that everyone said no, no on the whether or not citizenship should be provisional. I love that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I wish I could do one that, like, what's the Q&A thing? There used to be a thing that you could do where there's just polls now, members only live stream and polls. That's all I got. But I thought you could do a Q&A thing. Okay, what's the next poll? The next poll is living off grid the only way to subvert the will of the state? It's just a funny poll. That's just for me, because I'm thinking about getting a house that just has solar panels, a tankless water heater that's electric, a greenhouse, a cistern. I think that's all you need to be pretty much off grid. Solar panels, a tankless water heater, a cistern will keep you you're not totally off grid. You still got to have water piped into your house, and you still have to have an internet. But other than that, if everything went really bad, if it went so bad that we're growing our own food in America, I feel like that's a pretty good setup right there. I think that's a pretty good setup. People living in apartments, you're fucked. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you so friggin' much. The #1 news reaction show on YouTube's Morning Sky. Thank you.
Review dates to the beginning of the Republic. Stephen Miller wanted to suspend habeas corpus for immigrants in order to speed up what Donald Trump had promised would be the mass deportation of immigrants. Stephen Miller argued that the presence of undocumented immigrants.
You still have to pay property tax. Okay, you can't get away from that completely, but that's only going to last for a while. And property taxes do go to your local. So, like, property taxes don't bother me as much because it goes to, like, your neighborhood, right? It goes to your schools. It goes to it's not going to federal government. Centralized government is still going to fail, but it's going to fail in phases, right? The United States government will start looking like Swiss cheese, and you might end up in an area that has no services, has no federal protections, has no federal law enforcement, nothing, has no federal rights anymore. So you're going to have to be more, local. And if you are going to be investing in your local infrastructure, that makes sense, right? But things will change dramatically in the next 20 years. So I feel like if I got 20 years, I hope that I'm dead probably in probably 30 years, I'll be dead. But in 20 if I'm still alive, I want to be just like not so affected. I don't want to be eating out of like a out of a can of dog food, you know, trying to survive. I don't want to be like that. I want to be just like, I'm all right. I can grow my vegetables. I can eat I could grow I could grow some beans and I can grow some vegetables and I can eat my beans and vegetables instead of having to eat someone's dog food or something. I miss the pristine competence of the government had during the Biden years. Yeah. Do you miss that? The pristine competence of the government during the Biden years? I don't think they were competent. I just think that they weren't as obvious about their incompetence. You know what I mean? I miss about the Biden years. I miss not having to think about Donald Trump. I like that. I barely thought about him. I liked I think that Biden mostly shut the fuck up. Like you didn't see him in the news every single day. You know, he was pretty chill. You still had the Marjorie Taylor Greens, the weirdos. That was kind of fun though, right? Those were fun days. Jewish space lasers and stuff like that. What fun we had during the Biden years. But he wasn't competent. He still sucked, but it wasn't just so in your face, you know? It was like, we're going to get to work and try to fix this economy. I like that. Just fine. Liberals move capitalism. Are you fucking stupid? Yeah. Liberals love capitalism. Liberals love capitalism for sure. Yeah. Sky, earlier you couldn't understand how a billionaire can exist. Couldn't understand? It's pretty simple. Find a way to provide a commodity that... Are you fucking... You're so stupid. Fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. You're fucking brain dead, Adams Auto. First of all, billionaires exist because they were born rich, and then they went to the government and said, could you give me some money? And they did. The government, they took our money and we gave it to the billionaires. And the billionaires took risks with that money, and when it pans out, they get rich and they keep the money. When it doesn't pan out, it doesn't matter. We're the ones, we lose the money. That's how it works. They're playing roulette with somebody else's money. That's how billionaires happen. We give them, literally, SpaceX was given almost $2 billion from tax money in 2008 when they were about to go bankrupt. We just gave SpaceX $2 billion. They were billionaires overnight. All of a sudden, they're worth $2 billion. Amazing. And then they gambled with that money, and they got rich. It's trillionaires now. Now it's worth $1 trillion company. It's our company. We paid for it, but we get nothing back. Cool. Awesome. That's how billionaires happen, dipshit.
In the country, even those who had been here for decades.
Like, who the fuck do you think has billions? You think someone's selling pens or something and they're going to make $1 billion? You fucktard. You fucking imbecile. You fucking lepton. You brainless fool. Jesus. Where do you think the billions of dollars came from? They just woke up and someone just they just sold 1 billion widgets. Billion widgets at $1 a piece, and that's how they made $1 billion. They pocketed all the money. That's not how business fucking works, dumbass. They go and they get government loans, government subsidies, and government contracts. We give them billions of dollars. That's us. The only ones that have billions of dollars is the government. And then they're giving their money to, well, what happens is the rich who have already millions of dollars, they give a couple million to this politician, that politician over there. And that politician, now they love that guy. And so then they start giving them tax dollars. I give you $1 million, you give me $2 million in tax money. Pretty soon I'm a billionaire. It doesn't take long if you're doing it that way. Not at all. That's how you got billionaires. Especially since I'm also paying you not to tax me. I pay you $1 million. You agree not to tax me and give me a government contract. So now I'm a billionaire. Boom. Overnight billionaire.
Working harder at their jobs than Stephen Miller ever has constituted an invasion. And therefore, habeas corpus could be suspended. The Times reports habeas corpus had been formally suspended only 4 times, most recently after Pearl Harbor. In every case, the country was at war or facing armed rebellion. Only Lincoln, at the start of the Civil War, had ever claimed the power without congressional authorization, and only during a long congressional recess. Because habeas corpus was written into the body of the Constitution, Alexander Hamilton argued in...
Oh, hell yeah. Melania's at 8 cents today. It's not a pump and dump scam, okay? Buy Melania coin. It's me pushing it. We got up to 8 cents today. That's amazing. That's because it's me pushing it. Melania coin, Melania coin. Buy Melania coin. It's not a scam.
Federalist Paper 84, that a Bill of Rights was therefore unnecessary. Hamilton said that the habeas corpus provision of the Constitution was enough to prevent the worst possible kind of tyranny. Alexander Hamilton wrote, the practice of arbitrary imprisonments have been in all ages the favorite and most formidable instruments of tyranny. And so it's Alexander Hamilton versus Stephen Miller in the Trump White House. And as of tonight, Alexander Hamilton is winning. But Stephen Miller has a huge advantage over Alexander Hamilton because Stephen Miller is still working in the Trump White House with a president and a vice president who could not be more ignorant of our history. James David Vance proved that with this statement.
If you go back to World War II, if you go back to World War I, if you go back to every major conflict in human history, they all end with some kind of negotiation.
No, they didn't.
No, they did not. They not end with some negotiation. What are you talking about? They end with capitulation. They end with capitulation. That's how the wars end. One winner, one loser. Kevin O'Leary's getting his ass kicked in Utah. That Canadian Emirati, wow, that's amazing. How many he's got 4 passports, I think, none of them being American. Why is he allowed in the country at all? Which passports does Kevin O'Leary hold? Canadian, Irish, Emirati. He's Canadian, Irish, and Emirati, not American. And yet he's allowed to build a data center in Utah? Woo!
World War II ended with 0 negotiations. World War II ended the way Donald Trump claimed his war in Iran was going to end, unconditional surrender. Japan and Germany each signed unconditional surrender documents.
Okay, living off grid won't save you either when they want your land. That's true, but they're not coming for all of our land, first of all. Not everyone's going to have to, like, the land isn't attractive for everybody when they come for it. Plus, that's what the guns are for. Like, I mean, if you get together with your neighbors and have mutual defense, like here's the plan, right? You start planting vegetables, having book clubs and gardening clubs, and you grow avocados and I grow apples, and we trade, and we have a little community, nothing too rigid, nothing too crazy, but also we all know how to use guns. We go to the gun range together. We talk about guns. We know who has which guns, and we learn how to fire each other's guns, and we go on little gun days, range days where we go out into the desert and we do little drills, and we learn how to do the little shooting drills and stuff, not paramilitary, nothing too crazy. We just get good, not crazy, just for funsies. And then when they do come, if they come, we will be prepared. We'll have enough food for ourselves. We'll have enough water for ourselves. We'll have enough electricity for ourselves. And that's already most what you need. And we got the guns to protect it. That is how the future will look. It's not going to be everyone's going to come for your prop. They're not going to come. If they do, you have guns. You don't have to kill them all. It's not like in the future, it won't be like it is today where they have an endless supply of cops, right? They have an endless supply of military. They don't, because they don't have an endless supply of resources anymore. So even though they might have more resources than you can hold out for a long time, like they did in the Alamo.
Adolf Hitler killed himself rather than submit Germany to the unconditional surrender that he knew was coming. Every vice president, everyone prior to J.D. Vance has known that President Franklin Delano Roosevelt demanded.
I'm a gun owner. I own many guns. Don't fuck with me. Because I know how to use them too. I like going to the range. I'm quite good. I'm very good at about 10 yards, but with a handgun. But I'm pretty good at, 100 with a rifle. I'm pretty good. I'm not great. You don't have to be great. You just have to know how to shoot. You don't have to be fantastic. You just need to know how to not shoot yourself, which cops can't seem to be able to figure out, and not shoot your friends. If you're that good, you're better than most of the military. Most of the cops are shooting each other all the time. I mean, we keep on showing you videos on this show of cops shooting each other, or shooting themselves. Happens all the time. They mostly are shooting each other. So I mean, like, you just have to be good enough to not shoot your neighbor, not shoot yourself, and shoot the general direction where you're supposed to. Like, shoot, get within like the circle, the body mass. You don't need to be great. You think that like in the movies they show people like shooting guns out of people's hands and shit. You don't need to do that. You just need to get somewhere in this circle. It's not that hard. Shooting is not that hard. But hunters want to be like, oh yeah, it's real tough. It's real tough. It ain't that hard. That's why they use to shoot birds, they use shotguns instead of rifles. And to shoot animals, they use rifles that with exploding bullets and shit. And even stupid Joe Rogan, he uses these arrows that have these exploding arrowheads. Like, it ain't that hard. It ain't that hard. I learned archery when I was a kid, man. I could do it as a kid. You could do it as an adult. It ain't that tough. And if you don't have a gun yet, get one. Life is short. And buy ammo. Buy 1,000 rounds of ammo. Just buy 1,000. It'll last you a while, you know. Go to the range a lot. You know. And maybe get a friend who's into that. Like when you start getting into guns, there's always that one guy that like loves making his own bullets for whatever reason. I don't get it, but he just loves making his own bullets. You don't even save that much money, but he loves doing it. So you love that guy. Like, be good friends with that guy. be as good a friend with that guy as possible. The guy who knows how to make bullets. Like, give him as many extra avocados and apples that you grow. Give him extra stuff. The guy who knows how to make bullets, give him extra shit every time you guys are hanging out. Buy lunch for him. Buy all his drinks. If you know how to make bullets, I'll buy all your drinks forever.
The unconditional surrender of Germany.
You're living in the nice. Think we can fight off drones. Good point. Shotguns do take out drones. You're right. Shotguns do, but nets are also really good at taking out drones. It's not going to be like that, though, Johnny. It's not going to be like warfare, man. There will be that, but it's not going to be like roaming marauders, people trying to, like, it's not going to be like that. People with drones and stuff. There's going to be some of that between the states, but it's not going to be like, what's more going to look like, it's going to look like Detroit, where there's some violent parts of Detroit. There's some parts that are grown over with weeds and abandoned houses. There's some places where there's just people living and there's no one, but no cops, nothing. It's just chaos out there, just lawlessness. It's going to look like that. It'll look like Detroit, where the city has just, we're not going there anymore. They'll just start cutting off places. And those places, they might look a little purgy at first, but, you know, don't let them purge you. But it's probably not going to be. But that's why you need a community. They can't purge you if you and all your friends are together, right? If you got everyone on your block on lock, even with a couple of stragglers, you'll be all right. You know, you'll be good. Join some book clubs with those guys. Start some clubs with your neighbors. Get to know them. It makes it really hard. If all of you are fighting together, they cannot take you. Don't forget, even after at the end of World War II, a lot of them didn't get the message that the war was over. And so they had these Schutzvereine, like protection clubs. And in these small towns in Germany, like the American soldiers would come in with tanks and shit. And these just like regular folk, not even soldiers, would hold off the American troops for a long time. The war's over and they just don't know. And they're holding off these troops for a very long time. And eventually they came in like that. They would just use the tanks to the point where they would just, or they would get the message eventually. But you could keep them off for a long time, surprisingly long. Look at Afghanistan, 20 years. The American soldiers were there, 20 years. Taliban still won.
And Japan during World War II.
Vietnam. Think about Vietnam. You think the outcome of Vietnam would be different? All hollow point bullets explode. They explode. They call it fragmentation. They fragment. Anyway, Obama changed the rules of engagement. That's why. I mean, he did. But do you think the drones would change anything in the outcome of Vietnam? I don't think so. Volkssturm. Yeah, Volkssturm was the old men and boys fighting for. That's right, Volkssturm. Volkssturm. The storm of the people. Volkssturm. Yeah. Expand, explode, whatever the fuck you want to say. Expand usually means it stays put. It just expands. It gets bigger. Explode means it breaks up into many parts, like an exploded diagram or an explode means turning into fragments, exploding.
And when FDR died in the final months of the war, his vice president then elevated to the presidency.
Like if you wanted to expand a picture, you would make that picture bigger, right? But if you wanted to explode a picture, you'd rip it up and pull it in different pieces.
Harry Truman accepted those unconditional surrenders without a word of negotiation with anyone about those surrenders. That kind of statement by J.D. Vance demonstrating a complete ignorance of how World War II ended is...
Yeah, oh my God, this 12-year-old. Explode mean it has explosive charge. I didn't say there was explosive charge. That's you. You listen to dumb shit. Dimwit. If you don't know how the English language works, get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry. If you're going to argue with me, I have a degree in English. You can go fuck yourself.
The kind of thing that used to get you drummed out of American politics before Donald Trump's dumbing down of the Republican Party. And it tells you something about the quality of thinking that the vice president of the United States brings to his job. In the report by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan in today's New York Times, J.D. Vance began a White House meeting last year by arguing that it was time to invoke the Insurrection Act, which allows the president to deploy the American military to put down insurrections and rebellions inside the United States. He did this after Renee Good and Alex Preddy were shot and killed by Donald Trump's federal agents in Minnesota when video recordings of the incidents showed that they did not pose any threats at all to the agents who shot and killed them. The Times reports Mr. Vance got to the point they needed to invoke the Insurrection Act swiftly to crush the unrest in Minnesota.
Crush the unrest.
He said, but the message it would send that paid agitators could not get away with disrupting ICE operations would make sure no one tried it again. There was no evidence that either Mr. Preddy or Ms. Good had been paid activists. Once again, it fell to William Scharf to make the point that the Insurrection Act, as the Times reports, simply did not fit the circumstances on the ground. And so, yes, it is easy to imagine what goes on in the Trump White House, as easy as we always thought it was. Discussions of trampling the Constitution, violating the law, and crushing our rights. Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan report that the discussion that day of invoking the Insurrection Act to send American troops into the streets of Minneapolis and who knows where else in this country was inconclusive.
Inconclusive. It was illegal. It was totally illegal. It was completely illegal. Trust this brand, or is it going to be? I wish I can use it on this screen. In the community tab, I saw it in the community tab. The Schnitt power. Hold on a second. I'll try to bring it up over here. Let me see if I can get to my channel through here. We'll get it. I'll get it up. Give me a second. Community. And newest Schnitt power. I don't know. Do you trust this? Do you trust this brand, Schnitt power? I love it. Thank you, Real McGoy. I don't know. That's your power supply manufacturer. Buy Schnitt power. You think you got scammed? I don't know. I don't think you did. It's in the world. Oh, while we're over here, let's do that. Let's go ahead and say. Define explode. To burst violently or noisily. To burst. Physical detonation involves a rapid, violent expansion of energy, gas, or pressure, causing an object or substance to shatter. Sudden outburst of emotion. You can explode when you hear the news, an outburst of emotion. Rapid growth or increase refers to something expanding, multiplying, gaining in popularity, astonishingly quick rate. To disprove or discredit, explode. Jesus Christ. Again, my God. Power is all I think. Shit power. Well, we have a piece of shit in power, so there you go. He's the boss. Matthew Ridenour says that Trump's the boss. Yes, we have a shit in power. Exactly. Thank you so much for joining, everybody. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube, Morning Sky. Can we get some jubilation for the Real McGoy, please? Thank you. Clinzy Jr., learn how to read, go back to school, learn how words work. Springsteen is the boss. Yes, Springsteen is the boss. At night I let the streets looking wet, and the train running in the middle of my head, and yeah, I hear my heart is on. One more. So sometimes it's like a baby, was it knife, edgy and dull? Drive a 6-inch valley through the middle of my skull. All right, thank you so much for joining. This is the Morning Sky Show. I appreciate you. Oh, fucking Real McGoy rocking it. Thank you for supporting the independent media and Morning Sky. Thank you.
The meeting broke up without a decision, a vague consensus to keep thinking about it, but it had been clarifying in its own way, even after the administration's posture had helped escalate tensions in Minnesota. Even with the blowback mounting, the vice president and Mr. Miller were still searching for a reason to put federal troops on American streets, just as the idea of suspending habeas corpus was set aside, but never fully abandoned by some inside the White House. The Insurrection Act, at least in the eyes of its proponents, would remain a loaded weapon in a West Wing eager to test the limits of presidential power.
I'll do one. We love you. I love you, Real McGoy. Thank you for being here. Thank you. I'm on fire. Whoa. I like the other one too. Man, I know so many Springsteen songs on the guitar. What's that one that's like the one where he's like a writer and he's at the night? It's something like the dark or the night. God, I forget. God, I can't remember the name of the tracks of these songs. I remember the lyrics that were like I can't remember. I'm not in guitar mode yet. When I play guitar, I'll remember.
The Insurrection Act remains a loaded weapon that some observers have suggested could be aimed at our polling places in swing states like Georgia that could go either way in the November election.
Yeah, we could go away in the November election. Maybe we'll do it. Great old 70s songs, The River. What's that song where he plays a writer? I want to write my book. What's the song about the guy writing a book that Bruce Springsteen sings? Not Book of Dreams. No, not Book of Dreams. A song by Bruce Springsteen where he just wants to write a book and like he can't get it done. And it's like, I don't know, he's having writer's block or something. I can't figure out what this. No, it's not the Book of Dreams. It's not growing up because he's written all these songs about growing up and writing books. No, he wrote a book about a writer with writer's block or something. Dancing in the Dark. Fuck, Dancing in the Dark. Do. Springsteen had already recorded 70 songs for Born in the USA album, but his manager and producer, John Lando, told him they still didn't have a definitive smash hit single. Infuriated and exhausted, Springsteen went back to his hotel room and wrote Dancing in the Dark in a single night as a direct protest about his inability to write another song. I get up in the evening and I ain't got nothing to say. I come home in the morning. I go to bed feeling the same way. I'm stifled on the streets of this town. I'm sitting around here trying to write this book. I need a love reaction. Come on now, baby. Give me just one look. That's what I'm thinking. That was the song I was thinking about. Dancing in the dark. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Ed Markey says you can find every.
You can't start a fire without a spark. And I was just dancing in the dark. Something like that. I like that song. Ed Markey. I like Biz Markey myself a little bit more. I like Biz Markey. You like Biz Markey or Ed Markey? Who do you like better?
Community health center in America for 26 years. Maybe, but if they weren't run by the government, they wouldn't need funding at all. Yeah.
If they weren't run by the government, they wouldn't need funding at all. They would still need funding, you dumb fuck. They'd still need funding, and we would still be funding them. It's just that they would be funded for profit and taking some of the money for themselves rather than using the money for service. You see, it actually costs more. Privatization ends up costing you more because stockholders want money to go to their pockets instead of back into the programs. That's the difference between private corporations and public services.
Okay, I'll take your clapping. But, just click your heels 3 times, make a wish, and poof, all the problems that they made worse will go away. But the truth is, these brats have no clue. Asking them to run an economy is like asking Kat to spot you on the bench press. It'll all come crashing down. These dopes picture Elon diving into a vat of gold coins like Scrooge McDuck. But Elon doesn't just have hundreds of billions lying around. An estimated 800 billion of his fortune is tied up in SpaceX alone. It's not cash.
It's not cash, but you can borrow against it and use it as cash. So it's cash?
It's capital for building rockets, cars, satellites. All the
It's
stuff
capital that we paid for.
Appear from a magic lamp. And even if he decided ever to cash out, his companies would collapse and ruin hundreds of thousands of lives. So his company runs not to his benefit, but to theirs. He can't take the money and run. Where could he go? He doesn't own a home. Meanwhile, the lefty lecturers sit on their own fat stack.
He doesn't own a home because he doesn't like paying taxes.
Rokon is worth a fortune, but that's because his wife's father made millions in auto parts. No wonder he doesn't get it. He thinks money comes from saying, I do. Burn.
What a burn. If you heard of this guy, you heard of this guy named Melania Trump? She's got a coin. She's got a coin. And she married for money too. Well, first she got with Epstein, and then she married for money. When I am president, I will have Greg Gutfeld's show permanently canceled. Do you think that's going to happen, Stephelson? Are they going to permanently cancel Stephelson? Stephelson, do you think they're going to cancel Greg Gutfeld when the Democrats get into office? Are they going to cancel Gutfeld like they did to Colbert?
He's made millions peddling books about how evil capitalism is. Liz Warren's ended up with several millions herself. I suppose we should ask how. Wasn't.
Hold on, let's do that again.
We should ask how.
I really fucking hate making fun of Native. I really fucking hate it when people make fun of Native Americans. It really pisses me off. It fucking pisses me off. I don't know. I do get offended about when people make fun of American Indians. I do. It pisses me off, man.
Bernie's made millions peddling books about how evil capitalism is.
Yeah, he wrote books. That's called intellectual labor. He made millions. This guy makes millions. I don't know, calling Joy Behar fat. Is that you made millions making fun of Joy Behar, telling gay jokes. So I think that, Bernie Sanders writing books about capitalism, I think, is perfectly acceptable.
Liz Warren's ended up with several millions herself. I suppose we should ask how.
How did Donald Trump make his millions again?
Wasn't from her bogus recipes in Native American cookbooks. We all know you can't cook a whole buffalo in a microwave. But Dems have always been.
I fucking hate people like this so much. How is Fox even allowed? Well, they call it. They called themselves entertainment. That no one in their right mind would believe them. So they're only entertainment. He should sell the socks and start paying child support. Elon, start paying. Yeah, should. Adam Trump is fat as fuck. Can't wait for a clot to dislodge. It's already dislodged. He's on death's door. I don't think Donald Trump's going to make it to the end of the year.
Too lazy to learn economics. They prefer the soft sciences like puppy pronouns and is my cat racist. Elon's companies have pumped $300 billion into the economy through wages, procurements, and taxes. Meanwhile,
that's not true, of course. That was our money. We gave him subsidies and contracts for Tesla. We gave him subsidies and contracts for the Boring Company, Neuralink, Starlink, SpaceX. The only one up there that was not paid for by the government was X. But he spent what he did. He leveraged his other companies, borrowed against them, so he would have the cash to buy that piece of shit X. That's how that worked. That was our money who went into these other corporations, and then he leveraged those corporations to buy X, to buy Twitter. That's how that happened. Fucking Twitter's gone. I like Blue Sky. I want to go back. I want to start tweeting on Blue Sky again. I like Blue Sky. Maybe I should go back to Blue Sky.
While AOC blocked Amazon for bringing 40,000 jobs to NYC. That's one way to prevent more millionaires, keep everyone poor. Still, these clowns treat him like a Nazi hoarding treasure. Yet thanks to them, the government has burned through trillions.
Because he's a Nazi, hoarding treasure.
And they can't even cure whatever it is I picked up at the Lilith Fair in 1998. Meanwhile, Elon's new IPO just created 4,000 millionaires and 400 millionaires. He's built 800,000 good-paying jobs. SpaceX is helping NASA send us to the moon, then to Mars. He developed brain chips.
This guy literally has brown eyes. How do people say I look like this guy? I don't understand it. I mean, he spent a lot of money trying to look like me. But, I mean, that's not his hair. Those aren't his teeth. That's not his jaw. He's had facial shit done. He's had some kind of facelift thing happening. Like, he doesn't look like me at all. He doesn't even have the same color eyes as me.
So the paralyzed live their lives again. And no, Joy, they don't come in barbecue flavored.
There you go. All his millions are made off of making fun of Joy Behar. He has to make fun of Joy Behar every single day.
Tesla makes cars and now robots.
She's not even fat. I don't know. Like, is Joy Behar fat? Like, how much does Joy Behar weigh? Is Joy Behar fat? How much does she even weigh? Joy Behar is not currently considered fat. She's shared on The View that she lost 25 pounds using GLP-1 Ozempic, probably. It said she's looking good now. She's not even fat. I don't think she ever was really. I mean, she was a little bigger, but like by American standards, I don't really think of Joy Behar. Like when I think of fat people, Joy Behar is not the first person on my mind. I'll tell you that. Donald Trump is on my mind way before Joy Behar being fat. Donald Trump's fat fuck.
I will handle all the jobs humans can't stand, like having sex with Hassan Piker. He saved free speech on X after your buddies blacklisted us. His boring company digs tunnels to end a drain on all of our lives, which is traffic. The fact is, Elon's got more successful.
You want to beat traffic? There's this thing called a bus, dumb shit. Trains. We beat traffic. And then they ripped them all up and they got rid of them and put cars on the road. We beat traffic. We had beaten traffic. But you idiots allowed them to go to Los Angeles and tear up all our trains. If you don't drive a Cybertruck, you're a loser. If you don't own Melania coin, you're a loser, Steffelson.
Companies, then he has kids. And unlike kids, he didn't have to screw anybody to get them. Despite being called a fascist or racist, Elon proved all these leeches dead wrong, which isn't hard. If you put them in charge of a lemonade stand, the lemons would go on strike. Let's welcome.
Period.
Tonight's guest. In high school, his imaginary girlfriend wanted to see other people. Comedian Joe Mackey. She's definitely the hottest former deputy presidential special envoy to the Middle East, Morgan Ortagus.
I guess. She's got that Mar-a-Lago face.
His favorite words after sex are, "What's your Venmo?" Comedian Dave Landau. And we call her the Iron Lady, but she has no idea how to iron. New York Times bestselling author, contributor Kat.
Kat Timpf, I kind of feel sorry for. I feel like she just fell into this shit. Sometimes I kind of feel sorry for Kat Timpf. I feel like she just kind of fell into this shit. And now she's stuck and she can't go anywhere else. She made a deal with the devil and she just has to show up for this shit every day. She seems sad to me. I don't know. poor Kat Timpf. Yes, I like her. Cute. You think she's cute? Yeah. Where's the modern day Holocaust? The fuck are you talking about, dude? It's in Gaza. What do you mean, modern day Holocaust? You ever heard of Gaza?
California's Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom is making new accusations, some big ones, against President Trump, claiming the Trump Justice Department is now investigating him and his wife because he might run for president. Kelly O'Donnell joins us now. And Kelly, the DOJ is now responding.
That's right, Tom. And Governor Newsom made this public today in a video post himself, where he described himself as part of the president's so-called hit list, as a frequent Trump critic and potential Democratic presidential candidate. The Department of Justice is declining comment. Multiple sources familiar with the probe do tell us there are investigations underway that arose from whistleblowers and state government and did not originate here in Washington. Those sources also say the focus is on the governor's wife, Jen Newsom, and tax-related issues, a senior staff member of the governor, but not Newsom himself. However, the governor's office calls this a fishing expedition and also says it believes IRS and FBI investigators have obtained financial and banking records, including some linked to Jen Newsom's nonprofit work. Tom?
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on break.
I mean, do you think that the DOJ is investigating Gavin Newsom? I bet they are. I'm sure they are. Yeah. Oh, God. Democrats are... The Holocaust is in Gaza. Your mom's... I can't put that on the screen. It's so rough, but I like it. Thank you.
New CBS News.
I love that vibe. I love that vibe. That was great. The real no for real. I have been going hard since about 2014. Oh my god. Yeah, it's like Gaza definitely is our Holocaust of this century so far. Don't worry, there'll be more. There'll be more genocides to play with. You'll have others to compare to the Holocaust, and you'll be like, this is not like the German one. It's different. It's different. Actually, it's a little bit different than the last time we did it. So last time we did it in the Milosevic, Milosevic killed all those Albanians. Man, that's totally different. Totally different than, this ethnic cleansing. Not really a genocide. It's just like, yeah, it's totally different. They did it with bombs instead of gas chambers. It's totally different. When they do it again, it'll be the same thing. No, it's totally different.
Investigation is shedding light on President Trump's stock trade since he took
It's not a genocide. Trust me, okay? It's not a genocide.
office. It's the fullest picture yet of what were apparently thousands of trades made on President Trump's behalf. It totals hundreds of millions worth of purchases and sales combined. Let's go live to CBS News senior investigative reporter Michael Kaplan. Thanks for your time today, Michael. Can you break down this new report?
Oh, shit, Shelly, baby. I'm telling you, ever since Donald Trump became president and the COVID especially, oh, my God. People think that, I remember during his first term, people thought they were Donald Trump. They're like, I'm going to destroy you on social media. I'm going to fucking blow you up. I'm going to tweet about this. It's like, go for it. The fuck you think you are? You think you're Donald Trump? No one follows you and your 4 followers. Nobody gives a shit. Go fucking, I'm going to Yelp about this. Go do it. Do it. Fuck, people would seriously say this shit. You'd kick someone out of a bar and they'd be like, I'm going to tweet about this. Have at it, man. I hope we go viral for kicking your dumb ass out. You're not Donald Trump. Everybody thought all of a sudden that the internet was this weapon that they could wield because Donald Trump could do it.
Reporting of yours on the president's portfolio.
Yeah, so for the better part of the last few weeks, my colleagues Stephen Beckett and I have been poring over the president's most recent financial disclosure, and it shows that he made more than 3,600 trades of individual stock during the first 3 months of the year. And it's really extraordinary in the sense that he's trading individual companies. Some are, most of which tend to do a lot of business in front of the government. And his portfolio is leaned heavily into some of the major tech firms, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Oracle. And, investment managers we spoke with we're sort of searching for a strategy here. And one that was floated to us was sort of a long-term effort to reduce the president's tax bill. It's called tax loss harvesting. And what it means is you're selling stocks that are losing in an effort to offset stocks that are gaining. And it's really a strategy that's become trendy among high net worth individuals. And this may be one of the reasons why why his accounts are trading individual stocks at such a high volume.
So, Michael, did you come across any evidence of insider trading over the course of your investigation?
Of course.
Well, Democrats in Congress have been pushing for an investigation into whether this amounts to insider trading. The Trump Organization, which manages the president's accounts, said the president the president nor his family had any role in making these trades, that it was all done by an independent third-party money manager. There were the timing of some of these trades is interesting, though. In the first week of January, the president's accounts bought up to $1 million worth of NVIDIA. And the next week, the administration relaxed rules around export controls that allowed the company to ship its prized AI chips to China. There were 7 purchases amounting to hundreds of thousands of dollars of Palantir. A few weeks before, President Trump touted Palantir, naming its stock ticker in particular in a Truth Social post. And one of we thought was interesting was just from last night. The president bought up to his accounts bought up to $50,000 worth of the company that owns the Ultimate Fighting Championship during the first 3 months of the year.
Wow. Okay. Michael Kaplan.
So he bought part of the UFC, and then he announced the UFC fight. And he bought part of NVIDIA, and then he announced that NVIDIA could sell his chips in China and Saudi Arabia. So that's not insider trading? Bullshit. Oh, no, he knew nothing about it. No, he knew nothing about it. He didn't get on the phone and tell us what to do. Fuck you. I can't wait for this guy to go to jail. Tell me that's his official role as president. This guy's not immune on that shit. He might be immune on other shit. He should be in jail. Donald Trump should be in jail. Martha Stewart went to jail for less. Yes! Maria Bartiromo. Maria Bartiromo.
Mineral exploration company Novared Mining, strengthening leadership team with a White House addition. Shield of the American Special Envoy Kristi Noem is here, and she is joining the company in an advisory role to expand its mission to advance critical mineral exploration using artificial intelligence. The Trump administration working to develop more domestic minerals to power the American economy and not rely on China. Joining me now in this Fox Business exclusive is the Shield of the American Special Envoy and Novared advisor Kristi Noem.
Oh, yeah. Remember when she killed that dog? Kristi Noem, I haven't seen you in a while since you've been fired. Kristi Noem, welcome back, Kristi Noem. Hey, still got that Mar-a-Lago face, huh? Can't get rid of that thing, huh? Still even got the Mar-a-Lago hair. Ugh. Sorry, Kristi Noem. Sorry. South Dakota, let's see. How's your husband doing? How's your husband doing? How's your husband doing?
It's great to have you. Welcome back. Thank you, Maria.
How are the kids? How are the kids?
Congratulations on this. Tell us more about what you're doing for Novared.
Well, Novared is a very important company in Canada that is doing exploration for critical minerals in a new way. They're using AI to go out there and put data sets together to make sure that we're locating the kind of rare earth minerals that we need in order to secure America's future as well. We currently do bring in about 17% of our critical minerals and copper from Canada. We want to continue to build on that relationship to make sure we're doing business with those that are closer to home and that are friendly countries in North America.
Yeah, I mean, look, the need for critical minerals is not lost on anybody. We understand the fact that China does the extraction and then the refinement of these minerals, which are so needed because we're using those in the military.
Yeah, the vast majority of the refining gets done in China. And so
we need those because military. You realize that you don't have shit because the military does. You know that, right? That we're giving $1 trillion a year to the military every year. And they always ask for more. And they can never tell us what they did with all the money. That every time they have an audit, they can't pass the audit. You know that, yeah? Okay, just to get all on the same page. We need those rare earth minerals because of the military.
we're dependent on some of those critical minerals in the United States. A lot of it comes out of Chile as well. And so we're going to continue to build on relationships to make sure that we're addressing that and bringing that refining capabilities back here at home with the resources that we need.
You know, Kristi Noem, you know, she used to be beautiful. Like when she didn't do all this shit with her face and like, oh God, she looks like Yul Brynner in drag. She looks like, oh no, she looks like Yul Brynner in drag. Ah, she does. She looks like Yul Brynner, except she's thin. Like she's a beautiful woman, like was, I guess. I don't know. She fucked herself up, but but she does not have like large mammaries. So it's weird that her husband is obsessed with these giant boobs and is in all these chat rooms about big breasts and stuff, and has pictures of himself with balloons as breasts, and it's a little weird. I get it. Like you always want what you ain't got, right? I guess like if you're with a fat girl, you want a skinny girl. If you want a skinny girl, you want a voluptuous girl. I'm sure that, I don't know. You're with a white girl, you want a brown girl. I think there's a lot. Like, I mean, remember when Hugh Grant was with Elizabeth Hurley and they caught him with a black prostitute? What the fuck? NF Coin, you've been getting your daily recommended dose of Red 40. Can't be a proper anti-racist to get your Red 40. What is, I don't know. I make my own food. I don't usually buy processed shit. So no, I make my own food. I don't like buying processed garbage. So no Red 40 for me. But thank you for the $5. Hey, can I get some jubilations for NF Coin? It's always nice to see you, Steve. Thank you so much, NF Coin. Appreciate that, baby doll. Thank you. Getting your Red 40. I mean, Kristi Noem, right? Who's with me on this? Let's see if Kristi Noem. I mean, do you think Kristi Noem? Oh wait, hold on a second. How we do on? Oh wow, it's a tight race. Is living off the grid the only way to subvert the will of the state? You guys were split on this, huh? Split right down the middle, boys. Is living off the grid the only way? Yes, 56%. Oh my gosh, 56%. That's a tight race. I mean, I kind of want to get almost all the way off the grid. I wish I could. That'd be pretty cool. I don't know how to do that though. 100%. I don't know if I could do it. But we need another poll. I think it's gonna be a Kristi Noem poll. Start a poll. Is Kristi Noem hot? Today. I got to put today because I think she was pretty beautiful back in the old days. Let me get an old picture of Kristi Noem. Old picture of Kristi Noem. They'll show me some, not Chris Young, Kristi Noem. God damn it. Let's see. Let me share this tab. Let's see if we got this. All right, here's old pictures of Kristi Noem. Well, that's where she used to look like. Now she looks like this. Oh God! But look, that's what she looks like when she first joined in Congress. But look, she used to be like look at her when she was blonde, and she had like a big 80s hat on. I don't know. Look at what she used to look like. Look, she was pretty. Look at her, like her hippie phase. Come on. And now she kind of looks like a monster now. Old Yeller, because she shot that dog. She shot the cricket. Justice for cricket. There she is. Different. Look, she got the short hair. I'm from South Dakota. There she is at the concentration camp. Remember when she went to the concentration camp and she used them as a prop, you know? She put all the guys with tattoos behind her, so it looks really tough. Even though these guys are not the guys that were shipped off from America, those guys were caught other places, and they forced them to stand behind her while she said that they were prisoners from the United States. That was pretty cool. Anyway, Kristi Noem, there's her husband. He likes big tits, I guess. I don't know I don't understand his deal, but all right, this is enough. This is her kissing the wall. Look, she kissed the wall. I didn't know she kissed the wall. Look at that. I didn't know she kissed the wall. That's her kissing the wall. I didn't even know she kissed the wall. I didn't know Kristi Noem kissed the wall. Now I know. She's over there at the Wailing Wall kissing the wall. It's really nice to see. It's always nice to see that. I don't know. Anyway, Kristi Noem used to be a different type of person. Now she's on Maria Bartiromo. All right, great. We're having a good time. 72% saying
we need to build on some of the initiatives that President Trump has been so aggressive on. He has been aggressive on making sure our supply chains are secured. We're not vulnerable to other countries who aren't friendly to us like China, and that we are standing on our own 2 feet when it comes to our critical infrastructure.
So I wonder if this whole sector is going to be part of a new deal that the president does with Canada. Right now, Jameson Greer was on with us just the other day, and I know that they're working on.
You're right. She does kind of she looks trans. She looks like maybe she's had like the trans
a bilateral
surgeries
with Mexico and another bilateral with Canada. So the critical mineral story part of it?
Yeah, that is correct. Absolutely. Those discussions are ongoing, and they're important to our future. As you see AI getting developed, copper and these critical minerals are necessary for the build out on data centers, for the transmission, for cooling resources. All the electrical grids are dependent on these minerals to make sure that we can utilize the assets that we need. And a lot of our defense systems are highly reliant on copper and these kinds of minerals to come into the United States. So the agreements we have with Canada and with Mexico will make us more secure with our neighbors instead of depending on those across the world.
Very good. And I saw the president with the Prime Minister of Canada there at the G7 this week, where they both are. Now, Kristi, when you transitioned out of the DHS role and into this new role, the Shield of Americas, it was a new
Shield of Americas. You transitioned. She sure did She looks like Laura Loomer. Yeah, all the Mar-a-Lago face, they all look like that. The real McGoy Adams has said homosexuals are demonic. I mean, people say that all the time about anyone they don't like. They're demonic. The Democrats. Oh my gosh, they're demons. Oh my gosh. Demons. I mean, people are weird. What are you going to say? What am I supposed to say to that, huh? Only an idiot would say something like that. We live in the most closeted timeline. Thank you. Can I get some jubilation in the chat for Steffelson and Real McGoy? Thank you so much for funding this channel today. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for making me laugh. Yeah, we live in the most closeted timeline for sure. We sure do, boy. We sure do. I mean, what is going on? What is going on with Kristi Noem's husband? I don't get it.
Initiative that the Trump administration created to advance national security in the entire Western Hemisphere. Tell us about that role and what you're hoping to accomplish there.
Yeah, in my conversations during that time with the president and with Secretary Rubio, it was about taking the knowledge that I had used at the Department of Homeland Security for the last 14 months and using it to help our neighbors in the Western Hemisphere. We have 13 countries right now that are signed up in an agreement on the Shield of Americas, and my advisory role is to work with them to build out border security.
How old is Christy Nome? God, I have to ask because now I'm thinking, how old is Christy Nome? Christy Nome is 54. I mean, I guess I should hope that I look as good as Christy Nome when I'm 54, but she was a good looking lady, and there was no reason to do all this shit to yourself. Like she just looks like Yul Brynner in Westworld.
To deal with migration issues they may face so that we can stop mass migration before it impacts our southern border again, and to fight the cartels, to go out there and make their homes safer, and to make sure that we're fighting those narco terrorists that have impacted them and their families. But then also, Maria, a big part of this is bringing American industry and businesses to these shield countries.
I know you say Positrite just said not bad for 54, but honestly, man, I'd rather just have someone look natural at 54 than have someone who do this, like all the filler and all, like the 3 inches of makeup and like the just an 1.5 inch eyelashes. And I don't know. It's just too much, man. I just like aging gracefully doesn't mean getting work done. Just be yourself. Like if you want to get work done, get work done. Who am I? But like, I don't know. It seems like the reason why it bothers me, it seems like everyone who works for Donald Trump has to get that look. They have to get that Mar-a-Lago look, the Mar-a-Lago makeover. They all look like this. Like Pam Bondi kind of looks like this, right? And even the young one, Caroline Levitt, she kind of looks like this. She's already started this process. Laura Loomer, they all kind of look like this. It's like if you want to work for Donald Trump, you have to get the Mar-a-Lago makeover. You got to go to this doctor.
Instead of saying to them, don't do
You have to go. They all go to the same doctor in Palm Beach, you know.
business with China, and then they have no other alternative. My job is to make sure we get American businesses down there to be those investors and those partners that these countries need to really help their economy and to help their families that live there.
And it was an important role. You did such a great job helping to secure the border. You were very visible out there as the
Great job.
DHS secretary, ensuring
That's why you got fired.
people understood the dangers of.
Hold on a second. Just back up. Is flesh tone shoes in, ladies? Did I miss the memo? Am I supposed to be wearing flesh tone shoes, ladies? Every time I wear my pumps, am I supposed to be wearing flesh toned, skin tone shoes? Is that what we're doing? Skin tone shoes? Did they call each other up? Hey, Maria, are we gonna do the skin tone shoes like we talked? Yeah. Yes, Chris, no, we're definitely gonna do it. Okay, we're definitely gonna do it. That's how Maria Bartiromo talks.
Helping to secure the border. You were very visible out there as DHS secretary, ensuring that people understood the dangers of a wide open border. Tell us how that's going in terms of now working in a different role to really do similar things in terms of securing America.
Well, it's been interesting because a lot.
Marie Bartiromo looks like she's had her mouth really loosened up. Maybe Joey Ramone. Never mind.
Of these countries saw what we did in the United States, and because we told our story so well, we stopped a lot of them.
Am I barefoot? No, I'm wearing Crocs. I'm wearing a Croc with a giblet. It's a chiblet. I forget what these things are called. It's an avocado. I wear these Crocs when I'm inside the house. Size 12. Size 12 Crocs. I wear them when I'm inside the house. I don't like having shoes on at the house, you know. But barefoot, it's not good for your feet to stand. I stand up here for 6 hours almost. I stand for like 5-6 hours a day. I don't think that wearing shoes in the house is good. I don't think being barefoot that long is good either. But I take them off. I do take them off, and then I have these like a yoga mat down here. I'll step on like a foot fatigue mat. I'll kind of step on that for a little bit, and then I'll step on this other. Then I'll take the other one off. So now I'm barefoot. But they're wearing 3-inch. Both of these women are wearing 3-inch skin-toned shoes. Thank you for asking.
Migration before it even got to our southern border during that time, because we were enforcing the law and people knew that our border was closed. Some of that migration stopped in these other countries from people that were infiltrating our country. Now they're dealing with some immigration issues. They want to have that same kind of stance and security.
Mario Contreras, you already know that he has spent so much money trying to look like me, but it's weird that you think I look like him. He looks like me. He spent a lot of money trying to look like me.
For their people. And so having the ability to be a known entity.
He's faker than this lady. He's got more work done than Kristi Noem. Elon Musk has way more work done than Kristi Noem. And for some reason, South Park makes a joke about how Kristi Noem's face crawls on the ground. But really, it should be Elon Musk's face crawling on the ground. All these lizard people, they got fake faces.
To them and to work with them.
I mean, look at Donald Trump.
Trump has done.
Donald Trump wears more makeup than this lady. Donald Trump wears more makeup than Kristi Noem, but Kristi Noem gets made fun of for wearing makeup.
And the changes that we enacted really is helpful for them to create more opportunities in their countries as well. So we've got great partners throughout SHIELD, and those that have suffered in the past from migration that has really hurt their families that live there, they're reliant on that partnership.
Well, I mean, it was important for the president to come up with another role for you to keep doing what you were doing in that regard, and we appreciate that. But Kristi, that was a tough couple of days there. That was a tough couple of weeks after that hearing in Congress where you were on the hot seat answering questions. What do you want to say about that? Do you want to say anything about the president's management in terms of dealing the way that he dealt with it? Take us back.
I appreciate the way that the president has handled not just DHS, but all the transitions within his administration. He's had more stability in cabinet members than many presidents have, or even his first.
What? You call this stability? It's a year and a half in. 4 cabinet members have been fired.
Term. Everybody is feels extremely valued to be a part of the team. For me, I think it's the first time the president has kept a cabinet member as a part of his administration, given them another role, and he's given me a role that I can build on. Not only can I continue to do some of the initiatives that I worked on at the Department of Homeland Security, I get the chance to share that knowledge with other countries. There's 39 countries approximately in the Western Hemisphere that I get the chance to work with and tell them what we do to secure our critical infrastructure, how we fight on cybersecurity initiatives to keep our critical infrastructure safe and to protect our businesses, what we're doing as far as modern policing tools and modern training for those that are out there on the front lines.
So you're teaching other people how to spy on their citizens?
We've had many countries come to me and say, tell us how you did that. Tell us what companies we can do business with. We want to do what America has done the last year and a half.
When you were in that hearing in Washington, do you think that was the beginning of the plans to change your role?
Well, I know it seemed that way to the American public, but the president and I have been talking about it for about a week or two before that. We knew there might be a transition, and we had conversations about it. And I'd also talked to Secretary Rubio about that previous to those events. So I appreciate both of them wanting to keep me a part of the team, recognizing the valuable asset and knowledge that I have that I can bring to the table.
Skin tone shoes basically means if you're a woman, I basically means that you're trying to make the outfit stand not as much as your footwear.
And my chance to be involved with this administration to do good work, I think, is really important to the Western Hemisphere.
How surprised were you when you first got to the DHS role, when you saw the number of people who actually entered the country illegally? I mean, what was your reaction when you first started understanding what had taken place in the previous few years?
I would say that my first reaction was we didn't really know how many people had come into the country. It was millions.
20 million.
Yes, it could be. Absolutely. There's no indication that he's wrong on that at all. He could be exactly right. The other thing was how dysfunctional the department was. It was many times most of the employees were not in work or able to do their jobs. They were diverted off into different political vendettas in different areas. Cleaning up the department was difficult. There are a lot of good employees there, but many of them were not allowed to do their job. You know, FEMA was a mess, not responding to people based on their disasters. That's under the Department of Homeland Security. We train all of our federal law enforcement officers running the Secret Service. We also have CISA, which is in charge of cybersecurity operations and maintaining our critical infrastructure. So there was a lot to do, and very proud of how we got that department back on mission, enforcing the law and making sure that America was safe.
That was a tough mission.
Yeah, it was a big one. Yeah. And it's a good one. It's for me, every day I had the chance to get up and do something that mattered for the future of our country.
How's Mark Wayne Mullen doing?
I think he's doing a good job.
Yeah.
This fucking... How is visiting the concentration camp and using humans as human prisoners, people who have never seen the light of day and are going to die in there? It's a death camp. How is it visiting a death camp, an actually operating death camp where you could use the humans as props? How is that?
Yeah, he's had a lot of help, and that's wonderful.
Speak to that. What was it like going to a death camp while it was in operation? Like, I've been to Auschwitz, but I wasn't there when it was going. Like, you went to CCOT and toured and thought it was great. What was that like?
I mean, the department was largely people that you put in there. Did he inherit the team around him?
You inherit quite a few people that are in federal government for a long period of time, and then you bring in some politicals, and the White House is always involved in that too. I think Mark Wayne took a handful of his own people from his Senate staff, and then the rest of the politicals that are in the department came as recommendations from the White House. But we had fantastic people to work with when I was there, people that really understood what President Trump wanted to accomplish and got up every day ready to do it.
And of course, you were a great leader in your governor's role before going to the White House as well. What's your take take on the upcoming midterm elections? Do you think the Republicans are going to lose the majority in the House? Do you think that voters understand the accomplishments of this administration?
I think they do. They're recognizing the results that President Trump is delivering, even with this Iran deal that is coming forward now for peace. That is going to resonate with the American.
For peace, it's really going to resonate. Yeah, it's super resonating that we're getting the same fucking deal, a worse deal than we had when Obama was president. Great.
People, we're going to see gas prices come down. We're going to start to see the economy kicking back up again. That'll be very helpful going into the midterms. Our challenge always, as elected officials, is to go out there and be normal human beings. Go talk to moms and dads about how much you care about their kids having a future in this country. And if we lose this country, where will we go? This is the last great country on the earth, and that is why we protect.
This is the last great country on the earth, everybody. You heard it. We heard it here. You heard it here.
And fight so hard for our freedoms and our liberty.
She wants a 1,000-year plan designed to kill America. There's a 1,000-year plan to
and
kill
China
us.
is fighting hard every day to supplant the United States as the #1 superpower. How much evidence did
China has a 1,000-year plan to destroy America.
you uncover in terms of China being behind pushing people in to come into America illegally, so perhaps they could do surveillance work for the
China's pushing people to come to this country illegally. It's China's fault that we got all these illegals.
Oh, absolutely. We saw very coordinated attacks of people coming into this country from China that were facilitated not just through the southern border, but through the northern border as well. Countries that I have worked with in Latin and South America have told us how they had Chinese operations set up for people to fly into their countries, almost like a travel agency would be. They would show up, be handed certain documents, a backpack it on a bus, and then bust right up over our southern border. So it was a very coordinated facilitation of bringing in people that were Chinese nationalists into the United States. And overwhelmingly, the testimonies have been that they were the same age individuals, young, mainly men, some females, but very much a coordinated attempt to get individuals into our country to change our country.
And is China working with Mexico in terms of the drug trade, getting drugs into America?
They have facilitated that. I wouldn't say necessarily we found ties to it officially right to the government, but absolutely Chinese businesses, those tied to the CCP, those individuals working with the cartels to make sure that the product gets into the United States. And remember, China has a 1,000-year plan to destroy the United States. They don't just build up their military. They don't just manipulate their currency, harm us with trade practices. They have a plan to kill our country.
A 1,000-year plan. So Mao Zedong takes over in the 50s, right? So what year is it going to be? 1,000 years. So 2950. 2950. Everybody, look out! China has a 1,000-year plan to destroy America. A 1,000-year plan. 1,000 years. Look out, everybody! Chrissy Nome thinks it's going to take 1,000 years for China to kill all the Americans. They've got a plan, a 1,000-year plan. So that puts us at 2950 when we need to worry about it. So, hey, get ready. In 2950, Christy Nome says that China's going to kill America.
From the inside by killing off our next generation of Americans. They will use every tool that they have, and that's what that fentanyl and drug trade brought to China that was a benefit to hurt America.
Wow. Well, you've seen all of
They're
this
going to kill us with fentanyl over 1,000 years.
up front and close, and we appreciate that information. Chrissy, good to see you.
Good to see you too, Maria.
Thanks so much.
1,000 years. You fucking, what are you talking about? Like, it's always 1,000-year Reich. We want 1,000-year Reich. So stupid.
Welcome to Hannity, and we start tonight with this Fox News alert. In just one moment, we will be joined by the Vice President of our country, J.D. Vance, is in studio with us. Great to have you.
Oh man, he's sick. Hannity's got a bad cold, man. I don't know. Something's wrong with him. Can you hear it? Listen.
No topic off limits, including the historic peace agreement with Iran that defied expectations, got across the finish line, thanks in part to the Vice President. We will discuss the President's trip that is ongoing now for the G7. What does the Vice President think about Graham Plattner, James Tallarico, other radical Democrats running in midterms? What about 2028? And will Vice President Vance?
Oh no, he would have called out, but unfortunately, Vice President Vance, he showed up for Vance. Oh no! J.D. Vance is killing Hannity. J.D. Vance is poison. He's like Typhoid Mary. He killed the Pope, and now he's going to kill Sean Hannity.
Let's make it official tonight right here and throw his hat in the ring. As you can see, a lot of ground to cover. And why is he going on The View, including the Vice President's very first book since...
He's going on The View because they have eyeballs.
His world-famous hillbilly elegy is entitled Communion, Finding My Way Back to Faith. It is officially out tomorrow. Amazon.com, Hannity.com, bookstores all around the country. And without further ado, Mr. Vice President, how are you?
Dude, listening to him talk. Don't shake hands with J.D. Vance. He's going to kill you. That's what happened to the Pope. Don't shake hands with J.D. Vance. My God. Sean Hannity sounds like he's about to die. Listening to him makes me want to take a deep breath. Thank God for my health. I want to thank God for my health, everybody. Thank God. I'm so grateful for my health. I'm not sick as shit. And I don't have to talk to J.D. Vance.
Good to see you. I don't get to see you in person a lot.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Okay, so you start off this life in Appalachia and very tough upbringing, very poor upbringing, difficult times, abuse at home. Your mom struggled with addiction. You have a devout grandmother. Now you're the
JD Vance is looking thin as fuck. Is he on Ozempic? Look at this guy. JD Vance looks like a different guy. That guy is not the same dude.
vice president. You're 41 years old, and now
he's got a glow up at 41.
You're negotiating what might be the path to peace in the Middle East for the first time in however many thousands of years. Not a bad life.
Not a bad life at all, man. Only in America. And I think that if you have a life like I've led, you have to have incredible gratitude to the country. And the best way to show that gratitude is just try to do as good of a job as humanly possible. That's what I write about in the book fundamentally, is this sense that, you know, my life has been so charmed. In some ways, things have been a struggle, but in a lot of ways, man, I've just been so blessed. And there's this sense that God was always looking out for me. Even when I strayed from the path, even when I called myself an atheist, that faith that my grandmother had sort of imbued me with was always there in the background. And of course, it's an important part of the way that I go about my duties today, but it's just an important part of who I am. It fundamentally illuminates everything else about me. And hopefully people will pick up the book and learn a little bit about me and learn a little bit about my faith journey. And maybe it'll be useful to them.
Well, we'll get into that in more detail.
I don't know. JD Vance, I mean, his haircut's not so bad. I think he's looking pretty good, honestly. I think JD Vance is looking pretty good. He's looking a lot better than Sean. I mean, Sean looks like he's on death's door. Sean looks like a bloated corpse.
All right, so let's talk about the Iranian deal.
Sure.
What frustrates me about the Iranians, Donald Trump says A, and somebody will come out, some aspect of that government, and contradict what the president said.
Yeah.
And they came out with, quote, a memorandum of understanding, which is what was signed, official signing on Friday in Geneva. And it contradicted a lot of what the president said. Any of that true?
No, it's not. So I've seen a lot of misinformation out there. I've seen $24 billion going from the United States to Iran. That number is totally false, totally made up. Fundamentally, what this thing does, Sean, is you got to appreciate is, number one, the Straits of Hormuz were open immediately. You already see oil prices coming down substantially, and I think they're only going to come down even further. Number two, it ensures that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And number three,
he's talking just like a president now. Number one, number two, number three. That's what Biden used to always do. Number one, that's number two, that's number three.
Three, it does go and say, look, if the Iranians are willing to change their ways, if they're willing to behave like a normal country, stop trying to build a nuclear weapon, stop trying to fund terrorism all over the Middle East.
See, he always does this shit. Stop trying to build a nuclear weapon. JD Vance is a fucking expert at this. Like, I'm just a regular old guy. Stop trying to build a nuclear weapon. Come on. Come on, just be reasonable, Iran. Stop trying to build a nuclear weapon.
Then we are willing to actually fundamentally transform our relationship with them. That's what the president has offered. Now, of course, we would need to verify that. We would need to see real progress and real action.
They know that's part of the deal?
Absolutely. It's written right there in the agreement, Sean. And here's the thing.
How come the agreement? How come no one can see the fucking agreement? They keep saying that it's written in the agreement. Where's the agreement? Well, we're not allowed to show it. Why not? It's a secret. That's Trump's big secret. Trump's big secret is that there is no fucking deal. There's never been a deal. There's never been a deal. This is all a lie. They won't show you the deal. Who signed it? Well, we can't tell you. So you can't tell me what's in the deal. You can't tell me who signed the deal, but you're telling me that there's a deal?
And, you know, information about this deal will leak out. You'll have somebody on a propaganda channel in that country, in Iran, who will say something that isn't true. I think it's sort of expected. It frustrates me too, but it's expected that some Yahoo is going to say something about the deal that is untrue. What really bothers me and frustrates me and is unexpected when the American media literally picks up talking points and propaganda from the RIGC that has...
Well, maybe you should be more forthright. Maybe you should tell us what's going on more. Maybe you should prove it. Like, show us pictures of these negotiations. Show us pictures of the deal. Show us who signed the deal. No, you can't tell us who you're talking to. You can't tell us what you're talking about, and you can't tell us what the deal is. But you want me to believe that it's peace.
No support in the text of the agreement that we've actually negotiated, and no basis in reality. This is good for the American people. The Iranians don't get a dime unless they behave and change their behavior, and this means that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon.
When you say they don't get a dime, do they ever get an American dime, a taxpayer dollar?
No. So number one, first of all, they never get a dime of American taxpayer money, ever. Full stop. Not even close. What we have said is...
Well, we did drop a bunch of dimes in their fucking houses, you know, when we bombed the shit out of their children. So, I mean...
There's a lot of economic benefit in the United States relieving a lot of sanctions and welcoming them back into the world economy. There's a lot of benefit. They're not American money, but there's a lot of economic prosperity that can flow from that. What the president said to them is,
So we're lifting the embargoes on Iran, which is all they wanted.
We want you to be a successful country. But for you to be a successful country, you've got to give up on this threat. You've got to give up on this desire to have a nuclear weapon. And if you do that, the United States is willing to have a much better relationship.
All right, let me go to this. The number one report that I've been reading leading up to this interview tonight is that the Qataris are giving them $300 billion with the sign, seal, and approval of the U.S. The president did put out a truth denying all of it. Iran has agreed to never have a nuclear weapon, and the story that the U.S. is paying Iran $300 million is fake news. We are not giving them an American dollar, number one, true, and number two, did the U.S. ever...
God, Sean sounds horrible, bro. You should have called out.
Sign off on the Qataris paying them that money.
No, we've not. The agreement says they are not getting a single dime of American money. That's just not what this is. What the agreement does say, Sean, is again, if the Iranians behave.
Dude, what is Sean? Sean is so Is he dead? Is he alive? Sean Hannity, I just saw something about he's so goddamn sick. I thought he was going to die. Is he okay? I just put that into Google. What's Google say? Sean Hay is doing fine and is not dealing with a life-threatening illness. Recent viral internet rumors claiming he collapsed on set or suffered a major medical emergency are completely false. Some recently speculated he may have undergone recent dental work or Botox, which led to temporarily altered appearance and impeded speech during his live television interview. However, Hannity has not taken a leave of absence and his regular broadcasts. Maintains an active schedule and continues to host his television media program. Okay. I don't know. He might have COVID or something. This guy is not sounding okay. He sounds like he's about to die.
And if there are sanctions relief, and if the Iranians are integrated into the world economy, we would invite other countries, not us, but other countries to invest in their country. That's fine, but only if they comply with the terms of the agreement. Really, we have an option here, right? The president of the United States.
2 weeks. Everything's going to happen in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, they'll show us the deal. 2 weeks. Well, trust us. Trust us. We never lie. Donald Trump never lies. Trust JD Vance.
Has given us option.
Trust John David Vance.
Which is great for the American people. Step back for a second. Their conventional military is destroyed. Their nuclear weapons program is destroyed. The Strait of
It's destroyed?
Hormuz is now open. Now we have two pathways.
Is it open toll-free?
It is open.
It was open before.
Toll-free, and that's very explicit in the agreement. But now we have two pathways we can go down. Pathway number one is the Iranian economy continues to be strangled. We don't want that. That's not our desire. But in order for them to get pathway two, which is reintegration into the world economy, they have to behave like a normal country. It's a very simple principle, actually. And what's different about this?
The very simple principle is do what America says, and then we'll trade with you.
Than previous iterations of the Iranian government, previous negotiations, is one, the president's negotiating from a position of strength. But number two, we're actually talking directly to them. And I can't tell you, Sean, if 5
Who are you talking to? Well, we can't tell you that.
years down the road, they're going to honor that commitment because I can't predict the future.
Who are you talking to? They. We're talking to they.
What I can tell you is if they don't honor their commitments, they don't get a dime from anybody, the United States ever, but a dime from anybody else either.
The president has told me many times, he said, I can go back to bombing and obliterate them in 5 minutes at any point I want. How important was it, the two attacks?
What a cool flex.
That took place last week, one after
I could kill everybody if I wanted to.
An Apache helicopter of ours was hit.
Well, what it did, Sean, is it showed that we were serious. That there really are two options here. There's the military option, there's the diplomatic option, and if they were not going to choose the diplomatic option, then the president
Exactly,
still had military
normal.
options to use. But it's not just that, Sean. One of the things the American media has totally underreported is you talk about the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranians try to close off the strait to try to choke off the world energy economy. The American media has totally underreported the fact that over the past 3 weeks, we've gotten more oil out of the Strait of Hormuz under the supervision of United States Central Command than we had the first 3 months of this operation. What does that mean? That means the Iranians' leverage was reducing by the day. That means that our position was growing stronger by the day. And I think that's why we've cut what is fundamentally a good deal for the American people, assuming the Iranians follow through. And if they don't follow through, there's no skin off our back. No.
Is that true? Is that true that JD Vance changed his last name 4 times? How many times has JD Vance changed his last name? 3 different last names throughout his life. Bowman, Hamill, and Vance. His birth name was Bowman. Hamill was taken in his youth after his mother's 3rd husband adopted him. And Vance, in 2013, around the time he graduated from Yale, to honor his maternal grandparents who largely raised him. His mom's name. He took his mother's name then, his maternal grandparents, his mom's maiden name. Additionally, his first name evolved from his original legal name, James, and he used various iterations of his nickname, ultimately dropping it periods to JD when he entered politics. So he's not James, he's JD. So his name isn't even JD. He's always gone by James, and he changed it to JD when he got into politics. Cool. JD's way cooler than James, right? James Vance. JD Vance sounds way more. JD Vance sounds way more Southern, sounds way more Appalachia. Welcome to Appalachia.
Nothing changes from where we are right now.
A lot of people are questioning, why not release the memorandum of understanding? You said it will happen this week.
Correct. So there are some diplomatic protocols, Sean. There are some sequencing that the Pakistanis have been involved in this, the Qataris have been involved in this. And what the president has said is the agreement will come out on Friday. He may decide to release the agreement sooner than that, but we have this formal ceremony on Friday, and that's when the president right now wants to release the memorandum.
Let me get to this, because this is the most important thing. And the president has been most consistent on this point, and that is they cannot and will never have a nuclear weapon.
Correct.
How will we be able to verify that? Will we have American inspectors on the ground? What happens to the nuclear?
Can we have American inspectors on the ground? American speakers.
Dust. Will it be degraded or will it be removed?
He sounds like Monica when she got sick in Friends. I'm in the prime of Lyme.
Will we be a party to that? Like, will it reflect what we did in Libya years ago?
So what we're going to do, Sean, is destroy the highly enriched material, the nuclear dust, as we call it. And, we're going to do it with the Iranians. That's what the president said. He wants us to work with the Iranians.
Oh, yeah. He's been in a bunch of religions, too, right? He's got a bunch of religions. J.D. Vance changes religions like hats. How many different religions has J.D. Vance been? Man, it didn't like that one. How many religions has J.D. Vance identified as? 2. He was evangelical Protestant, and then he was raised that way, but then he became Catholic. He's a traitor. Additionally, during his youth, he identified as an agnostic or atheist. So he was an atheist, and then he became a Protestant. No, he's raised Protestant, became an atheist, and then became Catholic for political reasons. Great. He's now a Catholic, and then he killed the Pope.
Iranians with the international
He's a spy for the Protestants.
Organizations to destroy that stockpile of enriched material, because that does set them back a little bit further. We've already fundamentally destroyed their program, but that does set them back a little bit further, and that's important, of course, to the United States.
And they're agreeing never to enrich.
They're agreeing right now to eliminate the enriched stockpile, and if they don't get to a point where they agree to stop enriching, then they don't get the other benefits of the bargain. That's the way this is set up. Is a lot of the technical details we're going to figure out over the next month, over the next 2 months, but the basic structure.
So you don't have a fucking deal.
Is they can get a lot. If they comply with the United States demands, they don't get anything if they don't comply with anything.
One of the more frightening things we learned in Epic Fury is the ballistic missile range. They can hit Paris.
Talking about my dick again, Epic Fury.
They can hit London. Does that have to come to an end?
That's part of not funding terrorism. They have to stop being a force for regional instability in the region. And if they don't get any of the benefits of the bargain. And that's what's so brilliant about the way the president has structured this. Is he's saying, look, there are so many things that are possible for the people of Iran. Greater prosperity, greater economic integration with the world. But to get those things, they have to behave like a normal country. Stop funding terrorism, stop trying to develop a nuclear weapon. And that really is the trade-off here. It's fundamentally, the ball is in the Iranians' court, Sean, because we're better off regardless. Their nuclear program is destroyed, whatever route they choose. The Strait of Hormuz is open, whatever route they choose.
Yeah, that's why you're making a deal, right? That's why you're negotiating.
Their conventional military is destroyed, whatever route.
We win no matter what. Okay.
Choose. This gives the Iranians an option.
Then why are you having a negotiation at all? If you win no matter what, why is there even a negotiation?
To either become a normal country or not, but the United States is in a much better position regardless of what they choose.
Normal country, do what America says.
You expressed an optimism that kind of surprised me earlier today in believing that the relationship has changed. You referred to and referenced the fact that for the first time in 47 years, America is going directly to the leadership there, including hardliners and the more political aligned.
I feel like America should be treated like a normal country when we get rid of our nuclear weapons and stop funding terrorist organizations like Israel. I mean, why are we funding a terrorist organization like Israel and we have nuclear weapons? Why are we allowed? It makes sense that other countries hate us, huh? It does, because we got nuclear weapons that we threaten the world with. The whole fucking world's afraid of us. We are the problem. The whole world hates us now. Because we're pointing nukes at them, and we're claiming to be like morally superior and God's on our side and Jesus loves us but nobody else. It's fucking crazy. We keep on telling our allies that we're going to take their land, like Greenland and Panama Canal. We keep telling people that we're going to steal from them. We keep attacking civilians and murdering heads of state extrajudiciously. We keep on carrying out assassinations against heads of state. We literally kidnapped a head of a state this year and pardoned another head of state after they brought in 400 tons of cocaine. You know, Orlando Ortiz from Honduras. I mean, what the fuck are we doing here? Everybody hates us for good reason. Stop doing that shit, and then people will stop hating us. I mean, they say the same shit. Stop doing horrible stuff. Stop funding Israel. Stop pointing your nuclear weapons at us, and we'll stop funding Hezbollah. We'll stop bombing your embassies. Seems like a deal. All right, fine. Let's get rid of our nukes, and we'll stop pointing them at you at least, and then we'll stop funding Saudi Arabia and Israel. Sounds like a great plan to me. I think it's great.
That's true.
That is true. We've never had this level of direct communication with the Iranian leadership. Of course, the previous generations of Iranian leadership are largely gone thanks to what's happened over the last few months. But there's something else that's interesting, Sean. You talk about hardliners and moderates.
We can't be trusted. We don't keep our promises. We don't keep our treaties. We don't keep our contracts. We have nuclear weapons, and we're the only country in the history of the world to use them. I wouldn't trust us if I were them.
Fascinating to me about their system is that we're seeing even people that I would have assumed are hardliners who are kind of saying, you know what, maybe it was a mistake for us to do the things that we've done over the last 40 years. Maybe we should turn over a new leaf in the relationship with the United States of America. As the president always says, Sean, do we trust anyone? No, we don't trust anyone. We do verify, and we do extend this hand and say, look, if you guys are willing to change, we're willing to change how we dealt with you too.
Let's talk about any place, anywhere, anytime U.S. inspectors. That's that part of the deal?
Yeah, that's absolutely something that we are negotiating over, Sean. That's one of the...
Didn't we have that before Donald Trump took the JCPOA or JCOPA, whatever the fuck it's called? When Donald Trump tore up the last deal, that was part of the last deal, and you fucked it up.
Final details that's going to be figured out here is if you go back to the original Obama JCPOA, there were a couple of big problems.
JCPOA. Did I say that? JCPOA.
With it. Number one, by the way, is that the Gulf Arabs hated the Obama deal. Why? Because they thought that it empowered the Iranians to be a malign actor. It actually enriched the Iranians while they were misbehaving. This deal, the Gulf Arabs love because they know
because they're not in competition with Iran. The other Gulf leaders, they hate Iran. They hate Iran.
That this is the kind of deal that can fundamentally transform the Middle East. Another problem with that deal is that the inspections regime was effectively non-existent. There was a little bit there, but it was basically non-existent. This goes back to our fundamental principle here, that if they show verifiable commitment, and that means a real...
Are there any Gulf states led by Sunni Muslims? The vast majority are led by Sunni Muslim monarchs. Every member of Gulf Cooperation Council, the GCC, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, and Bahrain is led by a Sunni royal family, despite some nations having significant Shia or Ibadi populations. Okay, so then the question is, isn't Iran led by Shia? Yes, Iran is led by Shia Muslims. It is the largest Shia-led nation. So all those Arab states that J.D. Vance is saying, oh, they hate Iran because of the Obama deal. They hate Iran anyway. They hate Iran because they hate the Shia Muslims. Even though many Shia Muslims live in the states that we just talked about, the royal families of all of them are Sunni. Exactly what Saddam Hussein was. But Iraq has mostly Shia Muslims there. So we put a Sunni in power, and then he started bombing his mortal nemesis, the Shia Muslims in Iran. It's like they always make it sound like they're all just one, painted with the same brush. They're all the same color. They're all the same religion. They're all the same. And it's not that way. The Sunni and Shia Muslims, everybody should know the difference at this point. And you don't need to know the nitty gritty, but you need to know that they don't agree on shit. They got lots of beef from over the years. Let's just ask, what are the fundamental differences between Shia and Sunni Muslims? The fundamental differences between Shia and Sunni. The fundamental differences, the successor disputes. Sunnis think that they backed Abu Bakr, a close companion and father-in-law of the Prophet, who became the first caliph. Shia view leadership must stay within the Prophet's family. They believed Ali ibn Abi Talib, the Prophet's cousin and son-in-law, was divinely appointed as the rightful successor. Religious authority. Sunni say they're people of tradition. Authority is decentralized and derived from the Quran and the Sunnah traditions of the Prophet. The Shia, a faction of Ali, authority flows through a hierarchy of spiritual leaders called imams. You've heard of them, right? Shias believe that imams were sinless, divinely inspired, and carried esoteric knowledges of the Quran. Those are the big deals. They got different holy days, a couple different practices, but their prayer structure. Sunnis generally pray five times a day with their hands crossed over the chest. Shia frequently combine certain prayers into 3 sessions per day and pray with arms straight down, resting their foreheads on a clay tablet. You could see why they'd want to kill each other, right? You spread your arms out, I fold my arms, let's kill each other over this. The Shia and Sunni have been killing each other forever, and J.D. Vance wants you to think it's because of Barack Obama.
inspections regime, then they can get the benefits of the bargain.
Obama took a shot and said, I don't think this deal is any better than the deal we had before. The JCPOA was dramatically different than what you were describing here tonight.
And I'd ask the president, the former president, I'd say, Obama, why in the world, if it's the same thing, why is it that the Gulf Arabs hated your deal and they love our deal? They are the ones who are in the region. They know what it means to enrich the worst terror.
Draft dodgers shouldn't be able to run for fucking. It's a little late for that. All the draft dodgers are about to be dead.
Regime in the world, and they also know what it means to turn over a new leaf and to go to a different future. So I think President Obama, he should acknowledge that the people who are closest to this, they love the Trump deal, they hate the Obama deal, and that's maybe the biggest endorsement of this plan.
Okay, so I just want to just bear down. They're going to hand over the nuclear dust. They're agreeing to no nuclear weapons. They're agreeing to inspections. They don't get one U.S. taxpayer dollar. And okay, you really believe that a regime that I would argue could not be trusted, I refer to it as a death cult, that what?
Yeah, we're not a death cult though. How's that cross around both your necks going? Both your necks got crosses around them?
Brought them
not a
to
death cult
this
though.
point. What changed? Is it they're now at their fourth tier of leadership? What do you think changed?
I think it's a combination. First of all, I don't believe anything, Sean. No. This is very important. The president has said we have to verify. We're going to reward action. We're not going to reward words. But fundamentally, what's changed is number one.
What's the red stand for on the American flag? What does the red stand for in the American flag? The blood of our wars, hardiness and valor. Yeah, hardiness and valor. Blood. It stands for the blood. White represents purity and innocence. The blue represents vigilance, perseverance, and justice. Bloodshed. Additionally, the red stripes work together with the white ones to form a 13. The exact shade of red in modern manufacturing is officially designated as the federal government's Old Glory red. Yes. Beyond the official text from 1782, a popular and deeply rooted cultural interpretation that the red stripes represent the blood shed by the men and women who fought and sacrificed their lives to protect the nation's freedom and independence. Death cult.
We're on the third or fourth generation of leadership. That is true. Number two, they've seen that the president is serious. They've seen that he's willing to exert that leverage and actually do what's necessary in order to force the Iranians to come to the table. And number three, Sean, this is important. It's underreported. Their economy has been in a free fall for a very long time. So you combine the president's leverage that he's put on them,
so is
ours,
ours.
the new leadership, and you combine the fact that their economy is in shambles. And I think that they see there's a real opportunity here to turn over a new leaf so long as they do the right thing.
So on the verification process, once we get along, they're either going to go along with the commitments they made or what is next. And what do you say to the people like me that have been very skeptical of the regime for all these years, number one state-sponsored terror?
What the fuck are you talking about? Resurrection cult? So they're a zombie cult? Is that what you're saying? They're a zombie cult. It's a death cult. You crazy. All religions are death cults. They're so obsessed with death. Let's all wear black and not have sex so that after we die, we can go to heaven and have all the sex we want. All the religions say stupid shit like that. All of them are death cults. All of them. Don't forget that Jesus Christ went into the den of butchers and he turned over the tables of sacrifice, the animal sacrifices, the money changing. You can give them money and they'll sacrifice an animal for you. That's a death cult, man. Jesus is in a death cult. He didn't like it. And then as soon as you made a religion about him after he died, it was a death cult. Wearing a cross around your neck. I do enjoy the humility of the Christian tradition of the cross, but let's call it, let's be honest. If they're all death cults, all of them are death cults, constantly talking about what happens when you die. That's all they ever fucking talk about. Death, 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 death. They're never like, hey, let's live life to the fullest.
Death to Israel, death to America.
Death to Israel, death to America. Yeah, yeah.
I'm skeptical. If this is all true, Reagan talked about this in '85. He said there might be an opportunity for peace in that region, and it might be all of these countries finally getting along. And you even expressed hope that that might be a result of this.
Well, again, I'll tell you, the Gulf Coast countries under the president's leadership, they actually feel that that's possible. They don't believe anything either. They're not certain. They're not going to predict what the Iranians are going to do 5 years from now, but they see real opportunity. So we're going to walk down this pathway. We're going to see how serious the Iranians are. And Sean, you asked, what if they don't meet these obligations? What if they don't do what they promised they're going to do? Number one, they don't get any benefits of the bargain. And as the president would say, we have all the cards. Their economy will still be in very tough shape if they don't get the relief that they need to get in order to make progress. We're still going to have incredible military might. We're still going to have diplomatic leverage over them. We have the cards, and if they don't honor the commitment, we'll figure out what to do when we get there.
So basically, the president, if I had to guess or interpret, I've known President Trump.
So, like, the reason why the cross around the neck, I mean, the cross was how peasants were killed, right? Peasants and dissidents and enemies of the state. That's how they killed. It was a humiliation. So wearing the cross is a sign that all of us are laid low. All of us are equal, because Christ hated hierarchy. Christ said the last will be first, the first will be last. He hated this top-down bullshit. He hated the idea of Caesar. He hated the idea of money. See, like, Jesus was all about being humble and meek and self-sacrificing and loving and merciful and hungering for justice. Blessed are those who hunger for justice. Blessed are the meek. You know, goes on in the Sermon on the Mount. It wasn't about this idea of that, like the fact that it's a symbol of death, of his death. It kind of shows a solidarity that all of us are peasants, all of us are children of God, all of us are. That's what the cross is supposed to symbolize, and also his sacrifice and all of our self-sacrifice. All of us will sacrifice for each other. Now, of course, the modern day cross means something totally different. It means oppression. It means killing. It means harming others. It means judging others. But Christ and the early Christians didn't believe in all that. The early Christians believed in the philosophy of mercy and anti-state power. And they're proto-anarchists that were murdered on crosses. I mean, take, for example, St. Paul. He was beheaded because he was a citizen of Rome. They didn't crucify him because that would be seen as beneath his status. That's the idea, is that there is no status. Paul should have been crucified. They crucified Peter upside down. That's why the upside down cross, it used to mean Peter, but now like the Satanists like to say the upside down cross is Satan in the movies. It's always the upside down cross, but St. Peter's cross is upside down. Now they draw this crazy P. It looks like crazy, but you know, I actually enjoy the ancient humility of Christianity. The origins of Christianity, the teachings of Christ are beautiful, and I think that they should be studied and followed, actually. But you know, the religion is a cult. You know, the philosophy isn't. The church is. I should say the religion isn't a cult. The church is a cult. Religions are fine. It's the churches and the mosques and the synagogues. They're the cult. If you want to, you know, get your friends together and read a cool book and be like, man, Jesus had some good ideas, don't you think? Yeah, let's talk about them. That to me is fine. That's wonderful. Like, it's beautiful if you think about it. But going to a guy who's going to tell you what Jesus means, and going to a guy who's going to tell you what it says in Leviticus, and why you should hate gay people or whatever, why you should vote for Donald Trump or Joe Biden, why you should vote the way they say, that's a cult. That's a fucking cult. Religion's not a cult. The churches are cults. They hate each other. It really is disgusting.
For 30 years, I would say that means go back and resume bombing.
It could.
It could be. And he would. I don't think he would hesitate.
It could mean the blockade goes back on, Sean. It could mean a lot of things. But what the president has said is he doesn't want to do those things. He wants Iran to be a normal country. They've got to act like it.
Like I said, it's not, the cross wasn't a symbol for Christ. The cross was a symbol of the death of Christ, the sacrifice of Christ, and the solidarity that we will all have as being merciful. Reminders that we should be merciful, self-sacrificial, selfless, and that we're all peasants, we're all children in the eyes of God. That's what the cross meant. It's also a reminder of the Holy Trinity, if you think about it. If you look at, like, the cross is a reminder of the Holy Trinity.
Let me ask you this. This is more philosophical, because I have found that, and I've known Donald Trump, President Trump, for 30 years. And some people have been trying to portray him as an isolationist. I'm like, well, he wiped out the ISIS caliphate, took out Soleimani, took out Baghdadi and associates, dropped the mother of all bombs on Afghanistan, and committed to Midnight Hammer, Epic Fury, and Maduro. That's not an isolationist.
No, he's never been an isolationist. What he is, Sean, is I would say he has an America First foreign policy. He uses American economic and military power to pursue the interests of the American people. Now it's interesting, though, Sean. People always ask me, how do you make sure that the Iran war doesn't become a quagmire, like maybe some of these conflicts were back in the early 2000s? And I always say the way that you prevent that is that you do what Donald Trump is doing. You set clear objectives, you accomplish those objectives, and then you reevaluate whether you want new objectives or whether you've accomplished what you need to accomplish. And that's why the president has been able to do, you think about it, very discreet, very successful military operations that are part of a broader strategy to make America better off.
What should Americans take away from...
How come America's not better off then? A year and a half in, how come we're almost 2 years into Donald Trump? Why isn't America better off?
What you are saying here today, the hope you're expressing, that we've turned a corner, this conflict can end? And what about other countries that may remain in conflict with them?
God, Sean sounds so fucking sick. God, he makes me feel sick hearing him talk. He's so sick, dude. Why are you on the air?
Obviously, Israel would be one.
Yeah, well, look, if this deal works, and if we actually get the things that we expect out of this negotiation, then we're going to have broader regional stability and peace. The reason why our Arab allies, our Gulf allies are so excited about this is because they think this is a new day in the Middle East. But again, if it's not, then it's not. If the Iranians don't comply, then we're going to go back to the same relationship that we had before, where we have all the cards. I really do believe, if you think about this from the perspective of the Israelis, and obviously, we care most about the American people, but the Israelis have been good partners on a lot of this stuff. Our perspective is this has eliminated the Iranian nuclear threat. That's good for Israel. It's also good for the rest of the region. We've substantially weakened their economic and military might. That's good for Israel and also the rest of the region.
Well,
this deal is going to be good for everybody. It's going to be good for the whole world.
I could never understand after October 7th, if you extrapolate out their population in Israel versus ours, that's the equivalent of 40,000 dead Americans in a day.
Sure.
Donald Trump's president, J.D. Vance is president, 40,000 Americans die in a day. What would you do?
Go absolutely crazy. The American people would demand a significant response. I mean, we saw this on September 11th, Sean. We knocked out 2 countries that were involved in terrorism.
Do you think that was a good idea, JD Vance? You think that was a good idea, going to Afghanistan and Iraq for no reason?
Because of 9/11. We have to respond to terrorism, but I think what the president has done here is very effective.
You think it's important to respond to terrorism? So JD Vance is defending the George W. Bush era wars that lasted 20 fucking years. I thought we thought these wars were stupid. You just disagreed with Donald Trump. Donald Trump said those wars were stupid. And here we are doing it again. Listen to what he's saying. JD Vance and Donald Trump has said these forever wars are bullshit. And now he's saying, oh, well, if they killed 9/11, if 9/11 happened today, we'd take out 2 countries. You're begging for 9/11 then. You're begging for a 9/11. You have to respond to terrorism. How about stop doing shit that gets us killed?
He has, I think, defanged the largest state sponsor of terrorism. He's ensuring
the defang. We thought we defanged Osama bin Laden too. We defanged him. Don't worry, we defanged him.
Nuclear weapon. And now he's actually saying, you know what? Now that you're in a position where you don't have leverage over us, we have leverage over you. Let's make a deal.
Take a break. More J.D. Vance on the other side, live in studio. All right, thanks for watching.
Major questions remain this morning about the agreement reached between the United States and Iran, as specific details are still under wraps.
Secret.
President Trump says the text of the deal will likely be released only
Donald Trump's secret is that
after a formal signing ceremony on Friday. Meanwhile, confusion and contradictions continue. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, for example, says Israeli forces will remain in Lebanon. Netanyahu added in a defiant address yesterday, quote, "The struggle has not ended." Iran's foreign minister said this morning that continuing Israeli occupation of Lebanon would be a violation of the deal. We've been tracking this as a key sticking point.
Oh, okay, so Lebanon, so there's no fucking deal. If Israel's still going to be in Lebanon, there's no deal. That's Victoria's secret. Donald Trump has his big secret is that there is no fucking deal. We don't know who's supposed to sign it. We don't know what's in it. Israel is saying they're not gonna follow it. They're not leaving Lebanon. So what's the deal? There is no deal. There is no deal. There's no fucking deal.
Moves, Iran indicated yesterday it intends to charge fees for unspecified services in the key waterway. Just a day after President Trump claimed it would reopen and, in his words, be permanently toll-free. When it comes to potential reconstruction funding for Iran, the president's pushing back on those reports. But a senior U.S. official told reporters yesterday the possibility of releasing frozen funds, sanctions relief, and a big $300 billion fund to rebuild Iran was discussed and would be tied to performance. A senior Iranian official told Reuters the U.S. had agreed to release $25 billion of Iran's frozen assets.
So you're gonna give them money.
Meanwhile, a U.S. official with knowledge of the matter tells MS Now that U.S. intelligence agencies actually warned President Trump that Iranian officials made false claims about nuclear concessions they would make. The warnings were first reported by Axios. The official added that information collected by several U.S. intelligence agencies showed that the way Iranian officials were discussing this interim deal among themselves was actually inconsistent with what they told U.S. officials and mediators. The official went on to say CIA Director John Ratcliffe and Secretary of State Marco Rubio told Trump and other top administration officials that based on the intelligence, they doubted the Iranians would agree to take steps for the nuclear steps that the U.S. has sought. Vice President J.D. Vance and envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner advocated for this deal. We're also hearing from former President Barack Obama, who weighed in on the war with Iran on Saturday, a day before Trump announced that a deal had been made. This is some of what Obama had to say.
It is doubtful that any agreement that arises is going to be significantly different or a significant improvement from the deal that we had in the first place and had worked for a long stretch of time before the United States pulled out. The notion that we can just bully our way or bomb our way to solutions may sometimes seem appealing, but the fact of the matter is that taking the time to explore diplomacy and exhaust the possibilities of coming up with deals that don't solve 100% of the problem, but solve 80, 90% of the problem, while avoiding the necessity of going to war. You'd think we would have learned that lesson by now, but it seems like every so often we have to relearn that lesson again.
And of course, we've talked about the shades of similarities, even down to
Yeah, you'd think we would have learned that lesson by now, huh? You thought we would learn that lesson I thought we would learn that lesson by now too, Barry, but here we are doing it all over again. Same fucking show, same bat channel, same bat time, same bat channel. We're doing the same shit again.
the language being used between this current Trump era deal and the Obama era deal back in 2015 with Iran that Trump pulled the U.S. out of during his first term. This present deal looks quite similar. That can't be ignored. Meanwhile, President Trump is in France this morning for the G7 summit, where world leaders are meeting against the backdrop of Middle East tensions and concerns about the global economy. Appearing alongside French President Emmanuel Macron, Trump touted the tentative U.S.-Iran agreement, saying it could bring stability to the Middle East. Macron said France is prepared to send military assets to help secure the Strait of Hormuz and support the reopening of the key global shipping route. Behind the diplomacy, though, many U.S. allies arrived with a more cautious approach toward Washington. European leaders have become increasingly willing to push back on American pressure, reflecting concerns over U.S. unpredictability on everything from trade, security, and, of course, foreign policy. Joining us now live from the site of the G7 summit, White House reporter for Politico, Maya Ward. Maya, the time change actually working with us on this one. Thank you for coming on. You're on the ground there in France. Can you talk about the conversations that you are hearing on the sidelines of the G7, specifically around the Iran war and the deal that the U.S. is apparently now entered into? The vice president said it was signed.
Yeah, on Iran, I mean, we're talking about this memorandum of understanding and these concessions that the administration, we heard from the president yesterday, he was touting. But the reality is we still have a lot of questions, and we know that Iran hasn't agreed to many of the things that Trump was talking about and touting to world leaders yesterday. I mean, he's saying that the Strait will be permanently toll-free. Iran is saying it may still charge ships. You know, Trump is saying there's no sanctions relief yet, that it's going to be part of these negotiations.
So there's no deal
agreement over nuclear material. And as you know, Ali, like I said earlier, like we haven't seen the text yet, so it's really hard to make sense of what's coming out of both sides. And it presents a challenge for these
There's no deal
today. The president in a few hours is going to meet alongside other G7 allies with Middle East leaders, and he's going to have some bilaterals as well.
Turd. Look at him compared to everybody else, this fucking fat turd walking around, slouching around with his big, look how long his tie is. It's just such an embarrassment. You got the German guy in the back, and here's Macron and Zelensky. I mean,
and those partners, those G7 allies are going to want to know what the actual agreement parameters are, you know, how likely it is for some.
Now there's Keir Starmer. He's a short timer too. He's about to get ousted. He's about to get ousted from England. UK is about to kick him out of parliament.
Something like this to collapse as they try to chart a path forward. I will say something I'm curious about is how
that tall fucking German. Look at that guy's so goddamn tall.
President is going to push on this issue of demining. It was something that came up on a call with senior officials this weekend that once the Strait is open, they would begin removing those mines from the Strait, and that G7 allies could be partners in that. So it'd be interesting to see if the president pushes on that front.
And I know that White House officials have been briefing on this memo of understanding, but I guess the simple question is, where is it? Like, when do they think that we will actually see it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great question. We've had a few different answers as to when that's actually going to.
Yeah, long ties are totally boss. Yeah, totally boss. Long ties that hang down by your nuts, they're super boss. Like I try to have it all the way down because I think he thinks that it covers up the smell of his nether regions because of the diaper smell. It must like help keep the scent in. That's why he wears the tie so low. It's like another piece of fabric keeping that stench hidden. Or the fact that he's got a little mushroom penis, his little micro penis, you might be able to see through his pants because it's like a weird shape. So he puts the tie down that far to cover it. That could be it.
Going to come. I mean, the president said something yesterday like it might come after that Friday signing, but again, it's going to make this very challenging here at the G7 in terms of trying to get these allies on board with the day after plan, because it's going to be difficult for them to know what to actually agree to when they don't understand
did not
the
make a
contours of this deal. They haven't seen the text.
Yeah, I also think it's fascinating watching the ways that Vice President.
No one's even seen a picture of these guys meeting with any Iranians. There's never been any pictures about guys meeting Iranians. No Iranians. Where the fuck are the Iranians? Do you know who said that we had a deal? Pakistan. Pakistan said we had a deal. Well, they're not Iran.
J.D. Vance has really been the central messenger around this memo of understanding. He was someone who was reportedly behind the scenes, someone who was not a fan.
Yes,
of
$7 winning.
in the first place. Now he's the person who's having to sell whatever this deal actually is. What do you make of that?
Yeah, sell it hard.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting.
We just saw J.D. Vance trying to pretend like there was some kind of deal, just talking shit. Like even Sean Hannity was like, "Am I supposed to really believe this? I'm skeptical." Fucking for Sean Hannity to tell J.D. Vance that he's skeptical is like someone slapping him in the face, because Sean Hannity is a bootlicker. For him to say to J.D. Vance that he's skeptical, that is like incredulity of outer space. That's like That's like a flat earther talking right there.
Speaks to the role that he's playing and also just the pressure on this administration as midterms approach to get this thing under wraps. I mean, Republicans for months have been sounding the alarm that
Pakistan is supposed to be the mediators. Where the fuck are the pictures of us? I want to see some pictures of Rubio with some Iranians. I don't think that's too much to ask. I just don't think that's too much to ask. But no, they won't even tell us the names of the people that they're talking to. Who are you talking to? I'm not going to tell. It's a secret. It's a secret. What's the agreement say? It's more of a memorandum of understanding. So what's it say? I can't tell you. It's a secret. Okay. Fucking bullshit.
if this doesn't end soon, it's
You have a girlfriend? Yeah, but she goes to a different school. What's her name? Glass Tropicana. His name is George Tropicana.
going to spell doom for the midterms, and that gas prices and affordability concerns, that all of this was adding to that.
It's like, I'm doing like Marsha. What was the little girl in what was the middle child's name in the Brady Bunch? And she had a secret. She had Jan has a secret boyfriend. His name is George Tropicana. I mean, George Glass. Yeah, George Glass. That's his name. He's boss, and he thinks I'm the prettiest girl in school. I want to see who's George. Sure, Jan. Yeah, thank you, Frankie Berry. Frankie Jan. Sure, Jan. That's how we're all Marsha at this point. Marsha. We're Marsha at this point. We are the hot lady, the hot girl who's fucking our stepbrother. That's who we are. Americans, a bunch of sibling fuckers, right? We're obsessed with incest in this country. That's why Game of Thrones was such a success. It's about sister fuckers and dragons. Game of Thrones, huge hit. Even the spin-offs. The new spin-off is about an uncle fucking his niece and dragons. Incest and dragons. It's amazing. Keep going, HBO. It's great. Anyway, incest and drag. We are the incest. We're Marsha, and Donald Trump is Jan. Sure, Jan.
For Americans. And we know that the vice president, he is interested in 2028. And of course, like being the vice president when something like this is happening is always a tricky balancing act, right? Like you want to support what the president is doing. We saw this with Vice President Kamala Harris as well. But at the same time, you're trying to set yourself up. And so I think that is some of what we're seeing here, this eagerness to show that this is coming to a conclusion. But of course, the challenge there is when you tie yourself closely to something, what happens if it falls apart? And does that fall on Vance in some ways?
And also, what does this deal and what does Iran look like 2 years from now when that 2028 primary is in full swing? This is certainly something that
We rip it up just like we always do. It's America. We don't keep our promises.
Vance is going to have to answer for, explain, square with his own foreign policy vision if and when he actually becomes a candidate in his own right. The other thing that they're talking about this morning, and we showed some pictures of this.
Great. Let's do it. Let's do a poll. Looks like the no's have it. Awesome. Thank you for doing the poll. Is Trump's Iran deal real? 80% say no. Of course. Let's see. Is Donald Trump handsome or a fat slob? Let's see. Is Donald Trump handsome? A fat slob. A big fat slob. All right. Let's see. Is he handsome or is he a big fat slob? I think I have an idea of how that one's going to go because even maggers know he's a big fat slob, right? A big fat slob with a big fat mouth.
Earlier, while you were speaking, is G7 leaders meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. What are the conversations happening around Ukraine and Russia? Because that conflict is still very much front of mind for European leaders, even if it might have faded from the headlines here in the U.S.
Yeah, that meeting's underway right now. And we did see Zelensky and Trump and Macron enter the meeting late. It's not clear quite yet if the president actually had a side chat with Zelensky and Macron before this larger meeting actually just...
Hold on a second. Let's get a quick hug in. I love the French Macron. He's like, hold on, Zelensky. Volodymyr, let's get a quick hug in for the cameras. Let's hug each other real fast.
ping some sources with that question, but we did have an interesting hot mic moment where Macron and Zelensky appeared to be discussing the best way to navigate the meeting and President Trump. And it actually happened this morning when Macron was walking outside to greet Zelensky. And you can kind of hear in the footage, it is hard to hear, I will warn you, but you can hear them talking about whether or not a bilateral has been arranged with President Trump. And it sounded like Zelensky said no, but that it's, he wants to meet me. So it'll be interesting to see if we actually do see an opportunity for a pull aside with President Trump. I will just say that, something really interesting right now is for the first time in years, Kiev is actually gaining ground because of its
Wow, 10% are saying Donald Trump's handsome, guys. We're at 10% for handsome.
drones. So they've been able to, for the first time since 2023, retake a little bit of the territory that they've lost. And so what will be interesting is that if that is an opportunity for G7 allies who do want Trump to focus more on Ukraine to really push the president to lock back in, and also for allies to push to fulfill Ukraine's needs, whether that's on air defense or long range.
Am I handsome? No, I always said I had a face for radio. I just do YouTube because people pressured me into it when I did my podcast. People said you should be on YouTube, so I did it. I mean, that's all. I mean, I wear my little shirt and tie to show that I respect the platform, but I don't even shave my face most days because I don't have time. I'm too busy looking for the truth.
Strike weapons, before the next major Russian offensive.
It's going to be very interesting to see. Hope your sources get back to you. White House reporter for Politico, my ward on the ground in France.
For 80 years old, he looks pretty good. If you say so, man. I don't know. I know a lot of 80-year-olds out there who look a lot better than that piece of shit.
I would say thank you, but I think I should say merci. I appreciate it.
Merci. That's so cute.
The CIA director.
Speaking French and shit. All right. Is Iran's deal a good deal?
And the Secretary of State doubting the agreement with Iran tonight. This is according to a new report just breaking from Axios, which reports that CIA Director John Ratcliffe reportedly told President Trump that U.S. intelligence raised serious doubts about Iran's willingness to make the nuclear concessions the United States wants. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth both also expressing concerns about the deal.
I mean, to say that he looks alive at 80 is one, but Donald Trump, he's always been a fat slob. He's always been disgusting. He's always been a pedophile. He's always been a slime ball. He's always been a philanderer. He's always been a rapist. He's always been a con man. He's always been a thief. Always been a bad businessman. Always been a corrupt businessman. He's always been a Machiavel who follows power, doesn't care, has no loyalties, has no beliefs, no values, nothing. He's a Democrat today because the Democrats are in power. He's a Republican today because the Republicans are in power. He doesn't give a shit. He's got no fucking allegiances except to power. And if he can own you, he'll fuck you. He doesn't even care if you're man or woman. He doesn't give a shit. He loves getting fucked by men and women because he doesn't care. As long as he can own you. If he can pay you and own you, that's what he wants.
All of that is hugely significant. And there is real anger coming from some of Trump's allies publicly, too. Trump and Vance claim they've already signed the agreement, but they've refused to let anybody see it. And tonight, some of Trump's most visible supporters are crying foul.
The Iranians may comply for a short period of time, but then we're going to have a weak American president, and they're going to have gotten the money. And then there's talk of a reconstruction fund of hundreds of billions of dollars. They'll be like doing a Marshall Plan for Germany while the Nazis were still in power. So I'm anxious to see what the details of the deal are and what gets negotiated, but I'm concerned.
That's because we joined with the Nazis. The Nazis were still in power, basically. We beat the Nazis, and then we joined with them. We imported all those Nazis, and we started killing social democrats because we shared an enemy all of a sudden. We joined with USSR to beat the Nazis back so that we can keep our foreign interests at play. And then we joined with the Nazis and imported all their scientists to build a nuclear weapon and build all sorts of other crazy shit, build NASA, build all sorts of rockets. And then we used those to, fight proxy wars against the USSR and shut down any kind of rise of socialism, because socialism was so evil, according to the Nazis. And our Nazis too. Like, we had Nazis here too. Lots of them. We still do. Lots of fascists in America before and after World War II.
In those concerns, he's referring to questions of whether Iran could have access to $300 billion just by holding up its ends of the deal. And another Fox News host and longtime Trump backer, Mark Levin, is raising his hand too, posting on social media today. And I quote Mark Levin, "I've asked for days. Why can't we, the people, see the damn MOU?" That stands for Memorandum of Understanding.
Good
Not for
idea.
people
Why
briefed
can't we
by an
see
anonymous
it?
person. Honestly, I've never seen anything like this.
Because
With
it
a great
doesn't
outcome for peace,
exist.
then release it.
If Trump has surrendered to Iran, that is how conservative Eric Erickson is describing the
It's a surrender. We have surrendered to Iran.
little-known agreement between the United States and Iran that was signed virtually yesterday. Erickson took his criticism even further, claiming those who kill Americans of this deal. But the truth is, we don't know what exactly was agreed to, and what we do know changes, depends on who you ask. Questions remain about whether Iran will have access to billions of dollars of frozen funds and what, if any, concessions
They
Iran
will.
has already agreed to. And while the White House claims that the Strait of Hormuz will be open toll-free, Iranian officials say it will have fees. Even the question of when we will actually see the text of this agreement isn't clear. JD Vance says maybe tomorrow. Trump says Friday.
Why wouldn't it have fees? I mean, the Panama Canal has fees.
But Erickson is not the only Republican taking issue with the lack of transparency around this deal. Fox News host Mark Levin questions why the American people can't see the, quote, damn MOU. If it's a great outcome for peace, then release it. He added, don't brief a few.
That's true. Social Democrats do not equal communists. But if you remember, it was the United Soviet Socialist Republics. I don't know. Communism, socialism, they go hand in hand in a way, but you have to have socialism before you have communism, right? You got to have socialism before communism. You have to have that second revolution in order to get to communism, in order to get into a classless, stateless world. You have to have socialism first. But you know, they hate socialists. They hate democratic socialists. They hate social democrats. They want to kill them. They still hate them. They hate them. People try to take tax dollars from the rich and do good with it for the whole. They hate that shit, man.
You anointed ones to control the narrative and expect everyone else to sit silently. Controlling the narrative can only last so long. And a new Axios reports finds that there are some skeptics in this administration too. Sources tell them that this
guiltless white. You must have a lot of white guilt or something. What do you mean? Why am I watching CNN? I watch all of it. I watch all of it. I had Newsmax on earlier. I had News Nation. I had Fox. I had MS Now. And now I have CNN. I watch it all. I watch also local news from different places. News from all over. I spent a lot of time on this playlist. If you are triggered by CNN, I'm sorry, Snowflake. I'm sorry, Snowflake. But I like this show.
CIA Director John Ratcliffe advised Trump on some intelligence that raises serious doubts about Iran's willingness to make nuclear concessions. The source also told.
Yeah, that's Leninism. I know. Ooh, we're getting deep into the isms all of a sudden in the chat. Isms, Leninism, Marxism, Stalinism, socialism. Yeah, I know, man. This is not a fucking civics lesson about the different nitty gritty of difference between syndicalism and anarcho-communism. I don't have time to go into that every single day. I do whole shows about that. This is a news reaction show. It's the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. If you hate both Democrats and Republicans and you feel like a political orphan, please like and subscribe, become a Sky City Rebel today. We can get really deep into anarcho-communism. We mostly do that type of shit on Sundays. The Sunday show, we really get into like philosophical debates and deep into like different poli-sci ideas and ethics and civics and that type of shit. We get deep into that shit on Sundays. It's still fun, but it's a little headier. It gets fewer views than my morning show.
Axios said Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, have both expressed concerns based on that intelligence. Now, while Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner have all advocated for this deal, we are now sitting here, I guess, more than a day after
Trump is fighting. Trump is a billionaire, but he fights for you.
apparently the United States and Iran have signed on to some kind of agreement. We don't have any text. We just have anonymous officials. They won't even put their names on the statement, fighting over what is in it. And I do think one of the basic things is if this agreement is a page and a half long and it doesn't actually have any hard commitments on the nuclear issue, why are we even talking about sanctions relief? Why are we even talking?
Yeah, Scott Jennings, let's hear your take. I want to hear Scott Jennings talk about why he thinks that this deal is going to be great. Let's hear it.
About reconstruction funds or releasing any money at all.
Well, we're talking to them because we want this conflict to end and we want to get to an ultimate goal where Iran doesn't have any or the capacity to make any nuclear.
It's like this face. I love this show. I forget this lady's name, but she's got like a Hispanic name. She's Hispanic somehow. I don't know if she's Mexican or Venezuelan or Cuban or whatever. But but her like disdain for Scott Jennings, I fucking love it. Like everybody hates Scott Jennings, right? But then he does the white man face, like he does at everybody on the show. He almost does it with Philip. He almost like he's listening quietly when the host talks. But then when he starts talking, look at this lady. I love it so much. Look at her face. But wait till she starts talking and you'll see his face.
Weapons. That is the principal goal. That's number one. Number two, it would be wise for
for the administration to put this document out for everybody to look at, and they ought to do it as soon as they can, both for their allies who are interested.
This is how people of color look at white people when they're like, I don't believe any fucking thing you're saying. I am not believing any word you say, white man.
But also for the American people, because we've gone to war here. The American people deserve to know how this is going to come to an end. Number 3, I talked to the president on Sunday, and he was, telling me he was about to sign something with Iran, and he did, and he was excited to get the Strait of Hormuz open. But he said something very important to me, which is,
and look at her face. That's like I don't know if you guys know this, but I grew up in a neighborhood with lots of black families, and I spent a lot of, when the ones that had kids, I spent a lot of time with those families because we were kids and we would hang out at each other's houses and shit. And man, that is like the anti look, right? I can't even do that with my eyebrows. I can't even do it. I can't even do that look. I love that look. Nobody believes anything Scott Jennings says. I love this. The body language on this show is just fucking beautiful.
look, if they don't follow through on their commitments, we will start hitting them again. He's clearly not taking further military action off the table. So we have some miles to travel down this road. The next mile will be on Friday when there's a formal signing. For the people who don't trust Iran, look, I agree with you. I think an Iranian signature is worth very, very little, but it could be worth something if the president keeps this.
Oh, she looks like she might be from Iran. She might be Iranian. She's not having that. She's like,
Middle Eastern coalition together.
What is your understanding of what this deal actually accomplishes?
The accomplishment here principally would be getting all the nuclear material and destroying
In this
it.
deal?
and
That's
getting-
not
and
what,
getting
because
it
that's
out
not
of
what's in
that.
this deal.
No, that's the goal.
No,
And
I'm
so-
asking you, what do you think this
Oh,
MOU
sorry,
is?
I understand. The memorandum of understanding.
Yeah.
So 60 days, ceasefire, open the Strait of Hormuz, and you have a window to finalize the discussions about ending the nuclear program. The president believes he's got them to agree to do that. They have 60 days to finalize that. And again, I'll just stress, as he said to me on Sunday, if they don't follow through on that, I'll start hitting them again.
Can I just say on the 60 days, though, well, can I just say that?
no, nobody can stop. Now they just fucking all talk at once. Nobody here believed what Scott Jennings just said. I think look at the Hispanic lady's got her arms folded. Nobody fucking like that shit. She's reaching across the table, the Middle Eastern looking lady. Oh no. Abby Phillip. Even Abby Phillip didn't like that one, man. How are you going to defend this deal? We don't even have a deal. Yeah, the Persian ain't having. She's coming across the table at him. I love this Abby Phillip show.
On what Scott was saying on the MOU, 60 days to negotiate anything with Iran when it comes to its nuclear program. We're not even talking.
Sabrina Singh. Isn't Singh an Indian name? I think Sabrina Singh is Indian. What heritage is Sabrina Singh? No, Sabrina Singh. Yeah, Sabrina Singh. Come on. You mean Sabrina Carpenter? No, you motherfucker. She's Indian. Yeah, she's Indian American, Punjabi Sikh descent. Her paternal ancestors are from modern day Pakistan. So she's like Pakistani Indian, I guess. I don't know. The head of the India American League. She's the head of the India League of America, Abbottabad. I wonder if she's Muslim. I don't have time to go into it, but let's go.
About its ballistic missile program, its support to its proxies. 60 days is aspirational at best. I think what we understand this agreement to be is trying to restore the Strait to pre-war conditions, where there was freedom of navigation that flew and international law was upheld. But right now, we don't even know the details of this agreement because Iran is saying that they're going to charge some type of fee for ships going in and out of the Strait, which would be highly illegal under international law. But not only that, we don't know when the Strait is open. We don't know when the blockade is ending, and we don't know. I mean, the only ones that can determine if the Strait is open, it's not Iran, it's not the United States, it's the shipping companies. If the shipping companies feel confidence that
I'm actually impressed Scott Jennings isn't doing the face. He's not doing the white man face. He always does that face like the Charlie Kirk face. What do you mean? Counting or not counting gang violence? They always do that face. White men in power. I've never done that face. I wish I had. Like I'm white, obviously, but I didn't really grow up in a culture where it was okay for white people to look at other people that way.
they can sail through the Strait unimpeded and safely.
He's not
then
doing
they will
it,
do
though.
But we don't know that. Well, without
What did Charles say? He wanted to get in.
Well, the point you make about whether
Maybe Scott had his Botox injections recently. He can't do it.
not the Strait will be open is, I think, a crucial one. The people who study this, it'll take months to clear it of mind, let alone try to figure out new navigation lanes that the Iranians want to put into effect in order to collect some fees. And then you have to worry about whether or not the shipping companies will be able to pay the insurance. They're not paying war insurance, which is like a 900% increase in their insurance costs from before this war started. And the insurance companies have to be reassured and that they can bring those costs down, and that the shipping companies have to be reassured that they will be able to pay the new costs to get through it. No one believes that this happens in a couple of months. So the idea that this deal may start the reopening, but it will not reopen the strait.
I mean, I don't even know that we should even be calling it a deal of any kind, because just to be.
Thank you, Abby Phillip. God damn it. Thank you. Abby Phillip usually is just playing referee. She's got some shit to say this time around. Way to go, Abby Phillip. You're absolutely right. There is no fucking deal. There is no deal. It's a memorandum of understanding. Donald Trump is calling it a deal because it was his birthday and he thought it was big boy Trump. Look at me. I got a deal. Look, I got a deal with my birthday. It's my birthday.
Clear. If it's a deal, you should be able to say, before you even sign it, here's what we both agreed to. Anna, did you know that John Thune, Senate Majority Leader, has not even been briefed? He told Monty
That's not a deal. If you haven't even talked to John Thune about it, that's not a fucking deal.
Today. He has not been briefed.
Actually, I did know that because I listened to Matt say that, and nobody in
the
Congress has been
Israelis
briefed.
are asking, what's in this deal? Under what circumstances
Wait,
would
so
the United
no one in Congress knows what the deal is either? Like, nobody knows? This is not a real deal.
States sign a document with Iran and not tell anybody what
And
was
it's,
in it?
That's Donald Trump's big secret. There is no deal. Victoria's secret is that it's just a front for the Epstein Island crew. The whole business. I can't even look at Victoria's Secret without thinking this is an Epstein front. It's so disgusting. Ladies, no more Victoria's Secret. I'm sorry. I know their panties feel good or whatever. I can't even look. I mean, no.
So JD Vance told Jake Tapper that it is a page and a half. My grocery shopping list for Thanksgiving is longer than that. So it's not like that briefing them on what's in this MOU should be that difficult, because there doesn't seem to be that much in that.
Anna Navarro. Now that I put that out there, I want to know what her heritage is too. What is Anna Navarro's heritage? Let's see. Violeta Lopez, Jose Minister, Nicaragua. Her father stayed behind in the 1980s to fight as a Contra rebel against the communist Sandinista government. Wow. Damn, her father was a Contra rebel? Wow, she grew up in Miami, duh. She became a lifelong Republican, largely due to President Ronald Reagan's support for the Nicaraguan. She's not a Republican anymore. Holy shit. Like, Anna Navarro was a Republican. Trump did away with that shit.
MOU, I think it feels like it's kicking the can down the road and giving them 60 days to come up with something else. But, Donald Trump has done a terrible job selling this entire thing from the beginning. He never went in front of the American people. He never went in front of Congress to explain it thoroughly. I think he gets another shot at doing it now, and he should do it, and he should do it expeditiously, because a lot of these attacks are coming from inside the House. So if he doesn't even have his allies on board,
Donald Trump said that it was a deal.
Selling this, he needs to be clear and transparent with the American people, and certainly with Congress, because if he's going to be disbursing any money, they've got to authorize it.
First, on that point, there's no dispersal of funds. I know.
I'm actually surprised with Scott Jennings, maybe because Scott Jennings knows that he's fucking wrecked on this, that this is crazy. He knows this is no deal. Scott Jennings is trying to be the conservative on the panel, but he knows, because normally he's like, while other people are talking and shit, and he's so serious right now.
This is what I wanted to address. I think the administration today has been pretty upset about what they say is misinformation flying around out there. If I may finish.
It's that simple.
If I may, the quickest way to dispel any misinformation would, of course, be to put the document out.
Everyone just laughs at Scott Jennings now. Everyone just laughs at him. How depressing.
And say, here's what our intentions are when we get to Friday, and here's what our intentions are over the 60-day period. So hopefully they do that in the next 24 hours, and that'll bring some clarity.
Here's one other.
It's already been over 24 hours.
It doesn't count to claim we are not going to be dispersing funds if there's a $300 billion fund that we are authorizing to be dispersed to the Iranians, which I'll play what JD Vance said about that. That is not actually being disputed by the administration. Listen.
The Iranians are saying that they're going to have access to a $300 billion reconstruction fund. True or false?
Well, and that's the sort of thing they could have access to, funded by the Gulf Coast Coalition, so long as they honor their end of the obligation. We absolutely are open to the Gulf Coast countries investing in the reconstruction of Iran, but only if Iran ends their nuclear program, ends their enriched stockpile of material, and is really open to an inspections and enforcement regime that gives the American people confidence they're never going to have a nuclear weapon.
So we're going to pay them. So we're going to pay them per inspection. Per inspection, we're going to give them $100 billion. Every time we inspect, they get a new $100 billion.
So there it is. What are they
Look,
mad
look,
about?
I mean, I don't think
they
that-
said it in a call. Vance said it on
That's
TV.
$299 billion more than Obama negotiated with Iran.
I don't think it matters whether when the JCPOA was signed, the money was not taxpayer
taxpayer
dollars.
money.
That was Iranian money that was being
Iranian
held
money.
in frozen accounts. So it doesn't matter if it's our money or not.
It's a good point. Even if it is the Gulf states' money, I don't think the median GOP-based voter is going to be particularly thrilled with the notion of releasing $300 billion in funds to the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. That's not why we got into this. But here's what I will say. Me personally, I'm a bomb the terrorist guy. If that didn't work and I was president, I would probably just bomb the terrorists some more. But I'm not the president. Donald Trump is. He was elected on a kind of dual message.
Bomb the terrorists. Is Iran are they terrorists?
One, the Iranians can never have a nuclear weapon. And two, we're also not going to get into endless quagmire wars in the Middle East. To me, this looks like the execution of that
Can I
process.
just say that
Well, let me
the
just finish
bombing
point.
of terrorists, we can both agree on, but bombing Iran into submission did not work.
Well,
and Iran,
maybe that's-
in March, the president tweeted that
Kinetically
Iran
and
will
militarily.
unconditionally surrender, and that just has not happened.
Yeah, what happened to the unconditional surrender shit? What happened to that? Unconditional surrender. I thought that was the whole idea. Unconditional surrender? I don't think so. This was not unconditional surrender. This is negotiation.
More incredible
We're going to pay them for their surrender.
than the Incredible Hulk, and that's my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And lastly, Michelle Obama is a man.
But this is not a political event, guys. This is there's Joe Rogan holding the mic. Michelle Obama is a man. This kind of macho man Randy Savage wannabe. Great look for UFC, right? Great look for UFC. How respectful. Let's watch it again, huh? Let's watch it again. This is at Donald Trump's birthday.
Jesus Christ. And lastly, Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America?
We saw a lot of MAGA kind of loving this, embracing this.
Cool, right? MAGA loves that shit. MAGA. Classy. They're classy.
There were also a lot of people that thought that crossed the line. But even for a Trump event, a UFC event, and especially for America's 250th anniversary on the White House lawn. But even everyone from Shane Gillis to Dana White to Dave Portnoy seemed to not be a fan. And actually, at Portnoy, of all people, saying that Trump should denounce it. Oh, and then also, I forgot about this because there was all the other stuff. There was drama last night about.
Should they denounce? Should do you think that Donald Trump should denounce it? You know, like everybody would, like any normal, sane person would. You'd think that they would, right? You'd think so. But I don't know. I think so. I think he should. I think so.
Where we need to go next. It was very interesting to see kind of the different kinds of celebrations we've seen recently. Because while there's definitely different levels to it, and it's not a one-to-one, it's hard not to look at this and then also look to New York. Because I guess, I don't know, if you've lived under a rock recently, you might not have seen the Knicks beat the San Antonio Spurs 94-90 in Game 5. They clinched their first championship title in over half a century. Fans, as many were expecting, went absolutely buck wild, though New York did not go full Gotham. Right? Even had Mayor Mamdani joining them at a bar to celebrate, and just general vibes have been immaculate. And actually, just in general, it's been amazing to watch New York through the NBA playoffs, but also I think really since Mamdani got elected.
Isn't it amazing that everyone seems stoked in New York since Mamdani got election? I think they're going to keep this guy mayor forever.
But then now also where we're seeing a lot of energy is with the World Cup. But what you might not have known is while those matches they're playing out, FIFA is also working on an upcoming youth soccer tournament. And today we learned that the organization is reportedly wanting the opening match to be between Israel and Palestine. Right? Because it's a youth tournament, the players are going to be under 15. They're going to be competing here in the States in September, and it's open to all 211 FIFA member associations, even Russia, right? Which is really notable because they're currently banned from FIFA competition since the Ukraine war. And while host city, it's not officially locked in. It's expected that it's going to be Miami. And while this series of games are only going to include boys teams, there will be a girls tournament next year. As far as why open this with Israel and Palestine, you had sources telling The Athletic that FIFA wants the opening game to broker world peace. So this idea, it's obviously a controversial one in Palestine.
Broker world. Yeah, let's have Israel and Palestine play soccer. That'll help us all for sure. For sure. That'll be great. Yeah, USA and I wanted to see this whole UFC thing a little bit more because I think that this is important. Here we go. Let's do this one more time. Eric Trump.
Let's talk some news. Last night, professional fighters walked out of the Oval Office down a red carpet into a cage on the White House South Lawn. While military bombers screamed overhead, the Marine band played, and Joe Rogan put on.
How much did those jets cost?
Maybe a child's tie and called the action. He's already a little dude. Why was the tie even smaller? Yeah, that was a setup to supposedly help celebrate America's 250th birthday, though it really
because he doesn't know how to tie a tie. Like he doesn't know how to.
Seemed to be more about Trump's 80th birthday. And as far as the crowd, you had over 4,000 people, including J.D. Vance, much of Trump's cabinet, Mike Johnson, as well as Mark Zuckerberg and David Ellison, who's Paramount Plus, actually streamed the event. The crowd, I mean, they got entertained with knockout after knockout and ads for everything from Budweiser to crypto. And actually, it almost didn't happen because a watchdog group called the Public Integrity Project, they sued to block it. They filed on behalf of two locals who said that they frequent this area. They were offended by a cage match going on next to the national monuments. They called the setup hideous, grotesque, disgusting, and they argued that the whole thing was corrupt. Right? Arguing that it's a for-profit spectacle benefiting.
Yeah, it's very much corrupt. I mean, we know that though, right?
Trump's allies like UFC boss Dana White and David Ellison. But the judge tossed that case on the grounds that they really hadn't shown standing or any irreparable harm. But then also there was threat number 2. 2, the weather. The Weather Channel was warning about a 60% chance of thunderstorms and wind gusts of up to 35 miles per hour on the South Lawn. The event even got pushed by an hour. The West Wing's rapid response account, they apparently took offense and they fired back at the Weather Channel, writing on Twitter, this event is about celebrating America's unmatched greatness after 250 years, which apparently doesn't sit well with the friendless loser who wrote this bullshit clickbait headline. But also that reaction and controversy, it was nothing compared to the other two big things of the night. Or the first, centering around Daniel Cormier, who's, if you don't know, is a UFC Hall of Famer. He's one of the night's commentators alongside Rogan, and he's the man whose Twitter account posted something that just blew up on the internet. With the tweet reading, I'm probably going to get a lot of flack for bringing this to light. However, I refuse to stay silent. I will not tolerate this type of insider behavior. Shame on anyone trying to ruin this beautiful event. And with that, there was a screenshot of a text exchange that appeared to be between Cormier and Eric Trump. And in it, it looks like the president's son opened with, anything you can tell me about the fighters, who you got winning. Cormier appears to dodge. Then it looks like Eric, gets a little more direct, saying, you placing any bets? You get another dodge. And we see the question, are any of the fighters injured that you know of? To which Cormier appears and
holy shit. Eric Trump is trying to get insider betting information from the fighters. That's fucking dirty mafia shit. The Mar-a-Lago mafia, bro. Eric Trump is texting fighters. I'm not quite sure why you're asking me this, but I think they're all in good shape. I'll just cut to the chase. Are any of the fights tomorrow rigged? I've been eyeing the Lopes fight, and I think an upset wouldn't be too unrealistic. No, none of our fights are rigged, and honestly, I'm appalled that you would ever ask me something like that. The fuck, Eric Trump? Are you serious? I believe this is real. I don't know if it's real, but I believe it's real. At 2:53 in the morning.
in the screenshot. I'm not quite sure why you're asking me this, but I think they're all in good shape. With the text that's allegedly from Eric reading, I'll just cut to the chase. Are any of the fights tomorrow rigged? I've been eyeing the Lopez fight, and I think an upset wouldn't be too unrealistic. With Cormier appearing to shut it down, saying, no, none of our fights are rigged. And honestly, I am appalled that you would even ask me something like that. And so if that exchange is authentic, it would appear like the president's son's looking for insider info to bet on a fight, which would be extremely illegal. But then we see a number of
extremely illegal. Not the Trump boys. The Trump boys wouldn't do something like that, would they? That's so disgusting.
things happen. You got Eric Trump jumping on Twitter saying we are aware of the fake AI-generated screenshots being circulated online, claiming I have never spoken to Daniel. He has since deleted his post, which confirms it was clearly fabricated. And Cormier, who appeared to...
Is that what it confirms? Since he deleted his post, it's fabricated?
delete the post within minutes, seemed to back him up, writing, are people really this dumb? To which Eric replied, thanks, Daniel. And he actually thanked Cormier again when there was video posted that showed Cormier saying that he was hacked or something. And so for a lot of people, that was case closed, but then for a lot of other people, it just raised more questions. But initially, you had a lot of people saying the Cormier account...
I was hacked or something. Really? You were hacked or something, huh? How did that thing get posted with your name and your... Interesting. You were drunk or something, maybe.
Didn't actually tweet this out, but you had multiple journalists saying they saw the post come from the actual account, not some impersonator. Also, before Cormier said that he was hacked, you had people going, okay, if this is AI, how did Cormier fall for a deep fake of himself saying something that he know he never said? But then also you had people saying, okay, well, let's say he did get hacked. How did he get control back fast enough to delete it in minutes? And you also had a number of people bothered by DC saying, why would I tweet that? Which a number of people took that this is fake, but if it was real, he would have just stayed silent. And so generally there, that was a mess, but that is not where the mess ended. Because while a lot of the fighters kind of throughout the night, fresh off the thrill of some win, they'd run over to the president and give him, you know, the kind of Hooters treatment, kneeling in front of him, shaking his hand. The one that's really popped off was when Josh Hokit gifted...
So gross. They go and they beg to this like fucking Caesar, man. It's Caesar. I can't believe any Christian could look at this and not see anything but Caesar.
Trump a gold chain and then delivered this victory speech to Rogan.
I'm here with the winner, Josh Hokit. Josh, once again, you proved the doubters wrong. Moved to 10-0. Hey, shout out to Trump for having the balls to put some shit like this on.
Shout out to Trump. Balls. Shout out to Trump's balls. What did he say? Dana, what did he say? Say something about my balls?
And if I'm going to say anything, there's only one person more incredible than the Incredible Hulk, and that's my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And lastly,
Jesus Christ is more incredible than the Incredible Hulk, this guy says. Does he believe in Christ? I'm sure he does. He would never defame a woman who isn't even there. Who isn't even there to defend herself. He would never say something like that.
Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America?
Well, you saw a lot of MAGA kind of loving this, embracing this. There were also a lot of people that thought that crossed the line. But even for a Trump event, a UFC.
I can't wait till Joe Rogan gets asked about it. I want to hear what he has to say about that moment.
Event, and especially for America's 250th anniversary on the White House lawn. But even everyone from Shane Gillis to Dana White to Dave Portnoy seemed to not be a fan. And actually, had Portnoy of all people saying that Trump should denounce it. Oh, and then also I forgot about this because there was all
Portnoy. That's crazy. Anyway, that's the show. That's it. That's all I got. That's all I got today. I'm sorry. I think it's so amazing that we live in a country where this is okay. Oh, I guess I should talk about the ICE agent who just killed another. I have a thing from Democracy Now! About the major anti-racist rally held in Belfast, but I don't want to talk about Belfast right now. There's one really short one, and then we're done. I'm gonna go play some guitar. I need some guitar in my life. I can't do this anymore. God damn it. All right. Another ICE shooting.
Group of federal officials behind me here along Route 72 in Stafford Township. Says federal agent on the back, police, ICE on their vests. Here's what I'm hearing right now from law enforcement sources. About an hour ago, there was some sort of interaction here on Route 72, which is the main road that leads onto Long Beach Island. Some sort of interaction between an ICE officer and a person in a van. Apparently, the van hit the ICE officer, and then the officer fired shots, and those shots hit the van, possibly blew out the back window of the van, and then that van took off. I'm told that the officer is okay. A large portion of Route 72 here in Stafford Township is blocked off. Several blocks of it are closed right now between Mermaid and Breakers, and the search for that van is still ongoing. Continuing to collect more information.
Why are you shutting down the highway, assholes?
For you as soon as I can. In Stafford Township, I'm Ted Greenberg, NBC 10.
Amazing. There you go. In Long Island, there was a shooting with an ICE involved shooting. Shot the back window out and they made out with the van. Man, imagine that drive. You're like, imagine driving that van and the ICE are shooting at you, man. And you got I got to get this fucking van off the road now. Call up anybody you know. Let's get this van off the road. Oh, no. Oh, those flock cameras. Those better not be flock cameras. Man. All right, I'm going to go play guitar. I'm going to leave this. I'll see you in a second. I'm going to go downstairs and play guitar, and you guys can hang out with me a little bit more while I play if you want. And that the show's over. Thank you for watching Morning Sky Show. The Morning Sky Show will continue in just a second for songs. We will just be playing a little guitar and hanging out while I have a little bit of time left because I have another viewing of my home at 2:30. Which should be fun. I'm really excited. Maybe I'll sell my house today. That'd be cool, right? Yeah. All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining. I really appreciate you. Thank you especially to everyone who donated. The Real McGoy, Veg in the Woods, Chris Petsavas, and Shaky Knob, and Steffelson, and Veg in the Woods, and Real McGoy, and Steffelson. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you so friggin' much. You're amazing. I'll see you in just a little bit on the other side. Thank you, everyone, for watching the #1 news reaction show on YouTube, The Morning Sky. It's been so much fun hanging out with you guys. It's been beautiful. It's been fun. Let me start this thing because for some reason on the other screen, I can't do this. All right. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you in just a second. Hey everybody. How you doing, everybody? Welcome back. I'm doing the guitar section of the show. We're gonna do some guitar stuff. It'll be fun. You'll have a good time. I'll have a good time. Everyone will have a good time. Bring this table over here. I like to put my foot on it when I can. Great. Now I gotta put this on my head. All right. Thank you so much. All right, I want to play this Maria Bartiromo song. I think I can play it. I heard it. Goodbye Columbus by the Association. Ooh, let me get that. I'll try that one out in a second. Hold on one second. I'll do that in a second. I want to try this one. What's happening on Wall Street? What's happening at the stock exchange? I want to know. What's happening on Squawk Box? What's happening with my stocks? I want to know. I watch you on TV every single day. Those eyes make everything okay. I watch her every day. I watch her every night. She's really out of sight. Maria Bartiromo. Maria Bartiromo. Maria Bartiromo. What's happening with Yahoo? What's happening with AOL? I wanna know. I wanna know. What's happening with Intel? What's happening with Amazon? I wanna know. I wanna know. I watch you on the TV every single day. Those eyes make everything okay. I watch her every night. I watch her every day. Watch her every day. I watch her every night. She's really out of sight. Maria Bartiromo. Maria Bartiromo. Maria Bartiromo. Oh, what's happening on Wall Street? What's happening at the stock exchange? I wanna know. What's happening on the Squawk Box? What's happening with my stocks? I wanna know. I watch her at the big board every single day. While she's reporting, you best stay out of her way. I watch her every day. I watch her every night. She's really out of sight. Maria Bartiromo. Maria Bartiromo. Maria Bartiromo. Maria Bartiromo. Maria Bartiromo. Squawk Box is the name of a show. Yeah, what's happening on Squawk Box? It's the name of a show. You don't know who Maria Bartiromo is? She's a Fox News. Joey Ramone wrote a song about her. Maria Bartiromo. That was a song by Joey Ramone. Okay, let's see if I can find your song, Honest Doubter. Let's see what we got, Honest Doubter. Honest Doubter's got a song for us. Oh no, it's Veg in the Woods. Thank you, Veg in the Woods. Goodbye, Columbus. Goodbye, Columbus. That sounds like a fun song already. The poor Italians, they used to have a great holiday, and then the association. Ooh, this looks like a fun, lots of crazy chords. C minor F. Oosh. Oosh. Lots of weird chords. I don't even know how to get. I don't even think I can make that. Some of these with my fingers. All right, here we go. I think I got it. Lots of fun chords in this one. DB1. The fuck chord is this? I don't even know these chords. Alright, we're gonna try it. I don't know how well I'm gonna do with this one, but I don't know this song, never played this song, never heard this song. Gotta say hello, it's a lucky day. Gotta say hello, it's a lucky day. Kiss the moon goodbye and be on our way. Interesting. Okay. Gotta say hello, it's a lucky day. Gotta say hello, it's a lucky day. Is that right? No. Gotta say hello, it's a lucky day. Kiss the moon goodbye and be on our way. Kiss the moon goodbye and be on our way. It's a lucky day. Man, it's such a weird song. Hold on a second. Man. Oh wow, I'm getting tons of appointments coming in for my house to look at. Wow, lots of people coming in. Jim Yester in the liner notes, the Japanese from the original master tapes, written for Paramount Pictures. This was the title song for Ali MacGraw's first major film, a great exercise in songwriting. After viewing early film rushes in New York, the group returned to LA to write, produce, and record our part of this score. How about this? Is it slow or is it fast, Veg in the Woods? Is it slow or is it fast? you think Sarah Huckabee Sanders dressed up like Marilyn Monroe and sang happy birthday? Fast. It's fast? Okay. All right, let's try a little bit faster then. Gotta say hello, it's a lucky day. Kiss the moon goodbye and be on our way. Maybe I got this. Maybe I got this. I don't know. It's a weird song. I don't know why I can't really. Maybe I'm off my game today. Gotta say hello. It's a lucky day. Kiss the moon goodbye and be on our way. It's a lucky day. It's a lucky day, cause It's a lucky day, cause I found you. Gonna build a new world around you. Touch the sun. I don't know. Hello, life, goodbye, Columbus. Hello, life, goodbye, Columbus. Got a feeling that you're gonna hear from us. I might have to listen to this song. I don't know why. I can't figure out how this song goes. Usually I'm pretty good at this, I think. Enough notice. 12. I feel like there's no YouTube. Oh wait, let's see if I can hear it on YouTube. Oh. 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 Gotta say hello, it's a lucky day. Kiss the moon goodbye and be on our way. It's a lucky day, cause I found you. It's a lucky day, cause I found you. Gonna build a new world around you. Touch the sun and touch the sun and run. It's a lucky day. Hello life, goodbye Columbus. I've got a feeling that you're gonna hear from us. You're gonna know that we've taken the world by surprise. Why is that weird chord in there? Gotta look in your eyes. It's a lucky day, just changing, leaving the world. I don't know if I can do this one, Veg in the Woods. I don't know this song well enough. Let's see the ukulele chords. Let's see if I can play with the ukulele chords. I don't know. I tried Veg in the Woods. I don't know. That one's a hard one. I'm sorry. Listen for a few secs. I tried, but it's like, I think I could figure it out. Let me put that one on hold. I won't leave you hanging. I'll learn it when I'm not live. Okay. I'll learn that song for you because you donated, but I can't sight read it well enough. It's got enough weird chords in it that it's like, it's fucking me up. And then I know that it's got these, now that I know it's got these, it's got these long vowels out that I don't know where those are. Like, I can't read. I'm just looking at text with chords next to it, and I can't tell that those are the way they do it. Just pretend you ate acid, Sky. I'm still gonna Veg in the Woods. I'm not leaving you hanging. You'll please don't hate me, but I've saved it. And I'll learn it for you. Okay, I'll check it out again. Sorry about that. Epic fail. First one, epic fail. Symptom of being human shine down. What is shine down? You guys are always asking music that I don't know. Symptom of being human shine down. All right, I found the song. Never heard this song before. We're gonna see. Here we go. Oh, there's two versions of it. All right, let's see if it's easy as you say. I can still remember me and Miss November rain, beautiful and strange. Always so inclined, coloring outside the line. Yeah, you were never on time. I'll get it for you. Always been slightly awkward, kinda weird, upside down and not all here. And what's wrong with me and you is crystal clear. Sometimes I'm in a room where I don't belong, and the house is on fire and no fire alarm, and the walls are melting too. How about you? I've never been the favorite, thought I'd seen it all, and I got my invitation to the lunatic ball, and all my friends are coming too. How about you? It's all just a symptom of being human. It's all just a symptom of being human. Unpack all your baggage, hide in the attic where you hope it disappears. This all seems so familiar, but it doesn't feel like home. Just another unknown. You've always been slightly awkward, kinda weird, upside down and not all here. Right or wrong, it's all done so crystal clear. Crystal clear. Sometimes I'm in a room I don't belong, and the house is on fire and there's no alarm, and the walls are melting too. How about you?
been the favorite, though I'd seen it all till I got my invitation to the lunatic ball, and my friends are coming too. How about you? Don't worry, it's all just a symptom of being human. It's all just a symptom of being human. We're all just passing through, passengers on a ship of fools. We're all just passing through, passengers on a ship of fools. Sometimes I'm in a room where I don't belong, and the house is on fire. There's no alarm, and the walls are melting too. How about you? I've never been the favorite though I'd seen it all, till I got my invitation to the lunatic ball. And my friends are going to on a ship of fools. Don't worry, it's all just a symptom of being human. It's all just a symptom of being human. It's all just a symptom. It's all just a symptom of being human. 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 Was that something sort of close? I don't know. I never heard that song before. The Shinedowns. It's one of your faves? I've never heard of the Shinedowns. I don't know. Was that Veg in the Woods, Marianne by Sisters of Mercy? That sounds like fun. Marianne by Sisters of Mercy. Marian? I'll try it. Sisters of Mercy. They're kind of a fun band. I haven't listened to them in fucking forever. Suitable for electric or acoustic and makes a great way to practice moving bar chord shapes up and down the fretboard. All right, these are mostly bar chords that I know. Okay, pretty cool. Mostly bar chords that I know. Okay, here we go. I think I got this. It's suitable for acoustic or electric. Makes it a great song. All right, again, never heard the song before. We're gonna try it out. 4 is like this. Ooh, they're playing a fun 7. They play this at the 7th fret. Okay, I can do that. No problem, I can do that. Okay, we're gonna slow this down a little bit, actually. See if I can figure this fucking song out. How's the opening go? In a sea of faces, in a sea of doubt, in this cruel place, your love is above the maelstrom. Okay, we're gonna try this then. Yeah, I got this right. So it is up here. In a sea of faces, in a sea of doubt. In this sea of faces, in a sea of doubt. In this cruel place, your love above the. In this cruel place, your voice above the maelstrom. In the wake of this ship of fools, I'm falling further down. You can see me, if you could see me, Marianne. Marianne, reach out and take me home. Oh, I can hear you calling, Marianne. Fuck, it's weird. Across the water. Hear you calling, Marianne. Can you hear me calling you to save me? Save me from the grave. Marianne. Marianne. Fuck, what the fuck, man? I don't know. Does incredible transfers from rock to acoustic. I mean, I'm trying to learn this song, but it's like, it's... Okay, let's try it one more time. In a sea of faces, in a sea of doubt, in this cruel place, your voice above the maelstrom. In the wake of this ship of fools, I'm falling further down. If you can see me, Marianne, reach out and take me home. Oh, I hear you calling, Marianne. Across the water. Marianne. There's a weight above me and the pressure is all too strong to breathe deep, hard, long and hard. Take the water down and go to sleep. See further beneath the fade away. Mary, and I think I'm drowning. She is killing me. I hear you calling, Marianne. Across the water, across the waves, I hear you calling, Marianne. Can you hear me calling you to save me? Save me from the grave. Was ich kann und was ich konnte, weiß ich gar nicht mehr. Gib mir wieder etwas Schönes, zieh mich aus dem Meer. Ich hör dich rufen, Marianne. Kannst du mich schreien hören? Ich bin hier alleine. Ich höre dich rufen, Marianne. Ohne deine Hilfe verliere ich mich diesem Ort. I hear you calling, Marianne. Across the water, across the waves, hear you calling, Marianne. Hear you calling you to save me, save me, save me from the grave. Marianne. 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 Whew, that was a lot of barcodes and sorry, I sang it in German for you. I'm sorry that it was, Marianne by Sisters of Mercy.
Sisters of Mercy. I tried to play. It's such like a down tempo, weird. That was kind of all over the place. Marianne, Sisters of Mercy. We'll play it. We'll play it again some other time. I'll try to play it. Thank you. Thank you for doing that, Sisters of Mercy. Somebody was asking earlier for a Springsteen, and I have a bunch of Springsteen songs that I kind of know or that I learned a while back, so maybe we can play a Springsteen song. Let me get all my Springsteen songs up. No, sorry, it's under B, not S. Bruce Springsteen. We'll try it this way. He plays it all the way up here.
Hey little girl with your daddy. Hey little girl with your daddy home. Did he go and leave you all alone? Got a bad desire. Tell me now, baby, is it good to you? Can you do all the things that I do? Take you higher. Ooh, I'm on fire. Sometimes it's like someone took a knife, baby, as you can go. Put a 6-inch valley in the middle of my skull. At night I wake up with the sheets soaking wet and a freight train running through the middle of my head. You cool my desire. Ooh, I'm on fire. Ooh, I'm on fire.
I kind of fucked up the bridge. Try that again. Oh, thank you, Veg in the Woods. Thank you. You really loved it. I feel like the German part, I finally understood the song when I got to it. Thank you. When I finally got to the German, I was like, oh, it makes fucking sense. The song finally started making sense to me.
Hey little girl, is your daddy home? Did he go and leave you all alone? And you got a bad desire. Ooh, I'm on fire. Tell me, baby, is it good to you? Can it do all the things that I do? I can take you higher. Ooh, I'm on fire. Sometimes it's like someone took a knife, baby, edgy and dull. Got a 6-inch valley through the middle of my skull. Night I wake up with the sheets soaking wet and a freight train running through the middle of my head. And you my desires.
It's always fun playing that song. Everyone likes that song, you know, that's a good song. But the other one that I was thinking about today, I place this at the fourth fret. Let's see if I can play this song. Thank you for the applause. Thank you. I do it for the applause, applause, applause. I do it for applause, applause, baby. I do applause, applause, baby, baby. All right. I get up in the evening, I ain't got nothing to say. Home in the morning, to bed feeling the same way. Ain't nothing but tired. Man, I'm just tired and bored with myself. Hey there, baby, I could use a little help. You can't start a fire. You can't start a fire without a spark. This gun's for hire. Even if we're just dancing in the dark. Messages keep getting clearer. Radio's on, I'm just moving around my place. I check a look in the mirror. I wanna change my clothes, my hair, my face. Man, I ain't getting nowhere. I'm just living in a dump like this. There's something happening somewhere. I just don't know where there is. You can't start a fire. You can't start a fire without a spark. And this gun's for hire. Even if we're just dancing in the dark. Getting older. There's a joke here somewhere and it's on me. I shake the world off my shoulders. Come on baby, the last laugh's on me. Stay on the streets of this town. They'll be carving you up alright. They say you gotta stay hungry. Hey baby, I'm just starving. Tonight, I'm dying for action. I'm sick of sitting around here trying to write this book. Need love's reaction. Come on baby, just give me one look. You can't start a fire. Started sitting around crying over a broken heart. This gun's for hire. Just a dancing in the dark. You can't start a fire. Do worrying about your little world falling apart. This gun's for hire. Even if we're just dancing in the dark. If we're just dancing in the dark, even if we're just dancing in the dark, even if we're just dancing in the dark, even if we're dancing in the Hey baby! That's kind of fun. Do it yourself, MAGA sucks cock. I like that song, Dancer in the Dark. I think it's so funny that he wrote it. When they said, you need one more song, it's got to be a hit. And he's like, I can't write any more songs. Yeah, well, you're fucked then. Damn it. Looks like I'm fucked again. Thank you, Veg in the Woods. I won't take all that they hand me down. Make out a smile though I wear a frown. Make out a smile though I wear a frown. And I'm not gonna take it all lying down. 'Cause once I get started I go to town. I'm not like everybody else. I'm not like everybody else. Oh, I'm not like everybody else. I'm not like everybody else. I don't wanna walk like everybody else. I don't wanna live like everybody else. And I won't say that I feel fine like everybody else. Oh, I'm not like everybody else. Everybody else. I'm not like everybody else. But darling, you know that I love you true. Do anything you want me to. Confess all my sins like you want me to. There's one thing that I will say to you. I'm not like everybody else. And I'm not like everybody else. Oh, I'm not like everybody else. Oh, I'm not like Don't forget your shit power. Thank you, Veg in the Woods. Appreciate that. That was a fun. Someone recommended the Kinks song. I forget who recommended it, but it was great. Great idea. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I've been out walking. I don't do too much talking these days. I seem to think a lot about the things that I forgot to do. All the times I had the chance to. I've stopped my rambling. I don't do too much gambling these days. These days I seem to think about how all the changes came about my way. I wonder if I see another highway. I had a lover. I don't think I'll risk another these days. And if I seem to be afraid to live the life that I have made in song, it's just that I have been losing so long. I stop my dreaming. I don't do too much scheming these days. I sit on cornerstones and count the time in quarter tones to 10. Please don't confront me with my failures. I had not forgotten them. I'm trying to work out my own cover of that song. What do you think so far? I think I'm doing it justice. I don't know. What do you think? Thanks. And I want to play this song one more time, and then I think we got to call it quits for the day. Oh, winter's day in a deep and dark December. A winter's day in a deep and dark December. I am alone and gazing from my window. See, I don't know, like the opening of the song is so fucking weird. Oh, winter's day in a deep and dark December. I am alone and gazing from my window to the streets below, on a freshly fallen silent shroud of snow. See, I don't know. A winter's day in a deep and dark December. I am alone, gazing from my window to the streets below, on a freshly fallen silent shroud of snow. I am a rock, I am an island. I built walls of fortress steep and mighty, that none may penetrate. Have no need for friendship. Friendship causes pain. It's laughter and it's loving a disdain. I am a rock, I am an island. I am a rock, I am an island. Don't talk of love, but I've heard the words before. It's sleeping in my memory. I won't disturb the slumber of my feelings that have died. If I never loved, I never would have cried. I am a rock, I am an island. I am a rock, I am an island. I have my books and my poetry to protect me. I am shielded in my armor, hiding in my room, safe within my room. I touch no one and nobody ever touches me. Oh, I am a rock, I am an island. I am a rock, oh, I am a rock, I am a rock, oh, I am an island. violin never cries. The only Prince song I know is... I'll play a Prince song. I'll play the only Prince song I know. Unless you want to know, unless you have a Prince song that you want me to. But the only Prince song I know is not famously, it's people don't even know it's a Prince song most of the time. Most people don't even know. I guess everybody knows now that it's a Prince song, but most people I still meet don't know it's a Prince song. But it's one of my favorite songs. Let me see if I got it. Thank you. I appreciate that, Veg in the Woods. I appreciate you. Why is this today? The strap is not. My strap-on's not working. My strap-on's coming loose. It's been 7 hours and 15 days since you took your love away. Go out every night and I sleep all day. You took your love away. Since you've been gone, I can do whatever I want. I can see whomever I choose. I can eat my dinner in a fancy restaurant, but nothing, I said nothing can take away the love. Nothing compares, 'cause nothing compares. Hold on a second for me. 'Cause nothing compares. Why am I not? That's not my fucking chord. That's it, right? It's this. One second. I fucked this up somehow. Somehow I fucked up all my... Okay, yeah. Nothing compares. Nothing compares. Nothing compares to you. Been so lonely without you here, like a bird without a song. Nothing can stop these lonely tears from falling. Tell me, baby, where did I go wrong? Put my arms around every girl I see, but they only remind me of you. I went to the doctor and guess what he told me? Guess what he told me? He said, boy, you better try to have fun no matter what you do. But he's a fool, nothing compares. Nothing compares to you.
died when you went away. I know that living with me, baby, was sometimes hard, but I'm willing to give you another try. Here is what nothing compares. Nothing compares to you. Nothing compares. Nothing compares to you. Nothing compares. Nothing compares to you. This guy's actually here now. Bathroom's still destroyed. What the fuck? You love this song? I wish I could play. I forgot that part in the middle. I kind of want to try it again. I'll play it one more time. Then I gotta go. He did write a lot of great songs, yeah. He was a genius. Prince was a genius. It's been 7 hours and I guess I can do it. It's been 7 hours and 15 days. Took your love away. Go out every night and I sleep all day. Took your love away. Since you've been gone, I can do whatever I want. I can see whomever I choose. Eat my dinner in a fancy restaurant. Nothing, I said nothing to take away these blues. Nothing compares. Nothing compares to you. It's been so lonely without you here, like a bird without a song. Nothing stopped these lonely tears from falling. Tell me, baby, where did I go wrong? I could put my arms around every poor girl I see, but they'd only remind me of you. I went to the doctor and guess what she told me? Guess what she told me? She said, boy, you better try to have fun no matter what you do. He's a fool, nothing compares. Nothing compares to you. daddy, mama in the backyard all died when you went away. I know living with me, baby, was sometimes hard, but I'm willing to give you another try. That's why nothing compares. Nothing compares to you. Nothing compares. Nothing compares to you. Well, I hope you had fun. That was a fun song for me to play. I don't know if you're watching horizontal. Oh, you guys are all watching on vertical. It's funny. On horizontal, I can actually see that my hands moving up and down. But hey, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I guess I'm down here. You can see a little bit better. Maybe I should sit way back when I play. Maybe I should do this. I just point it down a little bit more and come all the way back here. All right, that's the show. Thank you so much for coming, hanging out with me, watching Morning Sky. I hope you had a good time. Thank you for hanging out with me today. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Thank you so much, Veg in the Woods and Veg in the Woods. I'm gonna learn that that other song. What was that other song? Damn it. What was that first song? Shinedown. Symptom of Being by Shinedown. Is that the one I didn't get? Or Goodbye Columbus, I think was the one I didn't get, right? Goodbye Columbus. I'll try to learn Goodbye Columbus, okay? That's the hard one, right? That was the one that was weird. Thank you so much, guys. And I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Wish me luck for this showing. I'm going to show my house in about an hour. Hopefully they like it. I gotta go make sure everything's clean. Thanks, everybody. Illegitimately non-carbureted, don't let the bastards grind you down. Godspeed, rebels.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.